this side, CSR is in the Windy City, and we're bringing the nation's top grapplers.
Oh, man.
What a dogfight this has been in the Combat Sports Report.
Coast to coast.
Yeah.
$1,500 cash.
Yeah, we're national.
6 divisions. 1 tournament. Live from the Doubletree by Hilton Chicago. Arlington.
I like
This is the CSR invitation. Countdown to Chicago.
Log too, but we've already come back.
Often called the crossroads of America. Indianapolis is home to the 10th.
Dude, I used to work for a logistics company that did deliveries for GoPuff.
Standout
They used to, so like their whole operation is like, let's pay somebody less than minimum wage.
Training's going to be number one all
And,
around.
like, people would
Training's
tell me,
definitely
like,
going to be number
horror
one.
stories, like, I'm in the worst part of
Like,
town.
I don't sacrifice any days in your training just to go to work, and I don't sacrifice really anything too hard for that. But no, this is basically what I want to do full time. This is what I make out full time.
It's the craziest business
I
ever.
can scrap,
Like, people get
and
there,
I
like,
want
the
to
driver would be like, hey,
have
you
an
talk to this
entertaining
warehouse
show.
guy. He's
I don't like boring matches. I don't like just, don't get me wrong, I'm not silly, and so like I won't give up certain things when I know I need to keep heavy pressure, but I definitely don't like a boring match, and I like to keep the action moving. So if I can keep the action moving, I'm happy. I want to be a world champion. I want to go to the UFC. I want to fight. I want to have my contract. And after that, I eventually do want to open up my own gym. I'm actually already starting up my own clothing line right now. So I've got a lot of things moving forward right now. So
I kind of like the hour before. I mean, you can cut, but
Yeah, it's dumb.
You gotta pay
you can't
for
cut
it.
a ton, you know?
In terms of college,
Are you saying
I
this?
did go to Indiana University, college studying exercise science, and I'm actually in the process of certification.
Good for you and Jacob both.
It's pretty much just business as usual, especially because I like to hit as many as
All right, brother.
possible.
I like the comments.
It kind of just lets the drivers do what they need to do.
It's my favorite thing. I sent him a video of like a baby bear. Scratch his back.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I like to be the guy that always shows up. Sometimes it's kind of cool to be killed.
Alright, he's my new dark horse. It's my new dark horse. He's got it.
I love the render with the stuff on the back wall. Makes it so much nicer.
Oh yeah, fills up the space a little bit.
Rexburg, a small city in eastern Iowa, known as America's family community, home to packaging.
These guys, I like these guys too, the Black Flag.
Where training partners truly become a family.
Yeah. They're funny, they're fucking...
Jeff Larson, came out to Denver, relevant, every single time we also fucking roads. So like, somebody pulled out and was like, hey, you want to go in? It's your first pro spot, man. How about that? Let's go. Start round tickets, sell these tickets. I can profit on this.
Bro, why are combat sports guys so financially I keep trying to explain that. So I like
business. We're in the business of selling.
So I pitch to all my Ammies. I'm like, you have to sell tickets because you're going to be an asset to promoters one way or another. It's either they're going to feed you to someone who sells tickets to be a highlight reel, or they're going to feed you. There's no in between.
The only thing I can think of is like, you don't want to just straight brings the violence, but
Yeah, if you're like a crazy, yes, right? If you're like a knockout machine, but then here's the thing: if you're a knockout machine, you're also it's going to be hard to knock someone out. You know what I mean? Pretty much. So I like preach at my gym. Like I have 3 guys lined up for Amy titles right now, and I'm at the gym every day after practice. I'm like, guys, number one way you can help out your partners, be in the training room. Second way, these promoters don't give a fuck unless you sell tickets. They have to sell tickets. Please buy tickets from us. Please help me. What's your mom?
So I'm short.
They doing
I set my bar for like 20 minutes heat all the way up there, so I watched point 2.
Okay. You're still off? Fucking go start jogging, man. Oh, your bracket's the second one up.
Yeah. We're supposed to weigh in by the rules meeting in 5 minutes. So
Hustle, man. Do something. Yeah, make an effort. Is this steel heavy or no?
It's actually a couple guys hopped on. Really, it's on the kind of flexes a little bit of a weight. Like I hopped on it and I was like, I checked my weight on the scale in the gym. And like, we took a 10-pound weight. It was like 9.5.
I was thinking maybe Moneyberg would be here. Chicago. Moneyberg. Yeah. No one had.
He did on the street. Somebody posted like, you guys say like he's not a black belt. Watch this. And just kicking something in the face on it. I'm like, that doesn't help your case at all.
Well, they're holding his hair up.
I feel bad for you.
Yeah. You gotta make way, man.
Strip down.
Oh yeah, tell me to make it. Jordan, get naked. Yeah, if he's that close, his beer should hit him. Let's give him a towel game.
Just outside St. Louis, the quiet town of Arnold is breeding champions.
The one thing that drives me crazy about heavyweight wrestling, jiu-jitsu, judo, everything, is that it's always just bullshit. And it drives me crazy. I want to be entertained. I've done Sananogis, arm throws, wizard kicks. I try to be entertained around there, but I just don't do that. And I want to be known as someone who just tries to bring it. So in the beginning classes, like at 6 o'clock, I try not to go on that word because when we all get to the steps, that's what I do. So it's really in the beginning.
Like we were saying. How do you not know he's over there?
Anthony it's like over by like Counties in Phoenix.
Having it easier in the beginning and harder. And
he's like,
definitely going
the guy down to move. He just pushed somebody off the skill gun on. He's like, if you
figuring that out is really
he was like holding up the towel for himself. Like, dude,
my coach Kurt Hug is
put the towel
the best coach.
Why would you
coach more road and pants than
physics is last week. Who's this?
Jared
Ben Slow, Jordan with the pants. Even like
crazy personality.
Like very hungry. I wouldn't be nearly where I am. I made my degree in I've gone for bare bolos. I've gone for all the schools. My coach jokes about this is like Jared,
I have a truck.
You're like but you're not.
I can sell it for probably like $2,000. Or I can make 6 to 10 grand on an event.
I want to see people as their
It runs, so it's like you get, and the prize is you get the truck. That's the prize, is you get the truck, and I don't even have a truck anymore. It's got like a transmission fluid place.
Oh, that's what his interview for hard jiu-jitsu match. And he's like, no one's going to defeat him. And they're like, wow, that's impressive. Yeah, but for so many
That's funny. Alright. Who's the, do you know Katie Bohannon?
And a taco.
Do you remember the slap?
They're great. I love them.
Yeah, dude, that was so. Somebody commented this was the most white trash thing I've ever seen in my life.
So the girl who lost,
yeah, that girl.
she trained at my gym. I figured her out.
She had to me a took a while. She's like, when do you have check division? Never.
Never. Will you really never?
I tried it once.
I actually wanted to just do something for self-defense.
Well, it's just, it's worse. in your drawing such a small pool of athletes. You know what I mean? I tried to do that on 30. And all the girls are like, every shit is this way. Everybody's cute. Nobody signed up. And then I was like, somebody's got to sign up here. I'm not signed up. Billups going to be there. I joke with the boys all the time. I don't know if that's there's that saying like a healthy gym has a lot of women in it.
Pretty much coming out now.
And my wife trains. I've met my wife on the mat. So like we have some women, but like we like the women who are like
weight cutting.
Exactly. I've the women that like I'm not gonna make it a women friendly track.
I'm also I'm not so that helps. That's kind of
together 16
I can't.
Like the thing is, like nobody really wants to put on for the women, you know what I'm saying?
I'll just
like,
whatever weight I'm at.
Yeah, my name's going so fast. It's like a boy accent. Bro, like here's the thing. Like in Thailand, bro, like it's beautiful. You got like 6 baddies on your left, you got like 2 baddies on your right. It's like, hold up, we gotta evenly disperse these baddies, man. I need to be even. Like I love Cowboy.
He is kind of simple. You have to articulate to be around him. Hey, real quick, so before the deal. God damn it. We are still standing up, of course, and then they have the option to have like we don't have full practice. They still have the weekends. I'll go there. Okay. Yeah, the first couple of shirts. I know Diolo can do that.
What's the rule on someone sits guard and you don't engage? You have to. Like someone sits guard.
Say no contact sit guard?
Yeah, but then the guy on top like isn't engaging.
Well, eventually we'll stand him up.
Well, that was my question because like
we haven't had whatever. I don't know what it is about like the vibe that we're able to fucking put up. Yeah. We've actually had some real good bangers, and a lot of times we just kind of give a warning. And I haven't had anybody like if somebody's just I'll be like, hey, top player engage eventually, bottom player engage, and then like they generally listen. But you know, we've had a couple of times where I had to threaten them with a warning or 2 more, and then they just start fucking.
Just because like as a coach, we're a very wrestling like takedown heavy gym. If the rules allow them to like stand there and wait for you to push the guy back up, so I get to take you down and like get good control off the mat, I would tell you,
The Dominic Keith guy does that very similar. I mean, as he won the last one doing it and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's like
Well,
yeah, because I want to get the takedown so that I'm gonna even if I have to pass your guard after the takedown, I get the momentum of I already had leg control or some sort of control. You just got taken down. You don't get to like sit here and be this cagey little.
Yeah, you gotta engage. When you need that, you know, you need that at least that one real solid submission attempt.
To win,
And we don't do it like that fight to win bullshit, you know, where it's like you grab a pinky and they give you a point.
Well, that's what we were talking. We would call. I was saying Naga because Naga, you touch their fucking. You like touch their head on a tank. It's like
obviously it's hard to be and sometimes I don't get them correct, but I like really pay attention to what like somebody won a match basically against standout from fucking Zenith, big tall guy Nick Hartman, I think Roman from New Era.
Okay, yeah.
They were in a match, and basically Roman was smothering Nick, but I was down there and I could see that Nick's mouth was over this way and he's not moving. However, when Roman got his face squared off, and then Nick had to kick to get out,
that's a defense.
He would have been submitted. And he was like, he was crying after the match. I'm like, dude,
it's a defensive action.
You did a defensive reaction. Had you just stayed with your face this way, you would have never counted.
You're gonna expect me to show up and just be the toughest guy there. I'm gonna be the toughest guy there. I want to go out there and implement my game first. Be first. So definitely.
What's the how close should I be to this mic, and how with what volume should I say? Yeah, just like we can just drag it here. It's like I should keep it what in the high greens, yellows, and the reds.
American style is something I feel like that's to win world titles. That's something I carry heavily with me, my family, my team, my coach.
What's the
The anticipation gives way to
they can hear that, huh?
Saturday, July 12th. It's the CSR Invitational, Chicago. Practice means to perform over and over again in the face of all obstacles. Some act of vision, of faith, of desire. Practice, it is man's only means of inviting perfection. Tonight, 100 of the nation's top grapplers seek to call upon their practice. But only 6 will leave with the highly coveted cash prize, $1,500 payouts, 6 divisions, 1 tournament. Live from the DoubleTree by Hilton Chicago, Arlington Heights. This is the CSR Invitation, and it begins right now.
Good morning, fellas. You guys ready to try to win some money? Okay, so you guys all know you got, email the rules and everything. We don't know how good you guys are after reading emails and rules and whatnot. So we're going to go over them again. I give you guys the tools for victory, okay? Does that make sense? Okay. First and foremost, I am the sole arbiter of the match. Okay, that means that if in the event of regulation time you do not get a submission, it's going to be on me to pick who's the winner. I'm the sole arbiter. That means Nick is not the sole arbiter, Sam Geiger is not the sole arbiter, I'm the sole arbiter. I'm going to be the one. So if you have an issue with my decision, I'm always open for you guys to come over and talk to me after that. I'll tell you why it's all you do out there, okay? So let's go over how you can win these matches. First off, you're going to score on effective submission attempts. Alright, this is not like win, where if you just grab something and they don't do anything, we're not going to count that as points. Okay, like you need to cause an actual visual change from your opponent. This means you throw somebody in a trap triangle, right? You don't actually have it locked up yet. The guy's obviously not in any danger. That's not a submission attempt. So you lock up, the guy has to do something to escape. Same thing with like a leg lock. If you grab a straight ankle lock, but the guy's not doing anything, you obviously don't have any kind of danger against the guy. It's not a submission attempt. And so he actually has to move to escape. Does that make sense? I really want that to make sense to you guys. These are going to come in. This is how a lot of matches wind up ending. You're like, oh no, I was like, no, you really have to full send your submission attempts. Okay? Alright, any questions about that or forever hold your peace? Alright? The way the score goes, effective submission attempts, positional control. If there's no submission attempts, you're on top, stay on top. Make sense? A lot of like lazy stuff and playing like on the bottom, but like not really engaging, so that's not going to be your key victory here. You better hope you're up a couple of solid submission attempts if that's going to be your strategy. Okay? After positional control, we go score sweeps and reversals, takedowns and throws, and finally aggression. So aggression too is where we're going to put it like, so all those like kind of half-assed submission attempts are going to be scored all the way down the bottom. We're going to call that like aggression. Like, yeah, you're attempting stuff, but it's not really matching anything. So just note that with those. So again, full send your submission attempts, guys. That's going to be your key victory here. Let's see. We do have a stand-up rule. We haven't instituted that much. We instituted a couple of times ago. We had somebody win with a very boring match. true until we start the stand. If I see you do that, I'm going to give you a warning, maybe give you another warning, then we're going to stand you up. All that hard work that you did is going to be forgotten. You need to be staying active, trying to progress the positions and work towards the situation. Does that make sense, guys?
Not just when there's guards, or like if I'm in top down, the guys who do this.
We will stand that up.
But the guy in the bus will do shit.
No, we'll stand it up. It's just, it's not a perfect rule, but we set it up just so that we don't have that. And unfortunately, I can't force the guy to do anything, and the best thing that we can think can actually make something happen would be to stand it up.
If I get fully mounted and I just do this, don't do anything, you'll just stand me up.
I will stand it up. We want to see action tag action, and so far through this promotion, we've had some absolute bangers. By just standing people up. Another thing to know too, if your strategy is to play the edges, it's not going to help you. It's just going to be frustrating. So please try not to do that. If you do go out of bounds, if you're in an active submission attempt, we'll try to let the submission attempt play out, and then we'll move you back to the center. However, we don't stop the clock for resets. They're not perfect resets. We're going to try to get you back to the center in the best way that we can, and then push the action again. So just note that as well. There's not going to be a whole lot. I don't know what the hell the younger coaches sit over here. It was like this, it was like this. We're going to try to get it the best we can, quickly, in the center, and we're going to go. Does that make sense? Okay, wonderful. Allowable techniques. All of them, basically. You want to Tommy, you want to do whatever you want to do, you can do that. I mean, I'm not going to go over the list, but you get it, right? Arm locks, leg locks, the whole 9 yards. You guys can do whatever you guys want, okay? Except, neck cranks, yes. All this legal. Except for slams, striking, and, slams and striking. Obviously, we're not an MMA match. And, we're not set up for slams, we're not sure for slams. Do not slam your opponent, I will defuse you. Okay, does that make sense? You guys know how a slam is. So, this is actually great if you're like button chokers, or guard players who like triangles and stuff like that. You do not have to worry about having the earth slam in your head, okay? So, shoot the submission. Let's see here. Fouls and penalties, pretty common stuff. No eye gouging or fish hooking. Again, no striking, no creasing, no small joint manipulation. You must get 4 fingers or 4 toes, okay, guys? Again, no slams, no air pulling, no grab through objects. Leave your hand off this. For the most part, we only had it a couple times. I'll just kind of smack your hand. Get off that. Fine. Stop grabbing the edge of the mat. No stalling. Again, that's the stand-up rule that we already talked about. Don't grab their shorts or tires. This is not a key match. And don't intentionally flee the competition area. Guys, let's do jiu-jitsu. Try to finish your opponent. Keep them towards the center as much as possible. The last one, I had so many guys, they just wanted to run into the crowd. And it's just unnecessary. So just try to put it to the center as much as possible. Showcase your jiu-jitsu to make your opponent. Okay, does that make sense? Alright, quick aside. We do not have full, all our brackets are full in the other division. So let's say you come in here, you knocked out first round, and you decide maybe you want to try your luck in cruiserweight or something. First come, first serve, you can talk to Caitlin, and see if you want to get in a higher weight bracket. So that's up to you guys. You guys like to try something. Also, let's say you win. You want to try to double down. Win another $1,500. You can jump up to that as well. So that's an option for you guys. Does anybody have any questions before we get started? It's very simple. Let's just recap real fast. Solid submission attempts. If not, get on top, stay on top. Does that make sense? Alright.
How are you running the brackets? Are you doing like all bantamweight and then all lightweight?
We're going to do bantamweight, lightweight together. Like one match, one match, one match. Okay. Any questions? Alright guys, start your flow. Well, you gotta tell me, so I'm just gonna shoot from the hip,
All right.
right, folks, first match up here is Corey Barnes versus Edgar Garcia. We got a little bit of a rank disparity. We got Corey Barnes with the blue belt, Edgar Garcia with a black belt. We all know belts are fake, so this could go either way. Some interesting info on these gentlemen. Corey Barnes, he took gold at a Jiu-Jitsu Open, which is a cool little Midwestern tournament that has been going on for the last couple of years. If you know Jiu-Jitsu on YouTube. Edgar Garcia, he's got a 47% submission rate, which may seem low, but as a black belt, you got to assume he's been competing for years and years against high-level guys. So to be getting subs across your career at least almost half the time is pretty impressive. He's a Chicago boy. We'll see if we can get this action going here for you ASAP.
Hey, just real quick before we get started, I'm going to make a correction. We're not doing bantamweight, lightweight, lightweight. We're going to do a full first round of bantamweight. So just understand that, guys. It's going to be bantamweight, first four matches, middleweight, the first four lightweight matches.
My lightweight's like this.
Where's the timer at?
So we're going to do all of these matches, then all these matches, then all these matches, then all these matches. No, so this is lightweight. Okay. So we're going to do this whole round, then this whole, then this whole round, then this whole. Energy in the room here is high. I think people are excited. I have a feeling that we're going to start off with a bang here. I'm going to predict a submission. I'll let you guess who has what. It looks like the action is starting up for our first match of the day. Again, we got Corey Barnes versus Edgar Garcia. Corey on the left, Edgar on the right. Barnes on the left, Garcia on the right. Be interesting to see what kind of tempo these boys are putting out for the first match of the day. First match of their bracket. Garcia with a sit right off the bat. Corey looking to cut. Garcia inverts nicely, looking for that leg isolation. We'll see if he can get extension, and he does. Looks like he's looking for the straight to maybe connect, and then probably going to turn for the heel exposure. We'll have to see. Corey doing a good job of turning to defend and actually gets his knee line clear very nicely. On the re-attack is Corey with a straight ankle lock. They're off the mats, and I believe that was a tap. For the upset from the blue belt, Corey Barnes, and my prediction of a first round submission was correct, but I gotta be honest, I had the black belt winning that one. Just goes to show you belts are in fact fake.
Next up to the mat, Richard Haynes, Saul Prado. Richard Haynes, Saul Prado.
So we have Richard is a blue belt. He's unaffiliated out of Indianapolis, Indiana. He is a Combat Sports Report veteran with a record of 1-1. He's here on the left. And we have Saul Prado, a blue belt out of Riverside Submission, Riverside, California. A bit of a hike. Sal took this match on short notice, and he's on the right here in the white rash guard. Strong connections right away. Strong hands from Sal. Some feints on the level changes. Heavy hands from both grapplers here. Ooh, nice attempt. Ooh. Richard a little off balance on there on the reset. It seems like Sal seems to be setting the pace here with his feints. But Richard with heavy hands, holding his own here on the feet. Loving to see this engagement on the feet from these grapplers. The takedowns have come a long way in jiu-jitsu in the last half decade, and I'm here for it. Really good fighting for a strong upper body connection, kind of working those mid-tier connections on the head. Not really getting too deep into the clinch, but both players driving, giving opportunity for snaps and slide-bys. No one's backing up too much. A little shot, a little out of range there from Haynes. Haynes with that stiff arm trying to get Prado to engage, and Prado takes the bait. He does engage. Doing a really good job. And okay, and Haynes sits. Interesting. With such a strong wrestling start, it's interesting that he decided to concede the sit. Ooh, but it was just to wrestle back up. A little bit of a knee pick attempt there, but nothing too bitey. Oh, and we get good connections, and I'd call that a takedown from Prado. Nice work. Now Haynes right away running supine, trying to maintain good connections, inverting a little bit, going for that reverse close guard, but does get passed by Prado. Throwing up a little bit of a not really real buggy threat, but it's a connection. But he does isolate that arm. He isolates that far arm of Prado. See if he can clear it. And Prado does clear it, but Haynes used the opportunity to get his guard back, close guard. Not the strongest guard, but it is better than being in bottom side control. Now Prado here has a body lock, which is really the one time, but close guard's the one time the body lock really isn't going to do anything for you. So we'll see how long he tries this. Really just kind of giving Haynes access to his upper body. It's going to be tough for Haynes to get a good bite, but he's got all the time in the world if Prado doesn't back up, and Prado does decide that that body lock was not probably the strategy for him. Haynes staying on a pretty aggressive guard game. Prado really trying to, use that athleticism on the feet to get big passing motions going. No one really making a crazy strong connection here from this guarded situations. Now Prado's looking for that body lock in a little bit better position for it. With Haynes having that inside butterfly position. Haynes doing a good job of not letting Prado get that center line control with his head. Prado decides to start over, back all the way out and start over again. Again, I'm thinking Prado's going to, again, go for a big motion. He's liking that throwing the legs up. Decides to go to his knees. He's just trying to start off with a strong connection, I think. Both players back on the feet for some takedown action here. Prado getting the better of those connections with a nice takedown. Had a threat on the back there for a moment, but Haynes did a good job of turning back inside, regarding, and then Prado let him up there. Another kind of half-level change there by Haynes. Prado doing a really good job on the feet of kind of winning that inside position fight. It seems like anytime they tie up, Prado's got the collar tie, he's got an inside bicep tie, he's got head position. Right. Oh, and we have an attempted Kani Basani by Haynes, a little out of range, and it did give Prado a really good connection for the pass here, and he gets the pass. We'll see if he can maintain it. Last time, this little half-ass buggy choke attempt did allow Haynes to regard. We'll see if that repeats itself, or if Prado can take advantage of that arm being over his head for an isolation. Oh! Prado's arm isolated. Oh! With Americana from bottom. I believe that has a name. I think that's the Goth lock, if I remember correctly. Very nice catch. Richard Haynes, another blue belt progressing in the black bracket.
Next up to Matt, King Betts, Chase Johnson. King Betts, Chase Johnson.
Next match we got Batts, Caden Batts versus Johnson. That's Chase Johnson, both blue belts. Batts out of James White Fitness in Norham, Oklahoma. He took bronze ACC Dallas Open. And Batts is going to be on the right. Johnson is going to be on the left here. Johnson also a blue belt. Johnson opts to sit right away. He's at a Queen City Grappling in Middletown, Ohio. He's 17 years old, and he inverts the 17-year-old for some nice, almost crab ride type kind of back attack, leg attack. Batts manages to nullify that, get into a passing situation, sits back on a leg himself. Looks like he has the hips, and he has a knee connection there with the outside ashi, or the butterfly ashi rather, but doesn't work. Our 17-year-old getting back to his feet, immediately either falling back or getting taken back down, hard to say. 17-year-old with our aggressive guard connections, but Batts with a very athletic base and posture coming into this match, and he sits down on a leg lock. Oh, and the 17-year-old with a very quick submission from that outside ashi position. Beautiful, beautiful.
Your winner by submission.
Chase Johnson gets that outside straight ankle to progress.
Next up to the mat, McCain Jusso, Luis Rodriguez. McCain Jusso, Luis Rodriguez.
Russo is a blue belt out of Flow BJJ in Grainer, Indiana, and he's going to be going against Luis Rodriguez. Looks like Jusso is on the left, Rodriguez on the right here for you folks at home. Luis has competed in Combat Sports Report before. He was a runner-up in Denver. Very impressive. Jusso got 4th place at Chicago ADCC Open. Jusso choosing to sit, and Rodriguez choosing to engage on the knees. Rodriguez getting some good upper body connection here with this body lock pass, owning the center line with his head, good body lock fundamentals. We'll see if he can start high stepping and sprawling on those connections, and there he does. He pummels his little shin pummel to beat one butterfly hook, first step down into this pass. It's a passing game that's a personal favorite of mine, the tight body lock passing, and really the onus on the bottom guy is to break that head center line connection, which it looks like he does with that cross underhook threat. But Rodriguez very smartly goes to a little bit more of a high hip style passing, has a good connection on that inside lead leg there on the ankle, and I thought he was going to get it there, but he opts to not risk it and go back to this kneeling position, and I'm guessing look for a strong upper body connection to start the process over again. He gets one underhook. Jusso, though, doing a good job of getting under at least one arm, trying to threaten that arm crunch. Parlays that into some inside position for his lower body, looking for the leg entanglement, and he finds it, does Jusso. In on the straight ankle, another straight ankle, has the hips, it looks like. Ooh, maybe not a strong bite on the hips, and I was correct, but does use it to come back on top. Really good work. A little knee shield action here from Rodriguez. We'll see if he can find a stronger guard connection and maybe some upper body connections to go with that knee shield. Jusso looking for his upper body connections of his own, trying to stay heavy on that top knee shield so it can't create too much distance. Looks like maybe a little arm drag attempt for Rodriguez, but it's far off. Oh, and now Rodriguez kind of searching for that arm crunch, that shoulder crunch rather. It looks like he's going to get the underhook, but I don't think his lower body connection is strong enough to really make use of it. We'll see. He could prove me wrong. Oh, and he does seem to be improving his lower body connection, which is going to make this more of a threat. And he uses it to sweep. Beautiful job. Great way to adjust and find what he needed, which was more lower body connection to go with that upper body. Got a nice little reverse De La Riva hook here from Jusso on bottom. Oh, and he inverts with it. Not a super strong connection, the inverted De La Riva hook, but it can start you, and he's spinning in on a leg. He has a toe hold grip. He's above the knee, but he loses the grip. Still above the knee with double inside position in this saddle here. See if he can get this heel exposure. Looks like he's opting to turn towards the heel, chase the heel for the heel exposure. Doing a very good job maintaining the knee line, but he sits out here. It looks like he might be trying to go for a little bit more of a knee connection to finish a straight. But we lose connection. We reset in the middle with Rodriguez on bottom, Juso on top for the pass. Good standing passing, clearing those feet connections right away, getting to that knee line. And it looks like we got a double leg entanglement. Who can get the better of it? And Juso gets the better of it on a knee bar attempt that immediately turns. He's got double, it's 50-50 here, and it looks like he's already switching on the defense. Rodriguez on the attack now, trying to find that exposure on that inside heel hook. Juso does have a foot just inside, and he does use that to kind of create some distance and tell Rodriguez, yeah, this threat ain't in quite yet. We got Rodriguez again on top, looking for that strong upper body connection. And Juso chooses to go to more of a closed guard. Oh, maybe not. He goes back to an inside guard position, which I think is going to be mechanically superior to a closed guard. You can make closed guard work, but it's not very mechanically strong as far as distance control, base control. Looking for a little old school triangle omoplata threat there is Juso. Still, and again, the story with these two guys in the guard passing seems to be who can make an upper body connection first, but they don't seem too set on staying on top, as we just had Rodriguez fall to the bottom a little bit and allow Juso a little leg entanglement, but Juso doesn't really bite on it. He must not like something about it. It seemed like he had the knee line, just didn't quite have a hip bite yet, but I guess he's like, no, I'm going to play on top. I like my odds on top. Little cheeky smother from Rodriguez. You love to see it, trying to get Juso probably to make a mistake, probably not a legitimate threat. Double inside position for Rodriguez on the bottom here. He was looking for some upper body. He used it to enter the legs. We switched top and bottom again. A lot of top and bottom switching. It seems like both these guys are very comfortable from playing top and bottom. And again, it's this guard passing game of who can win that upper body connection fight has been the story of this match. And the guard, we're back to the knee shield from Juso. Rodriguez again looking probably for that body lock. Decides to back out and start over a little bit. Maybe he switches to some more upright passing. Could be interesting. It's definitely going to give Juso a little bit more room to enter the legs, which seems to be the tactic of both these players, but they seem relatively evenly matched in those leg exchanges. Nice pinning mechanics here from Rodriguez on top. The problem, though, is Juso has such strong upper body connections. That tripod pin that he was trying is, I don't know if that's going to work with such strong feet on the hip connections. Okay, and he's back on the body lock. Very nice step over the feet and the knees all at once. Now he opts to try and step over for one of those like kind of Khabib leg rides, and I don't know if that was the move because now Juso's back with double inside position with the lower body, and it's going to be tough for him to. Oh, and he used that same move, that nice body lock, hip switch, kind of back step to get almost over, and he does. He gets over, blocks that hip. Oh, all the way to the mount he does. Now he really needs to start working on those upper body isolations. One good upper body connection from Juso on bottom could put us back in those leg entanglements that we've been seeing all match. But it seems like, and there it is, right there. Yup, one good upper body frame, and we're back in on the legs. And defense and offense is again switched here in this very back and forth match of our Bantamweight division. Looks like it's going to be a very fun division to watch today, guys. We got Juso almost getting heel exposure. They're looking right at me. I'm staring at the sole of Rodriguez's foot right now. And if Juso can get a little bit more leg bend, or if he can turn time, and we are going to go to a referee's decision to decide this match, and I am glad I am not the referee today. Very back and forth match. I hope he was counting submission attempts. Reminder, your winner.
Next up to that, Edgar Barron, Justin Clemens. Edgar Barron, Justin Clemens.
Reminder, folks, we're scoring first on legitimate, and I mean legitimate submission threats. If those are even, we then go to dominant position scoring, and I have to be 100% honest with you. I commentated the whole match. I would have to watch that back to give a real call. So I'm glad, like I said, I am not the referee. We have Flemons, a Defiance, Ohio black belt on the right. And we have Edgar Barron, a blue belt from Cap City, a Wisco boy, on the left here. We'll see Cap City, very strong gym out of Madison. In my opinion, the gym in Madison. Sorry, other Madison, Wisconsin gyms. Justin Flemons opts to sit right off the bat. Edgar Barron testing the waters here. A little bit of standing grip fighting to see what's going to happen. Oh, and Barron makes a good move to step around, but ends up on bottom. Justin Flemons entering the legs with double inside position here and on the saddle. Barron doing a good job of crossing the feet, but Flemons gets that secondary leg controlled, which really is the big battle of saddle, and it looks like he's getting heel exposure as we speak with that inside heel hook. Yes, he is. The bite's not perfect, but it is there. He has the knee in where we get the tap. We got Justin being very nice to our blue belt Edgar, one of the fastest matches of the day.
Next up to the mat, Johnny McCarthy, James Ortiz. Johnny McCarthy, James Ortiz.
James Ortiz, a blue belt from B Team, out of Austin, Texas, 8-time ADCC Open medalist. And he's going up against John McCarthy, a brown belt out of Pisani Grappling in Chicago, Illinois. Hometown boy, also a multiple-time ADCC Open vet. Should be a good match. We got the credentials a little bit going to Ortiz here. Well, the rank goes to McCarthy, but we've already learned today that belts are fake. It looks like we have McCarthy on top, Ortiz on bottom here. Both players, Ortiz opting to stand up here. Heavy hands from Ortiz, doing a good job of trying to find those connections on the feet. Heavy hands, though, from McCarthy. And Ortiz doesn't like what he sees or opts to sit, finds a better path. And he was probably, defending a toe hold. Rolling out of the mats here is Ortiz, and he manages to turn that attack he originally had back into an attack as opposed to the defense that it was. McCarthy managing to find that hip height, find that leg control, and settle on top, but not for long as Ortiz comes back on top. But McCarthy with a good base. Leaves Ortiz once again on bottom. Very back and forth. Hard to call these bantamweight matches as there's so much trade. Ortiz with a nice arm drag. Use it to take top position. Great job stapling that leg to really nullify the far side inside position here of McCarthy. Nullifying that leg attempt, maintaining really good control of the legs, making sure he does not give enough position. Oh, jumping to front headlock. Very nice. Front headlock, underrated position. Really a pass if you can get there, although it doesn't score that in most rule sets. He lost the threat and the position and is now on the defenses, Ortiz. Defending a straight ankle. His knee line's clear, but you guys know that doesn't matter with a straight ankle, but we've cleared the foot connection as well, so he's safe. Both players sitting, fighting for upper body connection. Ortiz gets to that arm saddle position. Let's see if he can maintain that arm connection and pull that arm out to isolate. See if he can break or take the back. But we got McCarthy spinning all the way around for an attack of his own, turning into a leg entanglement. Not quite close enough to the hips is McCarthy to make a real threat here, but he definitely turned that arm saddle threat into an opportunity. We're recentering here. Again, Ortiz will be reset on top, McCarthy on bottom. Looks like Ortiz tried to get a body lock right off the bat. Didn't like what he saw and pulled out. Shooting, he's liking that front headlock grab and is here threatening the Darce off the guard pass. One of my favorite styles to pass the guard, but it's hard to see. McCarthy does have a hand in that Darce, so it's going to be very hard for Ortiz to pull that off, and he does not. He opts to switch back to that gable grip, probably looking for some head collapse to re-attack that Darce or break down McCarthy here. And he manages to break it down. It looks like he has a short Darce into a full Darce. If he can get some head collapse, some arm collapse, or catch the hips, or ideally all three, we could see a submission here from the front headlock, my personal favorite position in all of grappling. Oh, and he looks like he is getting some arm collapse with that sit. Yeah, that arm is pretty collapsed. McCarthy doing a good job of trying to keep his hips active in a way to prevent that head collapse, which could really cinch it in. Oh, it looks like McCarthy got his arm back a little bit, and Ortiz opts to bail on the Darce from the bottom there, and he's playing guard now. Some good, strong connections from Ortiz. McCarthy managing to find that inside position, pinning the leg. McCarthy in on a leg entanglement. Knee line's pretty much clear right off the bat, though, so not really too much of a threat. And also giving Ortiz this path to the back if he can stay behind the thighs. Looks like he's going to opt. Well, it's going to be tough to say whether he's going to opt for the back or the leg, but his leg might be back under threat. That knee line is just hasn't really been in for any of those attacks right there. But it looks like he can find some inside position, and he has it, rather. He's going to go for that figure 4 in this 50-50, really more of an 80-20 position with his knee being to the mat there. Ortiz has his knee line clear, whereas opponent does not, so he's definitely got the advantage, even though we're technically in 50-50. He shoots for a weak side straight ankle, and by weak side I mean that leg that wasn't entangled, and he loses the position entirely. Some flashy passing from Ortiz, little cartwheel action there. Seems like he just kind of wants to get into it. Again, he's got that kind of connection to the back of the thighs, which is where like your bolos and your crab rides come from. And it looks like he's going to use it to try and expose the back again, but McCarthy doing a good job at turning, and Ortiz has to just opt for the pass to side control. I have a feeling Ortiz is going to look for those front headlock threats again. But he's gone to that well twice, and he hasn't been happy with the result. And he does. He shoots for that Darce. Again, a personal favorite of mine. And now McCarthy catching the hips. Now, if the Darce was locked up, that'd almost be a mistake by McCarthy to catch that leg. But it was not in clearly. Ortiz rolling back for the leg entanglement, sitting/rolling back. Again, in the 50-50, but Ortiz obviously having the stronger half of that. That straight ankle, it's not quite straight, but he does have the hips, and he was belly down. Looks like McCarthy's going to look to collect that knee line. Hard to tell, but McCarthy does not have the knee line. So that foot right in front of him can't really be threatened. He might be reaching. It looks like he's going to reach over for a toe hold, or he's thinking about it. Probably not going to be much of a threat on that free leg. And Ortiz gets back to that figure 4 on his legs, which is going to really keep him pretty safe. Oh, but McCarthy, smart switch, strips the figure 4, gets right on the attack. But Ortiz too slick with that knee line clearing. Ortiz's awareness of where his knee line is and where his partner's hips are and how he's reading those slips is very impressive. Ortiz with a very cool step over to back threat. You got some very folk-style wrestling in Jackson. You know I love to see that. Possible triangle attempt. Oh, we definitely have some arm isolation. Looks like he's going to opt to take the top position, probably solidify that arm isolation and re-attack it. And yeah, he does. He reattacks that arm isolation. Let's see if he can break this grip here from this kind of saddle style armbar. And they're out of time. Very back and forth match once again. Glad I am not the referee on this one, folks. But I think Ortiz did manage to get the better in most of those exchanges. And the referee agrees.
Next up to the mat, Micah Giray, Nikolai Gianti. Micah Giray, Nikolai Gianti.
Yes, sir.
Brother, I forgot to throw this whole first round. You can get it back there. Ladies and gentlemen, we're cruising through this action-packed bantamweight bracket. We got Mike on the wrong side of the mat, so we got Mike Aguirre on the left and Nikolai Gianti on the right. I'm probably going to go first names for this one, folks. We got Nikolai on the right and Mike on the left. Mike, a purple belt out of Train Hard, Be Kind, Pika-Pow, out of Aurora, Illinois, local-ish boy, versus Nikolai, a brown belt out of the 440 Jiu-Jitsu Academy in Ohio. Looks like neither of these competitors opting to sit. They both must be straight. Looking for some heavy hands right off the bat. Ooh. We got Mike with a strong double, catching some front headlock connection. We'll see if Nikolai can get his hips out. That's going to be the real question. Can he win that hips out fight to get that guillotine? It's an arming guillotine. Very important you get your position on arming guillotines and you get your hips out. And it looks like the hips are square, so it's going to be a big arm fight, and your arm's also fighting their arm. If I were Nikolai's coach, I wouldn't advise him burning his arms out without first getting his hips out toward the camera, really strong, so that you have more room to get that good hand connection on the neck. And he opts to bail on it into the closed guard. Again, we'll see if he opts to work to isolate from the closed guard. Closed guard, very easy position to hold, but you aren't affecting your opponent that much. So it very much becomes an upper body versus upper body fight. We'll see if Mike can. Mike's obviously going to want to create that distance and start building his posture all the way to the feet. And it looks like Mike's kind of testing the waters on top here. Can I get up with good upper body connection? He's doing just the right thing. Have some upper body connection that can control distance as the top guy, that is Mike, to stand up so that it's harder for the bottom player to attack the legs when you do stand up. Nikolai here opting for a figure four from bottom close guard, which I've always regarded as a stalling position. But he is being very active about trying to catch that isolation, so I would not say he's stalling here. He's trying to get that arm crunch. Again, though, it's going to be tough with a full close guard just because your legs don't get to help you out that much with the arm crunch, but he's making me eat my words. He's making it work. He's gotten to this top lock position, gotten that shoulder out. If Mike isn't smart, there's some very good old school triangle setups from here that he's pretty close to, some arm lock setups. He's doing a decent job of stacking, but I don't know if I'd want to be stacking. I think I'd want to be getting my head close to the ceiling, getting my head high, popping that shoulder back out, going back to his original plan of getting to the feet with good connections. There, he does a good job of cutting the angle in the appropriate direction and popping that shoulder out. And right away, he's like, yeah, I need to go back to that well of the quote-unquote correct thing to do in a closed guard, which is to stand up. It's really the only way to truly open a closed guard, unless your partner's going to open it for you. And there he goes. Knee in the butt from standing is the only way the knee in the butt works, and it works to his advantage. Looks like he almost achieves a pass. His foot is stuck here. And he's got the head, but Nikolai manages to get to his knees with this false half guard kind of position. If he can pop his head out, he's going to be back on offense. Mike does a great job of stepping behind, gets a little high. Got a scramble here that it seems like Mike's getting the better of, but Nikolai does manage to get back into that guarded position. Now with half butterfly. A little bit.
Mike, sprawl your right leg nice and low. Good. Now bring that right in. There you go.
Sorry, folks, had a mild equipment malfunction there. I'm back with you. We got half off the mats. We have Nikolai in his half guard, looking for that underhook, old school. Ooh, but Mike on top attacking that power half to the dart. So again, one of my favorite attacks to pass by attacking the front headlock. And I don't know if I'd have fallen to bottom. Oh, but he uses that Darce attempt to make sure he ends up on top. His coach calling for him to take his time with these grips, which I think is smart. You're going to want to probably get past the guard so that you have a little bit more mobility to collapse that arm, and then you can come back and step into the guard or catch the legs and the hips. But he decides to give up on it, and we're back in this kind of false half-ish position. Nikolai just kind of tries to pull him backwards, doesn't quite work out. Mike back on top in a passing position. Mike right away with the wrist pin, working those good isolations, which great fundamentals. If you can isolate while still in someone's guard, you probably should. The only reason we have a guard is to defend our upper body. And if you can access as the top player the upper body, you should be taking those opportunities. And Mike is taking the opportunities to threaten isolation submissions when Nikolai doesn't have super strong guards in. But now Nikolai has a very strong guard. He's got both his butterfly hooks. He has an upper body connection, head and arm pinch. He sits up looking for the front headlock. Mike does a good job, though, of keeping Nikolai on his back. Right, head height in that situation is going to be a really big deal. And it looks like Mike has that really drilled in. Mike again with that upper body connection to the pass, this time a little bit of a tripoding style, but it does give Nikolai the opportunity to catch that front headlock. I'd like to see, if I was Nikolai's coach, I'd like to see his head above Mike's in those attempts. Looks like Nikolai's getting a little submission happy and feeling that neck and wanting to sit back and squeeze, but he really needs to have his head higher than Mike's to keep those guillotine threats alive. And we're back, it looks like, not quite to the close guard. Nikolai trying to step over for a triangle. It looks like Nikolai's running some pretty old school close guard stuff, but he's making it work pretty well. Mike with a really smart little frame on the hips here, making sure that Nikolai can't move his hips, which is a key in close guard. Close guard really locks your hips down, and you have to be pretty good with it to move your hips, and hip mobility is a very important thing in being offensive, off your back, right? And Nick's doing a really good job of, Mike rather, on top is doing a very good job of keeping his hips square, keeping Nikolai's hips flat on the mat, which is going to really limit Nikolai's ability to attack him. And we have Mike going back to that standing option to open the guard, but Nikolai's threatening the leg entanglement, making Mike think twice about it. Mike with a nice throw by pass there attempt, doesn't quite work, and we end up back in close guard. This is one thing, when athletes have a lot of time in the close guard, it builds this habit, this muscle memory. I hate that term, but builds this muscle memory to get back there. And as a passing player, it can be very frustrating because although we haven't seen Mike under huge threat in the close guard, it is a hard guard to get out of, right? And here we go. We have Mike splitting the legs to force the half guard and then attacking the front headlock. Ooh, but he lost position here a little bit. Nikolai able to come on top, pause, and we're out of time. Our winner is Mike.
Moving on to the 159 bracket. Evan Proxmeyer, Sean Taylor. Evan Proxmeyer, Sean Taylor.
The folks in the chat are noticing that I am an eco bro. You love to see it. I am. You learn ecologically whether you like it or not, folks. We got Evan Proxmeyer, possibly Proxmeyer. Too many guys on this card, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I could not find everyone to find the names. Versus Sean Taylor. Looks like Sean is on the right. Evan on the left. Evan a blue belt on a black mark BJJ, Defiance, Ohio. Sean Taylor a blue belt out of the Black Market BJJ, also Defiance, Ohio. Got a little hometown rivalry here going all the way down in Chi-Town. We got Evan opting to try for a hard pull, but he didn't like what he saw and he stood right back up. Tries for the hard pull again. It looks like he's trying to pull right into double inside and maybe get a leg entanglement right off the back, but it didn't work out for him, and Sean kind of threw him to his back and spun around. On the back attack is Sean here. He's got good upper body. It looks like he's looking for those boots, right? He's looking for some sort of lower body connection. He steps over, which is nice. We'll see if Sean can pull Evan all the way over top, or if he's gonna opt to take top. And it looks like he opts to take top position here into a strong mount. He's got an underhook right away. He's gonna be looking to isolate that arm. Classic isolation from the mount, just walking that hand up. But it looks like Evan was able to get his frames back and force Sean to kind of dismount take the consolation prize of side control here. Evan doing a good job of maintaining some frames, not really letting Sean work his isolations, so pretty safe is Evan. But obviously Sean's positionally really kind of working this match so far. We got that underhook with that head connection. When he's going to look for that double isolation, he's going to look to pin that near side arm, and he does manage to get it, that kind of topside crucifix position. Now, it looks like he might be looking for that big step over 180 armbar. I don't know if this early in the match, unless that was really there, I don't know if I'd call for that, unless you really felt it. I'd probably focus on some, stuff we can do from right here. Keep that double isolation. Try some less risky threats, but I think he's going to look for that step around armbar. That's what he's looking for. He checked the clock. He might be thinking exactly what I'm thinking. Is it time for me to make that much disconnection in this really dominant position and go for the finish, or should I go for some smaller or lower, less risky submissions would be a better way to put it. Looks like he thought about the Kimura there for a minute. Ooh, and you know what? In that decision making, he looks like he might have lost all of his options here as Evan almost reguards. Doesn't quite though. Sean does a good job killing those guard connections, getting back to a pin position. And here we go. We got Evan back in the guard, getting himself back into this match. Let's see. He's opting for the lockdown, which is normally something that you're going to do to just kind of create some space. It was interesting that he opted to lock it up with as much space as he had, because really that's a space creation tool unless you're going to go deep half guard, and it's not 2009, so that's probably not going to work. But again, he may make me eat my words. I ate my words once today already, talking some shit about the closed guard. Lockdown can be a pain to pass, similar to closed guard. It's like it's not an amazing connection, but it's hard to get out of, right? But it looks like Sean's doing a good job of kind of keeping that heel high, his own heel, trapped heel high, heel to his butt, so that he can kind of try and pummel out of that situation. And we do have Evan attacking some of that deep half guard that I was talking shit. These guys are loving to make me eat my words. Eddie Bravo would be proud. This is circa 80cc. I believe that was 2009 that he almost got that sweep. And in on a leg lock is Evan. First time on offense for Evan in this match here, but it looks like Sean's pretty comfortable with that knee line probably clear. Hard for us to see, but his demeanor and posture is telling me knee line clear. Now I can see it. His knee line is clear. He cuts out right to the front headlock. Loving to see this front headlock passing on the top here. It's a really underrated game. Ethan Krellenston runs it great out of the B team, and you love to see it kind of proliferating down to these local hungry blue belts here, trying to win $1,500 cash prize here at the Combat Sports Report. We have Sean back on the offense. He's got that underhook. He was thinking about knee on belly. He didn't like what he felt, so he goes trying to get his hips under Evan's arm there to get another double isolation. Really good job on Sean's part of when he has an isolation on top, like, I have an underhook. He's not just like, all right, I'm going to attack that one arm. I'm going to get this second arm trapped. And he does it here again. And in side control, it really helps to have that. Side control's kind of a B, C tier pass position, right? You're just controlling the upper body. Your opponent's hips are free. So you really need to control the upper body to be threatening. And whether Sean understands that conceptually, he's definitely performing it here today. And I would bet his coach is teaching him that if you're going to run side control, you got to really control all the things on the upper body, both arms and the head, if you want to be a consistent threat. He's doing a really good job of that. We haven't seen him really parlay it into any close submission threats, though. He's doing a great job of getting the isolations, but he's not quite able to jump to those submission threats, right? We got Evan locking his hands. I don't know if I would prescribe that, and it seems like I was right because it got him past, right? You really want to be making strong, frames, pushing guys off you when you're in side control. And he gave him a hug, and it got him past the mount in a pretty objectively better position than side control. And the ref's going to take this good opportunity, this very resettable opportunity to drag this little duo back to the center of the mats. That was adorable. And again, we got Evan here locking his hands. Not really the move. He wants to be making lower body frames. And I'm loving Sean. He pins that arm. He's a big pinner as far when it comes to those isolations on top. He's pinning wrists with his legs, and in a mounted triangle attempt clearly is Sean here. Looks like he doesn't have lockup or good connections yet, but he does have the arm in, arm out. The angle's a little wonky, but we'll see if he can fix it to get that connection. He's pulling the head, which is, head collapse is a fundamental of all arm in chokes except for the head and arm choke. But I would like to see better neck connection, because the pit of his knee, the bend of his knee is right on the neck, so he's not quite getting that neck cut off. Oh, but he manages to pull it off with the head collapse. Beautiful job. Dominant performance by Sean.
Your winner by submission.
Next up to that, Lawson Brian Crusoe. Lawson Brian Crusoe.
Chris Array, a brown belt on a Riverside submission. Looks like he's in Missouri by way of California. So he's a California boy at heart, but he's Missouri now. He's going up against Lawson Grime, a blue belt out of Adams Jiu-Jitsu, Toledo, Ohio. Lawson has a 64% submission rate. Now at blue belt, that's not super telling, depending on how much he competes. Looks like Lawson's going to be on the right. Chris is going to be on the left. So far today, about 50-50 we've borne out that belts are fake. So I wouldn't look too much at these belts. We're going to have to see. Looks like Lawson and Chris are both very comfortable on the feet, both looking to win that upper body fight, looking for that inside or that outside position past the hands. Chris getting that underhook, and he chooses to sit with that. I don't know if that was like a real sit or he was maybe feeling out a little sacrifice throw there. I think it was probably just more of a sit. And again, we're seeing this theme. Lawson jumped kind of to the upper body. He's like, you still have a guard in, but I can access your upper body. I'll use that connection to pass. We can't slam. Interesting that Chris is going to cling in this kind of koala guard situation. You know, kind of one of the things that makes our sport look a little silly. It's well within the rules today. But if I were Chris, I mean, I guess he's here to win. So if he thinks tactically this is the move for him, that's going to be the move, and it really is on Lawson. I mean, he should be able to shake Chris off. But Chris with a decent little bite on the arm here. As he falls, if we get a posture break, we could see that arm isolated. Now it's irrelevant because it didn't happen. We have Chris opting to put his back on the mat here after that kind of slipped off and just go to a more classic close guard situation. I'd like to see Lawson, again on top here is Lawson. I'd like to see Lawson building that space, right? We need classic 101, right? Get that distance from the upper body, get that posture. Because close guard really only works if they can get you low, right, and get those isolations, and it's not a super strong lower body connection. Ooh, I may have spoke too soon because he transitions to the close guard armbar, one of my least favorite moves, but we'll see if it plays out here. We'll see if Chris can get the extension on Lawson's arm. We can't see. It looks like Lawson's doing a very good job of stacking. He's got a knee on the face of Chris. It's going to be tough. Lawson's going to have to be smart. He's going to have to keep those hips overhead, right? Keep that stack going so we can't extend, and Chris decides to bail on it. Looks like Lawson's base and fundamentals we're feeling good. And we got Lawson's coach calling for posture, which I believe is correct. But we really need head higher than hips. And he does a good job. That knee in the butt standing. Don't do it on the ground, folks, but knee in the butt standing is the way to open the close guard. On the ground, it's fake. We got Chris, excuse me there, folks. Chris with a good little reverse De La Riva hook here. Probably threatening to go under for that leg entanglement. You can see him reaching for that far leg a little bit. But he's like, oh, maybe I'll take upper body. And he says, screw it. We're going to stand back up, and we're going to see who can scrap. Ooh, very interesting. Lawson opts to sit. Lawson opts to sit, showing he's comfortable. He says, my guard game, my defensive game on the bottom is strong, and I can catch you from there. We got kind of an E-shield situation here. Lawson fishing for that far side Kimura connection, looks like, but he might be hunting for that arm in between. He might be being sneaky. Maybe even that arm crunch on the far side. Tough to say what he's thinking, but he definitely has some strong guard connections. If he can get a good bite on the upper body, he's going to be in a good position. It sounds like from what the coaches are saying, Lawson's going to be looking to go to the legs, and here it is, right here. Yep, exactly. So it looks like he's going to get the hip bite. We'll see if he can get that leg extended. He has a bite on the heel, and he gets the tap. Ladies and gentlemen, Lawson Grime with the upset. The blue belt submitting the brown belt. Ladies and gentlemen, this tournament should be called Belts Are Fake. CJ is my boy. He's a black belt out of Pedigo. He is in Mount Vernon, and he is going against Jacob Lamb, who is a purple belt out of Logos Jiu-Jitsu in Denver, Colorado. Fun fact, he won gold at Tap Cancer Out, Jacob Lamb. Which Tap Cancer Out, great organization. They donate, I believe they are a 501c3. That's a charity donating all their profits to cancer research. Shout out to Tap Cancer Out. Here's the one thing I believe they are only doing gi tournaments, which is lame. They should do some no gi. I will strangle some people to fight cancer if Tap Cancer Out starts doing no gi tournaments. We got Jacob here on your left and CJ Murdoch on your right. CJ starts most of his matches with an anime-style power-up, which is always funny when it's juxtaposition with him immediately sitting guard. We'll see if that plays out today, or we'll see if my no-pulling propaganda has got to him, and it has not. He says he does not like Sam's no-pulling propaganda. I'm going to sit immediately. Oh, but it was a trick. It was a trick to get Jacob to come down to his level and see if he could sit up and catch that front headlock. And now CJ might be showing us that he's been working on his takedowns. I know CJ can take people down. He's just a gamer at heart and a tactician. He was working his heavy hands, and Jacob didn't like it. Jacob chose to sat. CJ immediately on that upper body pin, almost passes, feels the leg entanglement, sits back, and I'm 3 to 4 seconds behind the action here, folks, because it's spooling up. We got Jacob falling back to that supine position, looking to retain, back up to seated, which is going to be a little bit stronger for him, but it does allow CJ access to his upper body. And there we go. We got CJ looking for that upper body connection, but Jacob going underneath, threatening the leg lock to the point where CJ felt he needed to back out. Loving CJ's little rat tail he's running today. Battle of the hair. How have I not commented on the Flaming Hot Cheetos shirt? It's the most ghetto fit for a grappling tournament I have ever seen. I'm loving it. Oh! CJ goes for the foot sweep, and it looks like kind of Jacob wasn't too committed to standing up anyway. He's like, fuck being standing. It looks like Murdoch keeps trying to kind of get that pass and then just shelf that near side leg and sit back to the leg. He seems like he doesn't really care about the pass. He's using the pass to get that little shelf inside position to sit back on an inside heel hook, which I would not be surprised if he catches at some point here in this match. Seems like he can almost pass at will. Not to take anything away from Jacob, but we've had multiple passes here. And that being said, they were kind of near passes, and again, they're just really to set up Murdoch, CJ's sit back on the leg, and he does it again here, and now we're in kind of one of these butt leg pummeling situations. Jacob trying to go under, get that kind of backside thigh position. That's where you're going to see all your bolos and crab rides come out of. Doesn't really amount to anything. CJ's going to be pretty aware of that game. Some good dexterity from Jacob. He's managing to get his legs back in the game here pretty frequently. Thought about that arm saddle, but couldn't really get a good bite on CJ's arm. The ref's going to reset us in the middle here. Looks like CJ is kind of setting the pace, but Jacob is by no means out of the match. He's making great connection, or he's making great lower body connections, keeping those threats alive, forcing Murdoch to back all the way out when he's made progress. Murdoch kind of owning top position here. Interesting that Murdoch is choosing to kind of stay on his knees. Ooh, and he gets the body lock, and maybe that's why. immediately stands up. He did not like that rubber guard connection Jacob made. He wanted out of there immediately. And I get it. Rubber guard can be low percentage, but if a guy knows how to play it, it's a pretty strong bite. Being very aggressive is Murdoch on stripping those upper body frames and then trying to kind of win that upper body fight. Looks like Jacob's really going to be using his dexterity and his flexibility to kind of come out of those half-passed positions and get back on the re-attack on the legs. Both men opting to stand back up. I'm loving seeing these very heavy guard players opting to stand back up. We're not seeing that out of, and I'm friends with CJ and I've seen him compete for years. I wasn't seeing him stand up, take opportunities to stand up like this in the past few years, and I love watching competitors' games evolve, especially as the metas evolve for different rule sets. And this is one of those rule sets where, top position is a deciding factor if we don't have any strong submission attempts. So it's smart for players to stand back up here and be willing to take the top position. See if they can get something done on this hand fight on the feet. They're mostly fighting just at the hands. Ooh, nice little slide by attempt by CJ, countered by a level change from Lamb. CJ shuts it down though, gets to the head. Looks like CJ found a leg entry off that. He missed the first one, missed the second one, but decided to take top off the leg entries. Jacob doing a good job. Jacob's got a decent little bite on that underhook. Solid lower body connections. CJ sits back, though, is able to kind of neutralize all those connections. Ooh, Jacob pulling into that, looking for that rubber guard again. We got an over-under passing situation. I think CJ didn't like his one-in, one-out. I'm guessing a guy who runs rubber guards got a decent catch on a triangle. That was probably smart of CJ to pull out of that situation, even though he had decent leg control. Seeing CJ, we're hearing the Pedigo guys in the corner going, hey, which they're kind of famous for hyping up their athlete, probably intelligently a little bit trying to inform the judge's decision, not, part of the game, right, making it sound like your guy is winning, which I wouldn't necessarily argue with at this point. CJ's been on top for the majority of the match. He's had some leg entries. No one's really had a strong submission threat. Nothing that I think that the referee here is going to be scoring as a strong submission threat. So right now, CJ is probably in our lead with ride time on top. And it seems like he is aware of that and aware of the rule set, because right now he really made Jacob put him on bottom. But Jacob right there collecting the leg makes CJ play bottom here. CJ running kind of a modified Williams guard. Oh, looking to run a little rubber guard of his own. Let's see if he can get one of those hands off of him and on the mat, right? So with Jacob's hands on CJ, it's going to be very tough for CJ to run a really good threat. But if he can get one of those hands off of him just like that, now CJ's in on a threat. Now CJ was in on a triangle for a moment. Again, I don't know if the ref's going to call that as a strong attempt. I don't think that's strong. But it is the closest we've seen here in the match today. Jacob on that kind of backwards inverted guard that we've been seeing people catch A blocks out of. We'll see. Really the high ground at this point, which Max Sterry out of Road and Fitness is going to love that we saw a little bit of high ground here today. CJ doing a good job of collecting that leg that we're seeing right in front of us and stretching it out so it can't wrap him up as well. CJ kind of getting the better of this position. Looks like he's going to find chest to back. And he doesn't quite do it, but he gets the pass off of it in the side. Trying to use that neon belly to, runs out of time. Go to our ref for the official decision. I think I know how I'd score that one, but I'm not out there today. We'll see how it works. And I would agree with our ref on that decision for a winner of CJ Murdoch.
Next up from that, Connor Wolf, Jordan Mills. Connor Wolf, Jordan Mills.
Jordan Mills is a buddy of mine, famous for his buggy chokes. He actually put a guy to sleep in a double buggy. I'm sure you guys saw that on the socials. Was awesome. Did some finger guns to the camera right after. He's a very interesting grappler, very catchy. We'll see how he does here against Roman. Not gonna try and pronounce that last name. Oh, I apologize, folks. It is not Jordan against Roman. I was reading my bracket wrong. It's Jordan against Connor Wolf. And we're right into the action here. Wolf on top. Not surprised Jordan's playing off his back. That's his game. He's looking for that overhook bite. He's got that double inside position, does Jordan. Wolf doing a good job at denying that upper body connection. Trying to kind of back out because I think he feels Jordan. Jordan wants that upper body bite. He wants that upper body bite. Blue belt versus blue belt here. You love to see it. Both these guys, very high submission rate. Connor out of Evanston, Illinois, representing Saffron, BJJ. Jordan out of Cedar Valley Jiu-Jitsu in Waterloo, Iowa. And looks like Jordan is on some good connections on the upper body. He gets those ankles crossed off of that high guard position. Very nice. We'll see if he can pop an arm out. He's going to be able to threaten these triangles, and he might even get that dead orchard both arm in triangle. Looks like that's what he was going for off this kind of rubber guard series. Wolf does a good job of popping out, which is really in the rubber guard. You got to find that opportunity to pull out, pause. Jordan again looking for those kind of good connections, trying to pull him in. And in on a leg is Jordan here. See if he can get a bite on the hips. He opts to control that secondary leg and kind of get some position out of it. Probably going to look to bite on that other hip now. And yeah, that's what it looks like. He's trying to bite on the hip of the leg he's attacking. Looks like he lost the original foot, is now on the other foot in a 50-50 position here, but he's got it turned to the outside, so he's definitely at an advantage. In 50-50, if you can turn either way, you're going to get an advantage. Turning inside generally seems to be the consensus for attacking the heel hooks. Going outside for the straight ankle is tough, but it's definitely doable. And now they're in a more true 50-50 position with both players on their butt. If either player can turn to the inside here and slip their knee, they're going to have a huge advantage. Jordan opts to take top position here, which is tough in the 50-50 because if you're not careful, your knee can be in a compromised position, and it's hard to actually like sprawl out of and take a true top position. You can get on top, and you're seeing that same kind of knee interaction there as Wolf thought about coming up, but his own leg is tangled up in a way that you can hurt yourself if you come up in that position. So 50-50 really locks you into kind of attacking the legs. It's an interesting situation in that. A lot of leg entanglements are a little bit more liberal in how you can attack the back. And it looks like Jordan's trying to catch that secondary leg, which in a lot of these situations where that secondary leg is available, you want to get control of it, get it out of the equation, or even attack it. Jordan doing a good job of maintaining his figure four, which is going to keep him pretty safe. And hard to tell now with the ref, but Jordan actually does have his knee line cleared to the inside, so he's got a pretty strong advantage in the leg department. It looks like Connor Wolf on top here is going to look to threaten that front headlock that I've been glazing all day. The problem here is in this 50-50 position, you can see that foot on top of Jordan's. The shin of that foot is going to allow too much distance, I think, to make that front headlock a legitimate threat. And we saw that on the reset kind of play out pretty quickly. And we're back in on the legs. Ooh. Wolf doing a decent job of attacking that foot, and they both opt to kind of say, screw this 50-50. Looks like we're pretty evenly matched here. Let's go back to passing guard situation. Jordan running one of my least favorite guards. I was under a De La Riva black belt for a long time, and it is very low percentage, no gi. But Jordan's a very good guard player, so I wouldn't be surprised if he makes it work for him. But it looks like he did give up the front headlock, which again, goated connection, the front headlock. And it ends him on bottom right. This is not where you want to be. You got your guard in technically, but you're pinned. But yeah, see, you're pinned, and it just gives the other guy a lot of mobility. But here's the thing, Jordan is tricky. Look at him. He got a little bit of space, and he's like, bitch, no, I'm back in on the legs. All right? And if he gets that bite on the hip, that Wolf is doing a good job of controlling that free foot, so Jordan can't bite on the hip. But if he gets that bite on the hip, and he's belly down, in a very good position to break that foot. There, and he does it. Beautiful job by Jordan.
The winner by submission. Next up to the mat, Ramon Namareno.
We got Ramon, apologize, I said it wrong in the last match, and I said his name wrong. We got Ramon, he's a blue belt out of Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, Kentucky. Located in Jeffersontown, Kentucky. He's got a 57% submission rate. And then we got an Elijah, who is a blue belt out of 10th Planet Lombard, local guy. Lombard really is kind of the name for submission grappling here in the Chicagoland area. We'll see how well he represents. Again, belts are fake, but we got 2 blue belts. We got Ramon here on the left in the black rash guard, and Elijah on the right in the gray fit. Representing Christ on the shorts, you love to see it. Right away, these gentlemen looking to win that kind of collar tie, inside-outside position and change. Ramon kind of goes for maybe a half-ass sacrifice, throw a little bit more of a pull, gets to that half guard. He's got good head height. Well, he had good head height. But he gave Elijah the opportunity to get his head as well. So obviously, both got the head, one guy's on top. Who's going to win that? Elijah, and he does. And he passes off it right away, almost overpasses back into the guard, does Elijah, but he manages to secure this position very nicely. Looks like he's doing a good job of almost like shelving that near side leg to not allow Ramon to move his hips. Ramon looking for his frames. Ramon looking for that little Nogi baseball bat choke there for a second that my boy Scott Severite pioneered in the early 2000 teens, but Elijah on the back already, really dominating this match. His coach is calling for a boot, but I think Elijah's looking for the twister. He says, fuck that, coach. I'm not taking the bag. I'm twistering this guy. And he is. He's hunting for the twister. Beautiful work getting under that arm. He's just got to get his whole body basically in front of that arm that he's working to isolate, right? He needs to get that arm that he's working to isolate behind him. And then if he can do that and catch the head, he's going to break this guy's spine. And look at that. He gets his head through. Very nice. Can he catch the head? Can he catch the head? Room's electric. We want a twister. How are we going to get it today? Is Ramon going to survive? Can he free his legs? And he's got it right into the top, ladies and gentlemen. The blue belt out of the local 10th Planet Lombard submission hub here in the Chicagoland area gets an early twister.
Next up to the mat, Christopher K.
Castrovello. So this match we got Cass Crivello, a blue belt out of Rosano Academy, also a hometown boy here in Chicago, Illinois, he is a blue belt going up against another blue belt in Chris KR. He is unaffiliated. Always interesting to see an unaffiliated fighter. I know in the MMA sphere we see unaffiliated as cans. That tends to be a little less true in jiu-jitsu. He's out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. His fun fact is he's a training partner to Caden Benz, who was, I believe, in our last bracket. Right off the bat, both guys looking for an upper body connection. Looking for that takedown, good wrestling. We got a great level change. I believe that's Chris with our level change. And he gets an overhook. It looks like, a blue belt clearly. This is Chris. Cass. All right, forgive me, folks. That is Cass who is attacking, clearly with some sort of wrestling background, which, again, belts are fake. Coaches hate giving wrestlers the belts that they deserve for the skill on the mats that they have. Not saying that's necessarily true of Cash's coach. Don't want to get him in any trouble. And it looks like he did fall off the front, getting a little greedy with that back attack.
Let's go.
Looks like Christopher's going to look to try and get back in the game. Cass, the wrestler, sitting here, but obviously ployed just to get up on the single, run the pipe, but he lost that dominant position, ended up on bottom, but with the sit of Christopher, Cass ends up back on top here. Chris running an interesting little weave there on the arm. Probably not going to amount to anything, but it definitely slowed the action down. We got a good body lock bite from Chris. Head throw attempt from Cass, to counter it. And normally I would advise against head throws, but man, if it works, it works. And it did work. He's managing to maintain this pin. Looks like he's going to try and stuff that wrist for that sick little Americana you can do with your leg. The Boss Rutan special, as we called it. It's a chest compression, and he gets it! Ladies and gentlemen, I haven't seen that since my white belt days in the UWO Jiu-Jitsu Club room. Damn, 2 really cool submissions in a row. And that is our wrestler, and just to confirm, that was Cass.
Next up to the mat, Alan Huntley, yellow breakaway.
Well, 2 phenomenal subs in a row. You don't see chest compressions. We used to call that one the Boss Rutan special. I love to see it. We have Alec, a blue belt, also out of 10th Planet Lombard, another hometown boy. We just saw his teammate hit that twister, if you don't remember. Looks like he's going to be on the right. And Diallo is a brown belt from the Lab MMA. Very good MMA gym. Oh, it's a different The Lab, I believe. Location, Virginia. He's on the left. I just got confirmation. It's not the Lab out of Arizona. Wonder if they're affiliated. I suppose we'll find out. We got some really good aggressive wrestling from Diallo right off the bat. A little slide by to foot sweep attempt. Another slide by, same attempt. He gets like a good knockdown or almost knockdown there, but he didn't really chase it. So it looks to me like he's going to want a clean takedown. But this is going to be a good match, boys. These boys are scrapping on their feet, and I love to see it. Oh, and one of the coaches just called for a sit. Pretty gay, but that's all right. It looks like it's going to work out for him. Got in on the legs. Coach said something like wrestling doesn't give us something. I'm like, it gives you a dominant position, but that's all right. We're going to see if they're going to, again, make me eat my words. See if our Lombard hometown boy can use this seated guard to enter the legs, which seems like the goal. Diallo looking for that front headlock. And again, I'm telling you guys, if you can grab the front headlock while you're passing, you're stupid not to do it, because look at that. We got a pass, and it could have been a submission threat. We're chest to chest, north-south. Diallo doing a great job of getting off his back, but we're in on the front headlock. The goated position of grappling. It's the back without the extra steps. In on a good guillotine, and we get the tap! And I hate to do it, I love the Lombard boys, but that's what you get for saying wrestling isn't going to help. Because clearly, that dominant position got him on that front headlock.
Next up to the mat, Corey Barnes, Richard Haynes. Corey Barnes, Richard Haynes.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not familiar, in the back we got an awesome brand, Go Forth brand. They are out of, I believe, just the next town over near Rockford, Illinois. Super cool brand. Check them out on Instagram, on their website, all that stuff. We got 2 returning winners from the first round. We got Richard Haynes on the right, and we got Corey Bounds on the left, both blue belts. Richard, another, I don't know if we spoke to this, another unaffiliated blue belt, which is always interesting. That either means that they're training all over, or, a lot of them are students. Oh, yeah, okay, that's awesome. Jumping for the triangle. I know, low percentage. But hey, we're here to get shit done, and if some dude's going to sit in front of you, you might as well take advantage of that positional advantage he's going to give you and do something a little risky. Obviously, if they have really, really good leg entry, stuff like that, it can bite you in the butt, but Richard really setting the pace here on top. Richard also using that little shelf thing from side control that we were seeing CJ do before. It's like he was thinking about maybe sitting back on that inside heel hook, but I think he wanted to pass. Another low percentage, but fun to watch cartwheel pass. Got the momentum going though, right? And it looks like he's going to use that momentum to not quite pass, unfortunately. Oh, there he gets it. I spoke too soon. These guys are really good at making me eat my words today because he does get the pass. Looks like he's got an arm isolated there. Let's see if he can do anything with it. We got Corey stepping over, getting his guard back a little bit there. And, ooh, almost running like an octopus guard kind of underhook. Didn't use it in a traditional way. Swam in front of the face, almost like meat hookish style, and tried to get some chest to back off it. Some back connection. Didn't work out. Richard got back over the arm and into a more traditional kind of like backstep passing situation. And we switch top and bottom here with Corey getting up, getting his base back under him. And Haynes with double inside position, looks to enter the legs. He bites the hip. He's on the hips. Oh, he loses it. It seems like he just kind of conceded that. He must have wanted that leg to help him come on top, and it looks like that's what's going on. And he's sitting back. That's Richard is sitting back on a leg entanglement here. It doesn't look like he has a great bite. It actually looks like he doesn't have a great bite. He was able to twist the leg, but because he didn't have the hips, Corey just rode with it to top position. Now he has the hips. Now Richard has the hips. Corey really trying to strip that leg that we can see in front of us to in front of him so that he can reattack, and he does manage to get that reattack going. Oh! Very nice catch on that reattack. I couldn't quite tell if that was the heel slipping to the inside for the Aoki or the straight. Either way, we have a win for Corey Barnes with the counter regular.
All right, next up to the mat, Chase Johnson with Angel Zone. Chase Johnson with Angel Zone.
This one's easy for me, folks. Both these boys are right next to each other on the sheet. We got McKay, right, reminder, he is a blue belt out of Flow BJJ in Indiana, going against Chase, a blue belt out of Queen City Grappling in Middletown, Ohio. Both out-of-state boys here. Chase is our 17-year-old on the right in the LBX kit. McKay on the left in our ranked blue belt rash guard. Folks, let us know in the chat, what do you think about ranked rash guards? I think they're gay. I think rank is fake. Let us know what you think. We got both opponents honestly kind of wanted to sit, but our 17-year-old beat us to it, and he inverts to try and get to that leg entanglement position. If I remember right, he was a big fan of riding the back of the thighs in those paws, in those bolos, in those crab ride situations, off those inversions. We'll see if he can make that work for him. Now he's going for a little bit more classic double inside leg entry, and he looks like he manages to parlay that into top position. All right. And he's doing a good job of kind of chilling here in headquarters, stapling the leg. He's going for that tripod passing, which I know Joseph Chen was popularizing that out of the B team a couple of months ago. I haven't seen it pop up on the scene a whole ton, but it's definitely making its way into the scene. I think the problem is you have so little control of the lower body. It's very much, I'm going to pin your upper body, and it's going to be, does that pin give me enough hip mobility to do all my big step overs and stuff? But we have our 17-year-old Chase on top here in the LBX kit, bailing on it, going for a little bit more traditional passing. He's kind of shelving that leg that is in the half guard. He's making that his control. He's keeping that leg. He's saying, I'm going to try and get to your upper body for a front headlock attack. Who would have thunk it? We'll see if he can get it. We got McKay doing a good job of maintaining those frames so that our 17-year-old on top here can't quite get to the upper body. I keep calling him the 17-year-old. I'm having to look back at my sheet. It's Chase. Chase Johnson, who's impressed me so far here today. He's a man after my own heart. I had a 17-year-old competing. He's 18 now. Beating up all the black belts last year. So I love to see a young teenager just freaking beating up guys out of their age class, out of their rank. Looks like Chase is having a little bit of trouble passing that knee shield though. Oh, so and he says, screw passing, I'm going to sit back on a leg. It looks like he was going to go for like kind of that double, both legs in kind of double legs over leg entanglement, but it didn't work out for him. He couldn't get his legs over, and McKay did a really good job of getting on the ankles with his hands and then trying to kind of run those butterfly hooks in that old school, I want to say it's not Kiss of the Dragon, but that it might be that back attack where you kind of make them plug. Ooh, he catches a toe hold, does McKay. Loses the toe hold, but he is above the knee. If he can get that foot to one side or the other without letting that knee line clear, he could have gotten a heel hook attack, but he wasn't able to keep that knee line. McKay comes on top. McKay's doing a really good job of splitting this half guard now. I think he felt that knee shield, and he's like, I don't like that. It's a pain to pass. I don't want to let you get it. McKay does manage to catch that knee shield here, though. Ooh, uses it to, now he's trying to go backside. He's trying to go crab ride, trying to attack the back, and he's doing a good job. He gets chest to back. Very nice reversal of momentum here for McKay. Let's see if he can get his hips up, and he can't. So that's a big thing in those scrambles. Head height and hip height are paramount. You win those by controlling your partner's head and hips, so they're slower on the gun to get head height. But it looks like McKay got a little greedy there and fell off the front. We're back to this knee shield. It really is Chase's problem here is he keeps having to address that topside leg. That topside leg of McKay is just really, really sticky. And you saw him coming into this position a second ago. He was on the foot. He was like, I really don't want this to fucking touch me, but it's touching. You got McKay's coach calling for an elevation. It looks like he wants to get back on that kind of path of attack the leg / get behind the thighs for those bolos, those crab rides, which is smart because it looked like he did have a good bite on that. If he could get a little bit more composure on another back attack like that, not get too high, and there he goes. He goes for it again. But it looks like Chase is wild too. That's the problem, is you can have a really good game if someone gets wise to it. They'll be able to defend it. Now he needs to get that leg off to one side, like right away, because while they're rolling around, Chase is able to clear that knee line. He gets it off to one side, and he does a really good job of collecting that second leg with his feet and then his hands right away. That's what you need to do in these situations where both legs are available, these inside leg lock positions. Going for the Texas Cloverleaf, right? Because catching that far side leg provides you opportunity to not only submit with it, but it means the other leg can't help free yourself. But here we go, another counter leg lock, just like the last match. Chase slipped his foot out, and now he's in a position to possibly attack. Hard to tell what's going on from our angle here, but it looks like Chase is a little bit on the better end of it, and he is. He's about to get some heel exposure. He doesn't have any hip bite, though, and he's about to lose the knee line, so these threats aren't really going to be huge. It's again, another match where it's tough to be the ref here. Which submissions do you guys think should have been counted as close? And remember, it's not like Naga where you get a point every time you like wrap up the head and they're calling it a guillotine. It's like the guy had to take defensive action, right? And that's a tough line in these leg lock situations because it's also position. So it's escaping the leg lock position to defensive action. Hard to, ooh, we get another crab ride here. Awesome to see McKay kind of pulling some tricks out of Chase's own book, and he didn't get the back take, but he used it to get top position. It seems like McKay, all right, here's an eco term for you guys. He's got a little bit of an attractor well for being on bottom, which I would have liked to see McKay sticking out on top there for a minute, because right now, if it goes to decision, I haven't been keeping close track of the subs. Chase has definitely been on top more often. So if it goes to dominant position, Chase has got the match won. So McKay's really, in this rule set, missing out on an opportunity for an advantage here. But he uses this arm saddle to get into a really deep arm bar. Ooh, we got some J-Rod-esque, R.I.P. Goonrod, J-Rod-esque escape from Chase. Back into this knee shield position. Does a really good job of getting those double inside position. We'll see if he can use this kind of almost X guard. Now it really is a true X guard to step over for the legs exactly. Catch that heel. It looks like he has the heel. The grip doesn't look super strong, but he definitely has the heel. He has the hips. He has the leg twisting. Ooh, the heel pops out. I probably would have tapped to that, but we got a young, hungry guy here. He doesn't want to lose out on that opportunity for $1,500, and they run out of time. I think that last attack by McKay was the closest we got, but we'll see how the ref was scoring those other attacks. And that's how he sees it as well. I believe that heel hook attempt really probably made it for McKay.
Next up to the left, Justin Clemens, Dominique. Justin Clemens, Dominique.
Okay, this is a rematch. Heath said, quote, "I'm looking to take his fucking head off." So Heath, interesting guy. IG has UFC in it. He is an active fighter, not in the UFC. Interesting. But I'm going to follow him. He's the owner of his gym here in Fort Wayne, Submission Fighting. And he's taken on a black belt out of Black Market BJJ in Defiance, Ohio. Cool name for a town. And we have our black belt sitting, and again, that's Justin for you folks at home, sitting guard. We'll see. We got a little bit of an age discrepancy here. I'm going to check and see who won the first match. So Flemons, our black belt who sat guard, won the first match, and he's in on a good inversion into the legs. Looks like Dominic learned his lesson. I'm not sure how he lost the first match, but he backed out smartly. Justin now in that close guard situation. Again, guys, close guard's all about, can the top guy create distance from the upper body, or is the bottom guy going to be able to get a bite on the upper body? Close guard is basically used to pull someone in so you can get a bite on the upper body. Then you have to open your close guard to do almost any submission. There's a few exceptions to that, but basically the close guard just pulls people in to make that upper body connection. And it looks like Justin has that upper body connection, and you saw right there. He had to open his guard. He needs to open his guard to get those better foot connections and now shin connections to the rubber guard to make it actually a threat, right? And so it looks like even though he's using close guard, he's either whether he understands or he's just practicing really good guard fundamentals here. He's doing a good job of attacking this rubber guard. He's got both hands out. I train with a guy named Zach McLeod. He's probably one of the best rubber guard guys in the Midwest. And I can tell you from personal experience, holding that body lock when you're this deep in these rubber guard series is a mistake. You need to find a time to back out. You need to stack to prevent the submission, to prevent those little transitions they make, and then find a time to pull out. That's really the strongest path. If you can't beat the leg that isn't engaged in the rubber guard. And again, we got a body triangle, something I would be normally roasting people for using, but he is doing a good job of making upper body connections. And now Dominic manages to back all the way out. And I think what Dominic would be smart to do here is to pass a little bit more upright, a little bit more on the feet, a little bit less pressure passing, not give Flemons on bottom here an opportunity to close his close guard, because it's going to give Flemons, who's the older grappler here, the time to kind of make those slower connections. And I think Dominic would be smart to keep this a little bit more of a dynamic game. Dominic does not want to allow any sort of leg entanglement. He doesn't want to let it get close, which is, that's tactically really smart. If he feels that's going to be a big threat, you don't want to get yourself lulled into playing another guy's game and being like, all right, I'll leg lock with you, but except for you get the advantage by starting the way you wanted, right? So I think it's smart play here, but it does, Dominic is being a little cagey here. He at some point does need to engage, and we heard his corner just say, find your game, and I agree, right? He needs to start working how he passes at the gym every day, start getting into those things, but he's an MMA fighter. He might not be training with a bunch of guys who play a super supine, heel in your own asshole style retention-y guard. He might not have a ton of reps on that. It can be tough, even if you understand that fundamentally your game should still work and will still work against that. When you're not getting that feel, that read that you do in the gym, it's hard to commit to those passes. It looks like he's looking for a one big kind of throw-by pass, or he's looking to get into some position that he's really comfortable with, and it's not working for him because Fleming is in on the legs again. Really not a good threat, but every time Dominic commits to a harder, pass, like really gets in on the pass, Fleming tends to be able to get in on the legs.
3 minutes.
It's reminding me of my rounds with my buddy up in the cities, Brandon Bergeron, runs a very similar game. Very heels in your own butthole, very hard to pass guard. But if you give him an inch, he's going to elevate you into a submission. And I'm just out here trying to find a good pass. And it can be tough. It can be really frustrating because you're on top and you're like, But like even, all right, so our rules, right? On dominant position is supposed to be deciding these, but I think right now, if the match ended right now, it'd be very tough to give this match to Dominic, even though he's been on top and there haven't been a ton of good threats. Justin seems to be the aggressor, even though he's off his back, which I hate to say it. That's not a style that I love. But if it works for you and you're in a tournament and you're trying to win money, you're not going to try and reinvent the wheel. And clearly, Dominic is put off by it. He doesn't like what he's seeing in front of him every time. So here we go. He's getting into pass again, and every time Justin makes a decent connection, he's backing out. What I think Dominic needs to do is he needs to be in there and he needs to be more comfortable fighting those connections, right? I need to be at range and I need to win the connection fight. I can't just get my good connections. I can't just get my front headlock, my underhook, and assume the fight's going to be over. I should say match is going to be over there. You almost caught me slipping, boys, calling the jiu-jitsu match a fight. He needs to get in there and for lack of a better term, fight the fight. Here he is. I think he's going to do it, and he says, screw it, I'm going to sit on something. He's going to sit on something. He came in saying he was going to rip this guy's head off, and it seems like he's trying to catch this guy, and Fleming is on a leg. He has the hip. He doesn't really have good extension yet, but he's turning towards the mat, which is a good sign. And we do get Dominic managing to kind of free that bottom leg, get out, doing a very good job. I mean, Dominic he clearly feels where the threats are, and he's not letting them happen. But he's going to have to make something happen. I love that very aggressive sit. I'd like to see more of that. I think if he changed some of that together with his probably advantage in athleticism, he could really start to put the pace on. But at this time, we have 41 seconds left in the match. Or I'm sorry, I'm a little bit behind you guys. 36 seconds left in the match, and I just don't know if he definitely doesn't have time to wear him out, and I don't think he's going to be able to turn this around. He's going to have one really strong submission attempt, because we've only had one strong submission attempt from Fleming so far. Dominic needs to even it out. If he has one strong sub attempt, he can maybe get the ref to say he was on top the whole time. But even that might be a stretch. It's going to be very tough. Of course, we would love to see a submission. That would be ideal. But with this short time, leg lock's really our only option. So I think Fleming has the best opportunity here. And we get a pass. And there we go, but it's too little too late. I think if we'd have rolled like that the whole match, I think Dominic really could have ripped his head off like he wanted to. We'll see how this goes. Oh, and they gave it to Dominic. Oh, no. Forgive the mistake there. They gave it to Justin. I was not looking right at the camera. His coach was very excited. I don't know if I'd have been that reactive on a match like that, personally.
Hey, boss, I'm about to head out. Thank you for the invitation. Sam, I love your videos, man.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate you. We got a fan in the house. Too bad he lost. Okay, we got James versus Mike again. Everyone, if you've been tuning in, you've seen all this before. You've seen these guys before. We got Mike on the left, a purple belt out of Aurora, Illinois, and James, a blue belt out of Austin, Texas, with the B team. We'll see. We got a sit early on from James, which I believe is how he started the last match. And he's got good inside knee position for this K-guard kind of esque entry we're working. It looks like he has a good bite on that far leg. Hard to say. Yeah, he does have a good connection on that far leg. He's just got to get his feet to where he wants them on that hip and ideally get out to the foot of that far leg, which he isn't able to do. He doesn't have the read on it. He goes back to just looking for classic connections in the guard. But now he's on the leg, and he decides to just use it for the sweep / the wrestle up here. Doing a good job kind of in a quasi-kneeling headquarters position here with the legs split. And that one inside position pretty well stuffed. Again, we see a guy going upper body before they pass the guard. And I'm telling you, that is good fundamentals. We jumped to a triangle and didn't quite secure the pass, which isn't ideal, but he's taking those pins, and you love to see that aggressive action, especially with these smaller guys. They're just so fast and fun to watch, and we got James back in on that kind of K-guard underhook leg attempt. It looks like that's one of his games. Ooh, De La Hiva hook, trying to use that to swim around to the back. Like we talked about earlier, kind of riding those thighs, and he doesn't get the back, but nice consolation prize top. Not quite mount. Well, actually, no, it is the mount. He does have that leg out on the far side, so he's in the mount right away to that isolation that we're looking at right here, that classic under the elbow, but he lets Mike get his hands back, and Mike's hands go right to the hips. Good fundamentals. So now I would say, if I was Mike's coach, I would say quit grabbing the arm. This guy's good, and Upa is not going to knock this guy over. We need to be making frames. And it looks like he's made that decision maybe a little too late now that we have that little meat hook style / wrist pin isolation. We got, forgive me, James again going for that, looking for that topside mounted triangle. Should be a very cool one to see. He loses that isolation, but again, Mike not making the smartest upper body connections, kind of grabbing onto whatever's grab onto. You got to be connected to the lower body with your mount frames. There's a few exceptions to that, but generally speaking, and now we are in that triangle. We didn't get it mounted, but he chose to concede the bottom position to get that triangle pretty well locked up. Doesn't quite have the arm collapse. He's got a good angle, and he's going to use that angle to roll it back to top position. We'll see if he can get that shoulder joint nice and collapsed. Ooh, he goes for the smother, just making it nasty, distracting him a little bit. And he is squeezing that shoulder. That shoulder's definitely putting some pressure. I don't know if it's quite choking yet. We're talking to the ref, figuring out what's exactly legal here as far as the smother / the nose pinch goes. If James angles himself a little bit toward, on your screen, it would be the scoreboard. If he can angle himself toward the scoreboard, it's going to help him with that, collapsing that arm. Just like if you're on the bottom, right? That angle doesn't really, it helps you collapse the arm. It doesn't do anything in and of itself. It helps you achieve the goal of collapsing the arm. It makes it harder for them to posture up. Obviously, posture is out of the question here for Mike. Mike really needs to find a time to explode and get on top so that he can run some more classic triangle defenses. Or if he can turn all the way he's trying to turn and kind of re-guard, for lack of a better term, on that leg, but that's going to be tough. He does manage to get on top, right? There you go. That's what you need. But that triangle looks pretty damn tight. The angle is cut. The arm looks pretty collapsed. He needs to get his hips back square probably so that he can get that posture back up, right? Just 101 triangle defense. But here's the thing. James is putting that 101 triangle offense on him, and he seems to be winning the little battles here. He's going to think about isolating that arm that's in. James is on offense here. Maybe he's just going to say, fuck it, I'll break this arm if I can get it extended or kind of crooked arm barred here. Yeah, it looks like he's going for that. And the nice thing tactically is if he gets that crooked arm bar, what a cool way to finish the triangle. Fuck the show.
Your winner by submission.
All right, back to the line. We're going to do next up to the mat. Stephen Dana, Sean Taylor. Stephen Dana, Sean Taylor.
Let's go!
All right, guys, we got Stephen Dana versus Sean Taylor. Should be a fun match. We got, let's take a look here. We got Sean on the right and Stephen on the left. Folks, if you're at home watching, whether you're bopping around town, plopped up on the couch, watching our whole event, we thank you for tuning in. It's going to be a great event. We're not even close to halfway done. So leave us on all day while you're doing your errands, while you're doing your chores. Maybe you're going to make a day of it, drink some beers, eat an edible with your buddies on the couch, hang out. However you're enjoying it, we appreciate you watching. Let us know what you think in the comment section of each of these guys. We got Sean Taylor, a blue belt out of Black Market, BJJ. A couple guys out of Black Market. And Stephen Dana, purple out of 10th Planet Atlanta. 10th Planet Atlanta is a house of hitters. I have been tapped out by one of their guys. I'm spacing on his name right now. I got armbarred from the closed guard. Very embarrassing for me. But he crushed me at a Midwest Finishers. It's just a room full of killers down there. But we do have the 10th Planet Atlanta Purple Belt Stefan sitting guard here, looking for a bite with those inside butterfly hooks. Definitely probably looking to elevate to the legs. And we got Sean being a little cagey on the feet, feeling that desire to enter. He's looking to jump to that upper body. I can feel it. I can smell it. He's looking to jump to that upper body. Dana, Stefan, our 10th Planet Purple Belt, almost kind of getting a back attack there with Sean turning his back. A little slap bump on the reset. What do you guys think? Do you guys like guys being more cordial like that in a grappling match, or do you like Andy Varela style head post and grinding it out? I can be partial to both. I mean, hug afterwards, right? Be a good sport afterwards. I tend to lean toward more the aggressive style of engagement here, especially if you want to call jiu-jitsu a fight. You'd be wrong, but that's okay. That being said, we got a very interesting argument from Nick here, our promoter. He said, if a verbal argument is a fight, a jiu-jitsu match is a fight. And, you know, not the worst case I've ever heard. Not the worst case I've ever heard. That being said, if I got in a verbal argument with you and you sat on your ass and scooted across the floor at me, it'd still be embarrassing. That being said, we got Stefan doing a great job of sitting on his butt here and trying to make a good connection. I have a feeling it is going to work out with him just from the body language of Sean being so cagey on the entries. And obviously it's a proven tactic, especially if rule sets allow for it. You definitely can win by sitting guard if you trust your submissions off your back, your sweeps, your bolos, your crab rides to those dominant positions. It really looks like at this point Sean's just Stefan is just begging Sean to come in and pass, and it looks like Sean's coach agrees here. Stefan's like, let's get this going here. And I get the frustration on top, and I get the frustration on bottom. As a guy who does not ever pull, when someone sits, it can be frustrating because they're really getting to start on their own terms. So tactically, it can really make sense. If that's where you decide to put your skill points into your guard, and the rule sets allow it, it can make a lot of sense. For these guys, and if that's the one place the guy's going to beat you, you hate to just step into their game, right? They can force you to do that. It looks like finally we got some strong entanglement. We can actually start talking about what's going on in the match, and Stefan does have access to that arm. Hard for you guys to see, but the arm is in there. The elbow is now slipped. We'll see if Stefan can either come on top or hit that far side arm, which is what he's hunting for now. The arm that you guys cannot see. It looks like he was looking for a little underhook, a saddle. Right now he's just got that kind of water cup grip on the elbow, trying to stay connected, trying to get this match going, which it is now. And, you know, I don't know if Sean needed to be so cagey on the guard pass. It looks like Sean's doing a great job now that he's in, and now he's on the attack. I think he was a little bit overestimating the danger of these guards. I will say Stefan looks very comfortable. Jumps on the back. Gets greedy, though. Second time we've seen that today, guys. You need to secure, when you have a chest-to-back connection, you need to secure the position. And you can't let your hips get higher than their hips until you're doing that to really get your boots in, right? Or you're going to fall off the front like that. That would have been a great opportunity for Stefan to lock his hands, return Sean hard, and take the back and put an end to this match. But now we're back in this kind of cagey, seated guard, standing player, kind of trying to find a good entry position, which, again, for both players can be tough. It's tough to really get your momentum going for either guy, because obviously it's hard for the bottom guy to make forward progression because he's adopting that defensive posture. And the top guy doesn't want to jump into this guy's A game, and I get it psychologically. Okay, we're back on the feet. I don't think that was going to last long. That's okay. We'll see if we can get that bite back in. I really think Sean, I know he lost the bet. He did not get the better of the last exchange, but Sean looked fine once he did engage with the guard. If Sean has a chance to win this match, he's going to have to make a move here and get in and engage with this guard, right? And I think, Stefan, the ref, Sean could try and get Stefan to get stood up, but Stefan's being, I think, forward momentum-y enough, he's scooting forward enough, he's trying to engage enough that the ref is not going to stand him up. I really don't think that he is, even if Sean just totally walked away right now. Okay, here we go. We got Sean sitting on that leg to kind of get some easy starting leg control. But already, Stefan is inside with that other leg coming over the top, gets to the inside position, almost sweeps. Stefan coming up, and I will say this is the weakness of someone who absolutely insists on playing a seated guard, is he had a great opportunity to get some momentum going, and that is Stefan, who's on bottom right now. He had a great opportunity to get some momentum going there, sitting up in that almost sweep. But if you're not willing to wrestle up into your sweeps, you're not ever going to get dominant position on someone with a good base, because sweeps don't really happen at all. Destabilizations happen, and then you wrestle up. But if you're only willing to catch people off the bottom, this is how we saw forgive me, Cade win the finals of CJI. Is his opponent refused to come up with him, and I know there's some controversy there, but if you refuse to come up with someone, you're just refusing to play a giant portion of the game. It's no different than guy on top refusing to engage with your guard. But at the end of the day, I do think this is going to work out for Stefan here. He does barely have pain. We got a good baseball grip from Stefan, just trying to yank that leg back in. Ooh, and the knee line's clear. Knee line's clear, but he switches to a straight. You do not need the knee line for a straight. And we're out of time. So we'll see how the ref calls that. Obviously, Sean was on top. Stefan probably had the better of some of the exchanges, but it probably... Oh, and it goes to the top player. And I do say, I think Stefan lost himself that match by refusing to come up on top.
Next up to the mat, Lawson Grimes, CJ Murdoch. Lawson Grimes, CJ Murdoch.
And that's where referee's decision. The referee, I'm here to say here, says he saw 2 sub attempts and one guy was on top. And yes, that's very clear to me. Obviously, the top guy was being cagey, but he's on top. The guard is a defensive position, and like I was saying, if you refuse to come up, if you refuse to come on top, pause. You're just not playing a huge part of the guard game. There's 3 ways to win the guard: submit, sweep, or just stand back up to neutral. And we got the power up from CJ, one of my favorite parts of watching CJ compete here. Looks like, I believe this is Lawson, and it is Lawson Grime. Looks like there's no hard feelings, but I think we're in for an intense match. That's what I like to see. Like, hey, we're boys, we're about to scrap, but we can kiss after. And we got Lawson beating CJ to the sit, which CJ does tend to start his matches with a sit. But like we saw in his last match, he has a strong game on the feet. A strong game on the feet, which again, as you saw in his first match as a guard sitter, his ability to stand up when it made sense to do so for him tactically was very important for winning. And that is the way the jiu-jitsu meta is going. So just putting it out there, if you're a guy who refuses to stand up and will only play off your back, I think we're going to see rule sets really, you're going to be missing out on opportunities to win. Let's just say that. In my opinion, let us know in the chat if you think I'm right or you think I'm retarded. But back to this match, we got Lawson with some strong lower body connections, looking to make that upper body connection. CJ doing a good job of owning the center line with his head. He did kind of back out there and allowed Lawson to get his knee shield back in. But something I'm loving that CJ was doing his last match as well is he's in half guard, but that bottom leg is his bottom leg right now. That's CJ's bottom leg. He's holding the bottom leg. Half guard's one of those guards where to control a leg with your legs, you can split it, surf it, turk it, or shelf it. Check out Craig Jones's instructional on that. But CJ's doing a really good job of shelfing / turking that bottom leg, so that's his bottom leg. As soon as he beats that knee shield, he's essentially in side control, but better because he has a Turk, right? And he can start working to isolate. And if you look at that knee shield, it's just barely in. right? CJ doing a really good job of fighting for inside position, really good job of owning the center line. He's catching the head here. Hard to say what's going on with Lawson's frames on that far side. We can't see it, but it looks like CJ is on the head, which again, and there goes the knee shield, right? So now we're just in basically side control, but I get a hip pin because CJ, again, see, look at that, being active with that leg. He wants that leg until it's time for him to let it go, because with that leg, CJ gets to pin your hips. We saw this develop in MMA like 10 years ago because punching makes people's grappling get better faster, right? Top chest-to-chest half guard with you with the leg is arguably as good or better position than side control. And you're seeing this. Look, CJ's working his isolations. He's not rushing the pass. He's not worried about it, right? He's looking for some knee height here. He's looking for an opportunity to slide that leg out. He's going pry bar. Now he's looking for the pass. But look, he's in it. He's going to pass right into a submission attempt because he's been in a dominant position for a minute, right? He can start working his isolations here. And when that pass is needed for that last little bit of lower body freedom, oh shit! All right, I gotta talk quieter. CJ loves CJ likes the commentary. He says I'm on point with his tactics here, and I might have just screwed him over because now Lawson's back on the frames. Going tripod is CJ up on the metas. You love to see it. Lawson able to fend it off. And again, the weakness with that tripod is it's really about giving you a lot of hip mobility and trying to use that pin to win the hip fight. But Lawson was able to get his hips back involved again. And he's running kind of not really a rubber guard, but kind of a rubber guard-esque little attempt to stop CJ from beating that far side or that right side from our perspective knee. He's trying to get over that. He's already over the foot. He's got that leg pretty well shelved. He just needs to get over that knee and be in a really good position. But Lawson doing a good job there, using that little bit of space to get his legs back, his shins back. It looks like Lawson's going to try and slip that knee to the inside to attack that leg. But look at CJ. He's on that ankle. He knows Lawson wants to pop that knees to the inside. And he's like, not if I freaking Americana your whole leg down to the mat, you can't pop it in. And he jumps to the front head. Again, just up on the fundamentals. If they let you touch their upper body, they're not using their guard right. I will say, good job of Lawson there, getting to that kind of half butterfly. Interesting that he bailed on it to go back to the shin connection. I think fundamentally a butterfly hook is stronger than a shin connection. And it looks like he made that decision right there again. And was able to see, as soon as he got that butterfly guard in, CJ felt that and he says, okay, he has too good of a connection on my lower body for me to really truly attack this lower body connection, or this front headlock. Got a nice elevation there from Lawson. Sorry, I'm a few seconds behind the action, folks. Lawson is doing a great job of being a threat here, but I'm loving seeing CJ Murdoch's passing. As a guy who I normally see play from the guard, I'm wet watching him pass right now. Very, very cool watching CJ just have this very dominating control. And look at that, he's pinning the wrist. He's like, oh, you're gonna give me an isolation on the upper body? Bet, I'll take it. I got it. We're gonna do some pre-homework so that when I pass, I'm already in an isolation, almost submitting you. I'm on it, right? But dude, and again, I'm glazing CJ, but look at Lawson doing a really good job of taking all this good passing pressure and maintaining connection. Like even there, look at how close we got. But Lawson is able to get that inside position. He's able to use that butterfly hook to keep him safe. I will say CJ is on the front headlock. He's one back step away from being a really dangerous position here for Lawson. CJ has a strong front headlock game, and looks like he decided to bail on it and maybe go to the legs, which is really one of CJ's bread and butter positions. We got short time here for these boys, just over a minute. Now, just so you know, time does not pause on resets. Time does not pause on resets. So if you're resetting, you're burning time. And I think CJ's up right now, but no one's really had a close submission threat, right? So one close submission threat, because dominant position is just a tiebreaker for submission threats. So one good isolation, and this whole match flips on its head in a second, right? right? And Lawson right here, if he can stuff that arm, he's in on a triangle, doing a good job. He's on a leg with the upper body. Let's see if he can get to the hips with his feet. See if he can get that near side knee to the inside. And he can, but CJ has got his own inside position. He got his hips out fast enough that he's on the offense. Lawson on top for the first time in this match. We'll get to see a little bit of Lawson's passing with this very short time. CJ with a little bit of a bolo roll / crab ride to get to the back. We're really trying to put something on the board for the ref here in these short minute times, right? We got less than 10 seconds here of this match. Really, I think fundamentally sound match from both these guys. I feel like at any given time, everyone was doing exactly what they should have been doing. And I think CJ probably won it with the topside position, but I'm not the ref, and I might have forgotten completely about a submission, but I didn't, and I was right. CJ Murdoch moves on to the semifinals.
Next up tonight, Jordan Mills, Elijah.
So we got my boy Jordan Mills, good buddy of mine. He hasn't whipped out his secret move, which is the buggy choke, folks. And he is going against Elijah.
I will assume correct.
With no submission attempts.
Yes, they always line up right at the end of the bracket.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right.
Explain everything.
We had a competitor looking for an explanation on a decision, and that's smart. That's smart to understand why you lost, because the cool thing about jiu-jitsu is there's a million rule sets. So it forces you to be good at a lot of different things and be a well-rounded grappler, right? If you're going to go to ADCC and you can't wrestle, you're going to have a bad time, right? And so it's good to ask, how did I lose, so that you know what to improve upon to win in this rule set next time you're here, right? Now, I would not recommend arguing with a ref. If there's clear video evidence that you should have scored a point or something, that's one thing. And I don't think our competitor was looking to argue. He just wanted to be informed. Again, this is Jordan Mills versus Elijah. We have Jordan sitting early. I'm not surprised. He is one of those players that I was giving a little bit of a hard time earlier. I don't see him wrestling up out of position a ton. He has a tricky game, but he's a blue belt. He's very early in his career. If I were his coach, I'd say, hey, no pulling guard for 6 months a year, and then bring it back. And holy shit, would you be a threat when you hit purple and brown belt to some of these old head black belts running close guard. But Jordan right off the bat with good connections. Elijah, again, a blue belt out of 10th Planet Lumbar. I believe Elijah was our guy who hit a twister. I might be wrong on that, folks. Correct me in the chat. I know it was a 10th Planet Lombard guy. But he's doing a great job on top here, Elijah, of beating that knee shield, and there it is. He beats it to the inside. Jordan was able to kind of get that shin to the shoulders again, and there's Elijah with the pin, right? And that's kind of the process of beating that half guard. We got to get past the feet, past those butterfly connections, then we're dealing with the shins. Once we're past the shins, and they're just holding on to us with our thighs, we're, again, essentially in side control, but better. Right, and another guy here, Elijah, doing a good job. If you look at that, he's turking Jordan's leg, but he gave Jordan an inch, and Jordan's in on the omoplata attack. That's the thing with Jordan, is his guard is so good that you can do everything right and give him 1 millimeter, and he's back in the game. To the point where he might tap you after the pass. And here we go. It looks like Elijah might have done some tape because he passed to side control, but he kept his north side or head side arm in the armpit, so there was no buggy choke. But we got one of the exceptions to the rule, mount escapes, where you can push on the upper body and throw those legs over top for that cool, fun leg lock entry. And Jordan's in on the legs here. This is one of his really strong spots. It looks like he's got a good connection on the far leg as well. So really at this point, he just needs to catch the heel and send his hips. He needs to stop this roll with that hook. Elijah realizes that's the problem, that hook is the problem, and he needs to be able to roll. He's on the hand fight as Elijah, which is a last-ditch effort on these leg locks. I feel like Jordan, all he really needs was that hip in, but it looks like he opts to bail on the hook, unless it was maybe that Elijah cleared the hands. But now he's on the inside, which is a little bit stronger of a finishing position, and he manages to get it. Great work from my boy Jordan out of Waterloo, Iowa. He's a matchmaker for Orbit Submission Series, not to plug a competitor, but if you're looking to stay active, Orbit Submission Series is a friendly organization.
Next up to the mat, Casper Bones, yellow break. Casper Bones, yellow break.
I was hoping you were going to say your hate. I already said it. Cass versus.
Oh, yeah, no.
We got Cass versus Diallo. Braithwaite. And then again, Diallo's out of the lab, but this is a lab in Virginia, Fredericksburg, Virginia. I don't know if that's in the DC metro area. He is a 3-time Combat Sports Report silver medalist. B team's going to be giving him a call any day now. And he is up here against Cass Ravello, who's a blue belt out of Chicago, Illinois here, training at Rosano Academy. I wonder if that's a name. I'm sure that's maybe the head coach or the owner. We got Cass in the geometric blue tealish rash guard, and we have Diallo snapping down into the front headlock. Ooh, with possibly a high-handed guillotine. If you can get your hand higher than the shoulders of your opponent, those Marcellatines, the high elbow guillotines, that Gordon Ryan guillotine, you can get the choke. And I believe that was actually a pistol choke with the fist in the throat, one of my favorites. Very nice job by Diallo.
All right, moving back to the Bantamweight division. Next up, Corey Barnes and Kate Russell. Corey Barnes and Kate Russell.
So, folks, this is the semifinals of the Bantamweight. Oh, yes. Apologies. It is the semifinals. I was right. We got Corey versus McKay. I accidentally crossed out Corey's name. I keep having trouble finding it here on my sheet, but to remind you folks at home, Corey's a blue belt out of Alliance Martial Arts in Kalamazoo, Michigan. McKay is a blue belt out of Flow BJJ. I love seeing these blue belts, these hungry blue belts, make it to these later brackets. And we immediately have a sit to the leg entanglement. And it looks like that was from Corey. But just to clarify, we have McKay here on bottom and Corey on top. Corey working that head cap quarters. We've been seeing a lot of little kind of quasi-head quarter passing, but he moves more to that kind of standing half knee cut position. Little reverse De La Riva from McKay. I got a pretty low, and I was under a De La Riva black belt for a long time. De La Riva, low percentage is fucking the gi. Not to mention no gi, but we got a little buggy attempt. A little disappointed. My boy Jordan that I've been glazing this whole time, he hasn't thrown a single buggy. That was our first buggy. I'm really hoping to see a buggy. I love it. It's just a triangle. It's just a triangle choke, folks. If your coach doesn't like it, he's a boomer. You got McKay on bottom doing a really good job of not letting Corey beat his legs, right? Those legs are staying active. They're staying connected. Oh, and I spoke to, see what I mean, though? He got past there for just a split second. And then right away, McKay's legs were back in it. If I'm remembering correctly, forgive me, we've had a lot of matches already today. This is kind of his thing. He's got very sticky legs. And he's going to let you pass and make a mistake, right? McKay on bottom here took 4th place at ADCC Chicago Open. Those Chicago Opens, all the ADCC Opens are no joke, folks. Those are very well-attended tournaments. I'm not sure what division he was in. At blue belt, I would assume intermediate, but if he's at a tournament like this, he's probably ready to start testing himself in advance. So I'd love to see where he ended up. But either way, we got Corey in on a straight, but his leg was pretty well under control. It was going to be hard for him to get a good bite and breaking mechanics on that. I think Corey does seem to be figuring out that second leg of McKay is a big problem. And he's trying to, see, McKay's trying to get it connected here, and he's kind of knee shieldy positions, and Corey was really trying to kind of cheat inside with his elbow like he is right now and just not let that arm connect. But it's tough. It's tough. It's clear that McKay is very good at getting that connection. Now McKay's in on this crab ride. Very nice transition into this crab ride. Oh, but Corey doing a good job of pulling one of the legs through. If you can ever see a leg between your legs, you can grab it and leg lock. And who takes that advice but McKay, and is in on a leg lock of his own. We'll see if he can get that leg to one side so we can start working the heel hook, and he does. Oh, and he pushes away because I feel like he felt he was in threat for a counter leg lock, so he wanted to strip his own knee, which he does. Now he's like, okay, can I collect again? But now we got Corey, and on a little toe hold action, no one's really getting bite on the hips, so I doubt the ref's going to give any of these any credence because he's a smart guy. He knows what he's seeing here. But it's clear they're both very comfortable in that leg entanglement position, which if McKay's goal is to enter the legs and his partner's really comfortable there, tactically it might be better for him to start working the sweeps, the wrestle-ups, or like that crab ride we saw earlier, and I believe in his earlier match, to take the back. That might be the better tactical decision for him to start chasing those routes instead of chasing the leg entanglement, if the partner, but then I'm just speculating now as we're back dealing with this half guard situation. And I think Corey's getting a little frustrated, nothing visibly, but he was looking maybe for that straight ankle lock up. And I think that's just him going, man, I can't, his knee shield's hard to get past. How am I going to do this? Back into this headquarters position. And we'll see if because in this headquarters position, that knee shield isn't so much an option. You're shutting down the far side leg that we can't see by kind of stapling it to the mat or getting it close to the mat. And then you're really sitting on that shin, that foot connection, and stuffing the foot, which is a great way to make those connections not as effective. The problem is if you get a little too high, they're going to elevate the shit out of you. And McKay is able to get a good bite on that shoulder, but he loses it pretty quickly. So maybe good bite was a little generous. And we're back into this knee shield position. It seems like McKay, that's his zone. He wants to catch something on the upper body off the knee shield, not being too aggressive with it, but being very sticky with it. Corey's gets close to a pass, doesn't like what he sees, and backs all the way out. That's one thing that I've been seeing a lot from these, and I don't want to say lower level guys because these guys are phenomenal. But these lower belts, as I'm seeing, something doesn't feel right, I'm going to leave and start all over instead of staying in there and taking the progress they have. Nice jump on the front headlock, and you know what I'm going to say? Based, right? And he's in on the Anaconda with the lockup. I think he's on his forearm, so think short darce, but Anaconda style. He feels that it's not going to go, tries to take the back off it, but again, McKay just really good about turning the face, getting his legs involved, and now he's on the attack. McKay's ability to turn towards his opponent and make those connections with his legs is really, really strong. It seems like to get behind or get past McKay is a tall task for Corey here. And forgive me if I was calling McKay, for Corey here, who is on the defense, trying to slip his knee. Almost succeeded, not quite, does succeed, back in on a counter leg lock of his own. McKay doing a good job of turning to kill that straight ankle and clearing his knee simultaneously so he can't transition to the heel hook. Now McKay is on a nice heel hook attempt, but loses it pretty quickly. Ooh, see, I'm liking that aggression. If Corey can keep that aggression up on top, he might start outrunning McKay's pummeling and replacing of these legs. But I think that slow, grindy passing, I think McKay must see too much of that at the gym. He must just be too tuned into that for Corey for today on these mats right now. I think Corey needs to start getting aggressive. That being said, he was on top the whole time. I have lost track of submission attempts, but if we do go to that tiebreaker, Corey's definitely going to have the advantage on the tiebreaker. He gets past there for a minute, and again, McKay's ability to turn and face and replace those legs is very impressive. Very impressive. Ooh, an interesting sit through, trying to sit all the way through to that arm. His legs caught. It's going to be really tough for him to finish this. We'll see with less than 5 seconds if we can get a submission attempt on the board for the referee to look at. It doesn't look like it's going to happen, and it is not going to happen. And we do have Corey winning the top position.
Next up to the mat, Justin Fleming, James Ortiz. Justin Fleming, James Ortiz.
if any competitors are watching, the thing to learn today is if your only plan is to catch someone from the guard and it's not working out, you need to be able to adjust. We have seen multiple athletes win because the bottom player refused to play a top game. You have to be able to play the whole game, it appears, to win in this rule set, unless you're just going to be that good at submissions, which some of you might be. I encourage you to show us that here today. But up next, we have James Ortiz, a blue belt out of B team, Justin Flemons, a black belt out of Black Market. And this time, our B team boy beats Flemons. Flemons has sat every match so far, and he was beaten to the sit by James Ortiz, who James Ortiz is also sat. We'll see if our trend here bores out, but if I remember right, yes, James Ortiz is well-rounded. He will sit, but he will come up to meet you. He will wrestle up. He will scramble with you, which is going to be the key to winning across a lot of rule sets. And Ortiz opts to sit back down, try and get some guard action going. Get it on those leg entanglements. Fleming says, bet, I will entangle with you, young man. He's going for that reverse De La Riva hook, supported by that outside hook. He's going to go under for these bolos. Whether he's going to attack the legs or the back, we don't know, because Ortiz got on a leg of his own. And he's well above the knee. He has the hips. He's caught the heel. And he taps the veteran, Justin Flemings, early in the round with an outside heel of James Ortiz from the B team. Finals for the Bantamweight bracket. So we have CJ Murdoch back on, and if you don't remember, CJ was the guy I was glazing for his passing fundamentals. So we'll see if he opts to sit, because normally he does sit. So this will be very interesting to see how he deals with Sean, and how Sean deals with either the sit or the top pressure. Sean was another one who won a match with that top position, right? CJ's a very game competitor. He goes to a lot of different events. He understands that your skill set needs to be varied enough to win in different rule sets. And it's not bad to play the rule sets. You just have to be well-rounded enough to do so. If you only have one path to victory, you're going to be limited in your success, unless you're just an absolute outlier. CJ powers up, and it seems like him using Kaioken times 10 has allowed him to stay on the feet for the first few minutes of this round. Seconds, I should say. Nothing too committed here with this upper body fight, just kind of hand fight. It looks like both guys are kind of looking for a free connection. Oh, and we get a fun jump from CJ. You love to see it transitions from triangle to the arm. Looks like he's going to have to go Umapada triangle as soon as that elbow slips out. Oh, and he decides to just take the closed guard, which is interesting. He's one of the guys who disagrees with me about the closed guard kind of being an ass position. He does tend to make it work. We'll see if he gets to tell me I told you so at the end of this match. Running a little bit of a modified Williams/modified rubber guard here. I'm not up on my 10th planet terminology. Forgive me, folks. You can define this little, that specific sequence of him getting over his own leg to that kind of meat hook connection. But he bails on it regardless. Sean here pinning the wrists. That's going to stall out CJ's options, but it's not going to get you out of the closed guard. You need to make connections to the shoulders and the head, just like he's doing now, and you need to get your head above your hips and stand up. That's what you need to do to get out of the closed guard. It's really the only way that we've seen at a high level the closed guard open, other than the closed guard opening because the bottom player chooses to open, right? And CJ is looking for, it looks like he is looking to walk up those high guard connections. And those high guard connections really aren't closed guard anymore. You're not connecting with just your thighs, you're connecting with your shins up at the shoulders. And that starts to mean now we really have real leg connections. If you can get into those high guard, those top lock, that rubber guard, those aren't really closed guard anymore. Those are those are shin to shoulder line connections. You have a lot more of your leg doing work for you, and your arms are totally free to isolate. You know, it's 4 on 2 as far as limbs versus limbs. And it looks like that's what he's looking to do. He's doing a good job of whether he's keeping Sean on top's posture down or whether Sean's choosing to go down there is hard to say. It looks like CJ's a little bit more keeping Sean's posture down. Now Sean sits back on his butt. He says, all right, I remember. You're supposed to have your head above your butt. You know, pushing on the hips, I think that's a gi thing. I don't think that really works nearly as well. I think you tend to want to be on the shoulders as the top guy in this position. I don't think pushing on the hips. You just, you know, if you can grab the pants legs, sure. Oh, then we get to that. Oh, not quite top lock. And again, I know that has a 10th planet name when you cross your feet. It's kind of a dead orchard precursor, right? Throw it in the chat. What the hell is that called? Cross your feet there. Top lock, maybe? Regardless, we're back to that original 10th planet position that I didn't have a name for, and he does exactly what it's designed to do, is isolate that head and that arm so you can work on that far side arm, stuff it, start getting a 1 in, 1 out, no 1 out for that triangle choke. Sean was able to see it coming though, square back up. Right. And Sean's a little too content, in my opinion, to hang out chest to chest. You don't want to be chest to chest in that position. Look at what it's letting CJ set up. It's letting CJ set up these isolations where he connects an arm and a leg to isolate one arm or an arm and a head, and then he gets to work on your other arm and just get it out of the way so that he can move to those triangle threads, so that he can swim over for gogoplatas and dualisms, all that fun stuff, right? You don't want, what CJ's doing right now, that's what he wants in the closed guard. He wants a very strong upper body bite so he can open his legs just like this, make better connections with his legs that will eventually lead into isolations or even directly right into submissions. This is tough though, and so this is where CJ's got to remember the rule set. I don't think he's been in a strong submission threat. We have a little less than 3 minutes to play, and right now Sean's been on top the whole time. So how we've been calling it today, Sean's winning this match. Even though CJ's like done more stuff, he's in a defensive posture of the guard, and none of the stuff was successful. He hasn't accomplished any goals with it. He hasn't swept to on top. He hasn't actually submitted yet. Right. And so he looked like he was maybe trying for a pendulum sweep again. It's 2009. I don't think that's going to work outside of the beginner bracket. But, you know, if anyone can pull it off, it's CJ. Tactically, it might make sense. I mean, CJ's getting close, so I don't want to tell him what to do. He can't hear me regardless, but I think this is the move. I think running a more open guard, a more down the legs distal connection guard, where he can get to his leg lock game. He's got a 140 left to get on a good, strong submission attempt. Now, we might have counted that jumping triangle as a submission attempt. I don't know if we call that strong. That arm bar that came off that was decently strong, though. So he might be riding on that, but I'd love to see Jay put some ride time on the clock. Oh, gamer move here. And he jumps again for this triangle. And if he's over that shoulder, which it looks like he is, I'd love to see him connect to that leg that's over the shoulder. I'd love to see him connect to that leg that's over the shoulder. It's old school 101 set up that triangle. Oh, you know what, guys? I don't think he's over the arm. I think that's why. Yeah, he's not over the arm. That's my bad. He's going to go for this high ride here and try and slip that shin in front of Sean's face so that he can attack the arm bar. That's what he's looking to do, slip that far shin in front of the face, or what he was trying to do. I mean, I think at this point, CJ needs to get on a really, really strong submission attempt. And look at that. He's digging under the leg. He's looking for a leg lock. Because if he can end this match with Sean running away from leg locks, that's a win. But right now, it's up in the air. Sean dominated top time. We don't know if the referee is going to call that early armbar attempt that came off the first jumping triangle right off the whistle. We don't know if he's going to call that. But here we go. CJ getting another one of these rubber guard-esque, Williams guard-esque, high guard kind of situations. Getting some arm isolation, but it's not quite working for him. We'll see if CJ's really trying to get something on the board here. It's clear that he feels that this is a tight match that could probably go either way. It really depends on how the ref, if it ends right now, which it does, it's going to depend on how the ref called that armbar attempt off of the jumping triangle. It seemed like a real attempt to me, but I'm not out there, and it looks like the ref does see it my way, and that puts CJ Murdoch of Pedigo Submission Fighting in the finals.
As the flat, Jordan Mills, yellow green. Jordan Mills, yellow green.
It was the look at the armbar in the beginning.
The ref confirmed that the look in armbar. That you were running high guard the whole time. That's not close guard, King.
And we were active.
Yeah, that was a very good match. CJ came over to tell me close guard's not boring. I told him he was running high guard. That's not close guard. That's the version of close guard that actually works. We got my boy, Jordan Mills. Look at this. It's going to be my boys in the finals. I got good friends. It's Jordan Mills versus Diallo. Let's see how it goes. We love to see it. Love to see my boys winning. This will be interesting. We'll see if Jordan sits again right away. I've missed the first 5 seconds of every Jordan match looking for his opponent on my scorecard here, on my call sheet here. And it looks like Jordan is opting to sit. I was about to say wrestle a little bit, sit. Looks like Diallo ran himself right into Jordan's knee there. Hopefully he's not going to get caught or anything like that. He looks fine. He's a tough guy training out of. I assume the lab, even though it isn't the lab, is an MMA gym. So I'm guessing he's a gritty guy. He knows how to scrap. He's a guy. He's got this kind of standing passing, and if I remember right, he was doing a lot of jump into front headlock, which that gets me going, gives me a chub. I love to see it, and he's doing it here again. He's doing a good job, and that's going to be a tough matchup for a guy like Jordan Mills, who's catchy, right, off the guard. Is if someone's constantly on their head and killing your posture, even if the submission threats ain't there, they're constantly on your head. It's tough to get those catches because your posture. Forgive me for repeating myself, but it seems to be playing out that way as we have Diallo in the north-south here. Jordan, again, though, he has those tricky escapes, right? If Jordan makes some good frames and gets his feet in there, and look, he's handing his foot to the hip there. He's trying to hand his foot to the hip to escape Diallo's north-south. He can turn these around in seconds, and it has been most of his matches, right? He doesn't mind being in these deep positions. Not dissimilar to like Achilles Rocha circa a few years ago, who would get in these crazy deep spots and just manifest himself into a threat out of them. Obviously different styles, but both adopting that kind of. I'm never out of the fight. I'm always one little shimmy away from being on the isolation. And we saw one goth lock earlier today, which, folks, a goth lock is when you do that like Americana with your legs from bottom, which is super cool. It looked like Jordan was looking for some isolation. You can do a lot with that isolation from bottom side control. You can step into a reverse triangle. You can hit the goth lock. You can turn it into just a regular regard. It's a great option for a guy like Jordan who can take a little bite and turn it into a connection. But Diallo's clearly shutting down these little bite connections. Diallo's pressure might be a little too much for Jordan, as wily as he is, as good as his ability to find his way out of stuff is. Diallo might just have too good of that good like MMA-based, MMA dominant position. I don't know if he's a fighter, and I'm only assuming that he trains out of a fight gym. He is a 3-weight class MMA amateur champion, right? Which amateur MMA is hit or miss. I'm a 3-time MMA amateur champ myself, and that doesn't necessarily mean that much. It depends on who you fight. That being said, 3 weight classes and doing it 3 times, it means he's not a can. He's definitely not a fucking can. So he's a good MMA fighter, right? Solid MMA fighter. Maybe he'll be going pro soon. I'd love to see him on the circuit. I'm sure we're in the same weight class. Maybe I'll fight him someday. And he's showing that is good. Again, MMA guys have almost better fundamentals for jiu-jitsu than jiu-jitsu guys. Jiu-jitsu guys are better at jiu-jitsu. They're better at the submissions. But MMA guys, the goals they're trying to accomplish are kind of more mechanically sound, right? He's like, I am going to keep you pinned. I'm going to isolate an arm now, right? And Jordan, probably has a bunch more catchier submissions than Diallo. Jordan is like, I'm looking for that one little connection that's going to get me all the way to the end of the chain instead of, working his way down that chain. Frame, re-guard, make the guard better, make the upper body connection better, sweep, standard, submit, blah, 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 right? Whereas Diallo's just like, he's getting past the legs, he's pinning, he's working to isolate. Now, I will say, Diallo has not been able to really get a successful isolation. Right now, he's got, if he could give himself some shelves here on those arms with his legs, and he's working there. Coach is calling for Diallo to watch that arm because, again, Jordan is never out of the game. He just needs a little catch. But now Diallo gets a good isolation on this near side arm. He's got it pinned. I don't know if you folks can. It's tough for you folks to see at home. He's got that near side arm pinned. Jordan coming up to this false half, which this could be a good bite for Jordan. Interesting that he went down to his back and allowed Diallo to step back over. Diallo gets that arm across the center line to take the back. Pulls Jordan out of the back immediately into the body triangle. So he switched the body triangle. I do think it's a bit of a myth that it's really bad to have the body triangle on the backside. I think Diallo would be better off just leaving that body triangle in. You're not going to catch that silly submission. Ooh, MMA guy flattening you out in this position. Not good. We're glad this is a jiu-jitsu match, folks. And I will say that flattened out position can be hard to hold. It can be hard to not let people give you the mount. Which, hey, the mount's fine, but we already saw that with these chest-to-chest positions, Diallo wasn't having a ton of success at isolating. Obviously winning this match, but we have 2 minutes left, and Jordan isn't trying to dominate on top. Jordan is trying to get one good submission attempt. If Jordan gets on the hips right here with his frames, he's one good push, one good kip, one good shrimp away from getting in on the legs, right? Diallo, though, doing a better job here in mount than he was in chest-to-chest north-south of working those isolation. And it's probably because he can use his legs to pin the hips. He can go 2-on-2. You know what I mean? He can go my arms versus your arms. I'm on top. I probably have a little bit of a physicality advantage being the MMA fighter. Jordan's going to try and work a trap and roll, but I don't. Oh, and it works! Holy shit, Jordan Mills with a trap and roll. Call 2001, they want their mount escape back. And if Jordan's smart, he's going to sit back on the legs immediately. There's no way to win this with ride time. I don't think you even have time to pass and isolate and submit unless Diallo's just ass on the bottom, which I assume he's not. And look, no, he's not. Right here, he's on the top lock, elbow clear, he just needs to stuff the hand. He switched to the arm bar, I think, which was a no, never scratch that. He's got a figure 4 on the far side there. The arm of Jordan is in. But this triangle's locked up, and it's going to be very ironic if the MMA fighter submits the very tricky guard player from the guard. And it's just showing Diallo, very well-rounded, good grappler, who may be making it to the finals here. Not to take anything away from Jordan. Jordan, blue belt, I believe he might have just gotten his purple belt. He can correct me if I'm wrong. Making it to the semifinals of the stacked bracket, very impressive. He has 21 seconds, does Jordan, defending the triangle right now to pull it out. But we have arm collapse, we have angle, we have posture break. He's caught the leg. Every little thing you can do other than maybe pull the head to finish this triangle is in. But these skinny, lanky guys, there is more space that you need to compress, and we're out of time. I think that's an easy call for the ref, unfortunately, for me, because Jordan is my boy. But he had a good account of himself today. And Diallo just was a little bit better on the fundamentals. You know what? Now Jordan knows what he needs to work on, and Diallo, all love and credit to him. We're going to see him and CJ in the finals.
All right, moving along to the $1,500 finals match. Corey Barnes versus James Ortiz. Corey Barnes versus James Ortiz. $1,500 on the line.
Ladies and gentlemen, get fucking hyped. It's our finals match for our bantamweights, right? These are our lightest guys of the bracket so far. We have Corey Barnes, a blue belt from Alliance, Kalamazoo, Michigan. All right. He is in the finals against James Ortiz. Another blue belt from B Team. Boys, we had a ton of purple, of brown, of black belts in this bracket. Who's in the finals? The scrappy young blue belts who are up on the fucking meta. Fuck belts. Belts are fake. Let's watch these boys scrap. We got James Ortiz in on those inversions. If you remember right, James Ortiz is one of the guys today that we've been seeing chase these backside thigh, those hamstring connections, those bolos. Oh shit! Corey sits back in the leg, and I think we've seen Corey pull out a few wins with a leg lock. Let's see if he can get back above the knee here. As I was saying before, James Ortiz, he likes to ride that hamstring for those crab rides to get to the back. Look, he wants that hamstring. He doesn't want top. He wants the back. That's why he wants that hook. He has a little Dagestani handcuff on the far side. That's why he thinks he can get the back. But now that he lost it, I bet he takes top, and he does, because he's smart. He was like, with this handcuff, I have some extra rotational control. I bet if I get this, I can take the back. And he felt it. He felt himself lose it with that handcuff, and he decided, okay, I'll take top position. Not what I wanted. I'm guessing he's one of those guys. He gets on your back, you're probably done for the day, which should be your goal, Frank. Ooh, and he sits on a loose straight. Doesn't get it. Again, rolling through. He's using those leg entanglements really smart to time in with the back. That was like kind of new to the meta, I'd say 4 years ago. Newish. I mean, obviously nothing's new. But tying your back attacks, especially your bolos and your crab rides, in with your leg attacks. Oh, the jump. We almost sat on the head. Said he's got to buy me dinner first if he's going to sit on my face. I don't think it's a good bite, and we got both legs in a frame from Corey, so I don't think it's actually that much of a threat. I think Corey's going to counter leg lock, which is exactly what's happening now. Corey's in on that counter leg lock. They're both shooting out, neither with great hip connection, pretty similar hip connection. Neither guy with a great angle either, kind of attacking that on the side. Corey says, yeah, we don't have a good angle. I need to get out of here. Ortiz still on the straight grip, with the knee rotating like that, not probably going to break the tib fib with those connections. So we're back to this seated passing position. Love seeing these guys who are willing to take their turn on top. If they can get that dominant position of passing, they'll take it. Ortiz in headquarters. Looked like he might have been looking for some tripod there, but he got elevated. Again, tripod's great, but it's really legs versus legs, and you have the pin, right? So they can elevate you pretty easy. Using that underhook to almost pass, that would have been nice to pass right into an isolation there, right into an armbar opportunity. But he doesn't manage to get it. I'm reading back step from Ortiz, and I read it wrong. He went for the arm drag. He is trying to get all the way around. It looks like Ortiz wants the back. Ortiz says leg locks or back is how I'm going to win this match. Back in on this headquarters. He's up a little high for headquarters. Gives Corey an opportunity to bite on a leg, but Ortiz gets the better of the bite for sure. Gets the heel bite, heel exposure, spinning as Corey clears his leg line in time to be safe. Now Corey looking for a good connection on the legs. Corey's attacked leg is planted. It's not weight bearing, but it's planted, so it's reasonably safe right now. I'm trying not to talk too loud because I am not their coach. But now we got Ortiz with getting that leg off the mat. He passes it to the inside, looking to prefer that inside passing position. He's all the way through, and he has that far leg control. This is a very strong finishing position for Ortiz. If he can turn without losing that knee line and chase that heel, the problem is as he's turning here, he's giving a lot of space. And I think that's a little bit that attractor well of, oh, but I can always crab ride, which is true. And here he goes to it right here, right? He's doing this bolo / crab ride back attack. And we get a reset from the ref. Really good match from these two. Really fun to watch. Good leg exchanges, good top and bottom exchanges. Now this is a boomer thing to say. This is not what blue belts looked like when I was a blue belt. I'll tell you that much. And I tell you what, just again, we need to make some merch, I think. Combat Sports Report, belts are fake. Because we have two blue belts in the finals, rolling like advanced division competitors. And frankly, if the coaches watch this back, the fuck are these guys blue belts? I think they're good enough to not be blue belts. Just saying. But I'm not the coach. I grade pretty strictly as well, and if belts are fake, who cares what belts you are? Anyway, it's kind of cooler to smash black belts as a blue belt. Anyway, we got Ortiz getting the better of that exchange for the pass. Oh, and our first legitimate buggy threat of the day. He's not elbow deep, pause. So I don't think he's going to get it. He's going back to his knees, maybe looking for a false half guard here if he can do it without getting cross-faced. But Ortiz hunting the back all day. He's got that cross-face. if Corey turns up too much, Ortiz is going to leap over and take the back. Just like that. Exactly like that, he's going to take the back. Right? If he can get his coaches are calling for on top, which is probably going to be the deciding factor in this match. Let's see if he can get behind. And he does get behind. Ortiz with the lockdown choke. Then he put the squeeze. He's under the chin. And he's the tap. Ladies and gentlemen, James Ortiz is your winner of the Bantamweight bracket, bringing home $1,500 as a blue belt. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, with a decisive victory on the back with the best submission there is, a rear naked choke. Throw it over to Nate here to talk with your winner.
I felt pretty dominant in my first matches, but I didn't feel like I could have finished all of them. But I pushed the pace in the last matches and
sometimes they get real
What a finals match. You hate to see stalling, you love to see action, and that's exactly what you got. Here at Combat Sports Report, 2 blue belts, scrapping. They're better than your coach, I promise you that. Maybe not. You heard the man. We got CJ versus Diallo. Diallo, a reminder, he is that very strong top pressure MMA fighter against CJ, who's shown to be extremely well-rounded. Won his first few matches off really sound top passing pressure, submission attempts, leg locks. I believe he won his first or his second match via leg lock, and he won his last match off some flying submission attempts. So really anything could happen here, folks. If you're at home, touch that dial. Diallo with a takedown right off the bat, but Murdoch says, no way, King, I'm on my feet. Getting on Diallo's legs, Diallo on the front headlock. The crowd calling squeeze, but Diallo did not really have the position to finish that choke. Diallo with a rangy shot. I think Murdoch is like, that is fine, let's play into my guard. Murdoch with a double inside position here. He's extremely dangerous, and this is where an MMA fighter might be weak. Tap! Diallo, ever the sportsman, admits defeat, even though his foot did slip. Diallo did tap, and he did not try and Brazilian tap out of it. He took the L like a man. Yes, and we hear CJ giving Diallo his cred for saying that he tapped when he could have lied and tried to keep playing that out. That could have been an issue. We got CJ Murdoch, a local-ish boy, an Illinois boy, excuse me. Taking home the $1,500 we're throwing it over.
I just want to give a shout out to Diallo. I thought we like Brazilians at each other at this point. 1-for-1. We fought at East Coast Trials a couple years ago, and he's trained with 16 environment. Best team in the world. He's like one of the youngest guys. What the fuck, bro? I'm 36. Second oldest guy. Still, very impressive team. What do you see next up? The older guys need more love than the younger guys. Fuck these kids. Some of these motherfuckers have been training for 5 years. I got guys on my team that have been training for 20. My wife, 36 years old, Nogi, 3rd place adult. This year, last year, 2nd place adult. What do you think we're gonna do this year? 1st place adult. You don't get older by just fucking not to stop. Just don't stop. I steal the souls of the young. For 5 weeks, travel with them again. A bunch of young motherfuckers getting more love than the older guys, but it's all good. Life is not fair. Jiu-jitsu isn't fair sometimes. We just get with it and stick with it.
CJ Murdoch with some strong words. Fuck them kids. Steal the souls of the young. Very Illuminati. Don't think he'd like that I said that. What a great set of finals. I mean, come on. You could sit here and stall it out. I mean, $1,500, it ain't life-changing money for most people, but it's a fucking chunk of change, and it's more than 99% of jiu-jitsu competitors get. And I tell you what, I might be stalling it out. I might be trying to walk home with that $1,500. You know, that's a lot of guns for me to go compete with. Well, it's probably one really nice gun. But these guys said, fuck that. They came to absolutely scrap, and you love to see it. You love to see it. We had a lot of submissions, few referees' decisions. What a great way to start the day. Two awesome, just action, fucking packed brackets. Really good fundamentals. Really, and I love that CJ won and got to represent as a 36-year-old. And I love the sportsmanship of Diallo being honest about that tap, even though his foot slipped out. I've done that before. I have tapped to a caught heel that by the time my hands fell for the second time on the tap, my heel was slipped. And I went, Coleman Meyer, you remember that shit? And I went, fuck, I was out. And he goes, you were. And I'm like, too bad I tapped. So it's you know, the honesty in the sport when there are a lot of people who on purpose single tap. Not a lot. It happens though. We've all seen it. So anyway, to see that sportsmanship, to see that action, to see that catch, to see that energy, and then to see two blue belts win the lighter bracket, right? To see two blue belts win that bantamweight, bantamweight in air quotes, that 140-pound bracket. How cool is that? It gives me hope. I have a blue belt here in one of these brackets, and hopefully that gives Trey White some hope that he might be able to pull this shit out. Awesome, folks. I tell you what, I would really love it if you guys would stay tuned. We have 3 more brackets for you. We have welterweight, that's my weight class. We have cruiserweight, that's a little lighter, that's 170. Our welterweight here today is 179. These are basically weights where it's hour before weigh-in, so it's like we're basically moving them all up 5 pounds. So, people aren't cutting and then just calling them what they kind of are. And then we have our middleweight division. And of course, I lied to you folks, we have 4 more brackets. We have our absolute bracket coming up. We have some huge names on here. We have some huge guys on here. We have some people you've seen before. Diallo, you just saw him be an honorable man in the finals. I'm seeing his name here on the welterweight bracket. Diallo is not out of the game yet. Can he pull it out? We have the Jacob Couch in the building as probably the favorite for the middleweight division, but he has a lot of work for him to get through this 16-man bracket. All right, folks, we are going to take a little break. I'm going to see you back here at 3:30. No excuses, all right? Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you soon.
This Saturday, CSR is in the Windy City, and we're bringing the nation's top grapplers.
Oh, man.
What a dogfight this has been at the Combat Sports Report Invitational.
$1,500 cash prizes, 6 divisions, 1 tournament. Live from the Doubletree by Hilton Chicago, Arlington Heights. This is the CSR Invitational, Countdown to Chicago. Often called the Crossroads of America, Indianapolis is home to the 10th Planet Indy team, whose standout athletes also find themselves at a crossroads.
Training is going to be number one all around. Training is definitely going to be number one. Work, like, I don't sacrifice any days in here training just to go to work, and I don't sacrifice really anything too hard for that. But no, this is basically what I want to do full time, and so this is what I'm going to make happen full time. I can scrap, and I want people to have an entertaining show. I don't like boring matches. I don't like don't get me wrong, I'm not silly, and so like I won't give up certain things when I know I need to keep heavy pressure, but I definitely don't like a boring match, and I like to keep the action moving. So if I can keep the action moving, I'm happy. I want to be a world champion. I want to go to the UFC. I want to fight. I want to have my contract. And after that, I eventually do want to open up my own gym. I'm actually already starting up my own clothing line right now. So I've got a lot of things moving forward right now. And so just going to keep on pressing.
I grew up in Fishers, Indiana. I graduated from high school back in 2018. In terms of college, I've never really known what I wanted to do with my life and therefore my education, but I did go to Indiana University, Indianapolis after community college. I've been studying exercise science, and I'm actually in the process of getting my certification in personal training, so I plan to start that in the near future. It's pretty much just business as usual, especially because I like to hit as many sub-only tournaments as possible. It kind of just lets the grapplers do what they need to do, whether it means pulling guard or takedowns. But I think it kind of gets the ref out of the way, so it's really on the grapplers to win the match. There's not that many outside factors that can affect the match. And I like to be one of the guys that always shows up and looks to the finish. Sometimes it's kind of kill or be killed, but as long as I can put on something entertaining for people watching and know that I put everything on the line every time I compete, that's what I want to be remembered as.
Rexburg, a small city in eastern Idaho, known as America's family community, home to Pack Jiu-Jitsu, where training partners truly become a family.
Before I was more technical in competition, I like to slow things down a little bit and outsmart my opponent. I still like to do that, but recently I've been trying to curate a system of urgency in every position, so I'm winning every single position, escaping before the opponent's able to set in his position. Right now, yeah, really trying to build a sense of urgency in every little spot. Like, we'll start rounds from like back control with one hook in, you got to escape. So building urgency in those little positions right next to being in a bad spot. And then, yeah, leg locks are a big deal. Every time someone's, for whatever reason, chosen to be in a leg entanglement with me, it's bad news for them. So I would like to implement my top game because I have a real creative top game. I get on top and get people face down, choke them out from there. But no one lets me, everyone tries to leg lock me for some reason. They want the easy way out, and then they realize that that's not the way to go.
He's fun to train with, dude. We go back and forth. Tommy is one of those guys that just progressed super fast in jiu-jitsu, and it's really cool to watch because when Tommy started, I was kind of coaching him at first, and then he got to that point where it was like, ah, crap, you know, he caught up quick. Now he's helping coach everyone else as well, and so we kind of bonded really quick, and we go back and forth. We have probably the most intense rounds in the gym, and you know, whenever like one of us is away, whenever we come back, it's like, oh, dude, finally you're back. I've been needing some damn good rounds. Like, get on the fucking mats right now. So it's all love. We batter each other in here. We're always going back and forth, and it's always so fun. It's a good dynamic.
Spencer's my boy. The only one who's got the testiculars large enough to wake up 6 a.m. every day and get that work in. He's a skilled purple belt as well. He's been in the game a couple years longer than me. MMA guy too, so his grappling's intense, top heavy. Leg locks are also real high level, so we complement each other in that way. And it's just, I mean, grade A training partner, just like everyone else. But yeah, me and him definitely get solid rounds in. If you want to see something wild, just watch my matches. Even if someone's stunting on me, I mean, I got flying armbar in the last match. It's not great for me, but fun to watch. It's not going to happen again, but yeah, I'll break bones. I'll Imanari roll. I'll freaking do whatever I got to do. It's going to be fast matches. It's going to be hard pace. Yeah, well, if you're watching your teammates or friends compete, I wouldn't recommend doing that, because I'm going to try and hurt them. Shout out to Salt Electrolytes. Hydrate or dihydrate, baby. Best electrolytes in the game. Pack Jiu-Jitsu, Isaac Payne. Guns up. Yeah, best Jiu-Jitsu in Idaho, I'd say. World class.
Just outside St. Louis, the quiet town of Arnold is breeding champions.
So one thing that drives me crazy about heavyweight wrestling, jiu-jitsu, judo, everything, is that it's always just a pushing match. And it drives me crazy. I want to be entertaining. I've done Sananagis, on throws, wizard kicks. I try to be entertaining when I'm out there, because there's a lot of heavyweights I just don't do that stuff. And I want to be known as someone who just tries to bring it every time. So in the beginning classes, like the 6 o'clock, I try not to go live a lot, because when we are getting into the depths of the 7:30 commentary, that's when I really start to feel fatigued. So it's a lot of drilling in the beginning, and then as you go through the night, you ramp up into live. I used to do everything all the time, and it just became way too much. So definitely having it easier in the beginning and harder at the end has helped, and definitely going lighter on the weekends too helps me. Like, you can't go hard all the time. You have to have easier days and hard days. So figuring that out has really helped me a lot in competition as well. My coach, Kirk Huff, is the best coach in St. Louis. He's coached more world and PANS medalists than anyone around here. My whole team on Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Jack, Vince, Bo, Jordan. Jordan was a PANS champion last year. He's my main training partner. And even the people I don't train with, but I hang out with, Dakota, Sarah, they're all a great support system around here. I wouldn't be nearly where I am without the team I train with now. If you ask any of my teammates, I'm very entertaining to watch. I've gone for Barambolos, I've gone for all the small guy stuff. My coach jokes about this, is you're like, Jared? He's like, Jared, you think you're 170 pounds, but you're not. And you try to do these moves like you're 170 pounds. And the scary thing is that it works sometimes. I want to beat people at their best. So train hard, work hard, and then when we get there, I'll beat you because I'm just better.
Brentwood, Tennessee, known for its upscale lifestyle, beautiful scenery, and strong sense of community.
I live a little far from here, and there was a gym down there that was a jiu-jitsu and a taekwondo school, and they were great. I loved them, but I wanted something a little bit more focused on jiu-jitsu, so that's when I moved here, and the difference was crazy. A lot more tough and vigorous training here. It took a while. It took a while to actually catch up with these guys and do as well as I'm doing. I actually wanted to just do something for self-defense. I had no idea what I was really doing, and I just wanted to do something where I can
maybe fight. And that's when I discovered jiu-jitsu. And when I figured out what that was, I didn't realize it was a sport as well. And the first day I trained, I immediately fell in love with it. Trained every single day, when even like unless I was sick or just injured, and it pretty much from there on out, that's what I knew what I wanted to do. And ever since, I've just been training, competing, and grinding. I hate weight cutting. I'm perfectly fine being at the bottom of the weight bracket just so I can eat the night before. I'm diabetic, so that kind of messes with it a little bit. It's kind of tough because if I cut weight and if I don't eat or drink anything, my blood sugar will go low, and that's just hell to deal with. So I'll just kind of, whatever weight I'm at, I'll just be at the bottom, and usually that's fine. Everybody here is bigger than me anyway, so I'm pretty used to it. I work here and train pretty much Monday through Friday, and I'll teach kids. I teach kids every day. I clean. I'll help with, clients if needed. And on the weekends, I have a pretty odd job. I met these people when I was in sophomore year of high school, and they basically own a cat ranch. They have like 60 cats and like a couple horses. So on the weekends, I'll go there to get some extra money. I'll just make sure they're all alive, feed them, make sure they're taken care of. But besides that, I'm pretty much training and teaching full time, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Man, my parents, especially my dad is probably the biggest support I'll ever have. He's the one that pushes me every day. He'll come up to me and be like, hey, there's these competitions, let's go do them. Hey, there's this super fight going on. Sign up for it. Make sure you're posting every day. Make sure you're showing off. And my sponsor as well. I have a John Griffith. He's an injury lawyer, and he sponsors everything I do. And without him, I wouldn't be able to travel to these competitions. I wouldn't be able to compete as much as I do. And I don't think I'd be close to near as good as I am now without him. Just because I couldn't have gotten that experience without him. So my support system is amazing. I couldn't be more thankful for everybody in my life. These past couple months, I think I've grown as a lot, and I'm feeling more confident than ever. And I'm ready to do what I can to win the money and show everybody that I can do it. I'm someone to be remembered.
Fort Wayne, Indiana, home to CSR champion Dominic Heath and Fort Wayne submission fighting.
No bad blood. There's some guys that I know in the bracket. There's some up-and-comers in the bracket that I'll be excited to compete against. But there is one guy that I have a common match with, Justin Flemings. I competed against him around 4 years ago when I had just gotten my purple belt, and I had just turned 19. So 23 now. 4 years competing, and I'm pretty sure he hasn't even competed in a handful of tournaments since then, so I'll definitely be looking to take his head off if I get that match. For the CSR, having experience inside the rule set's definitely a plus, because I have, I think, 15, 16 minutes under me in the rule set, and all the other guys I don't think haven't even competed in it before, so it definitely helps out when you hit the semifinals and the finals match, being able to get that decision win. But I'm just going to be looking to wrestle, be on top, take these guys down, and choke them the fuck out. I'm not trying to win by decision. So they're going to expect me to show up and just be the toughest guy there. I'm going to be the toughest guy there that's willing to do anything for 7 minutes at a time for $1,500. I've been in all the positions in the training room, so there's nothing that's going to scare me too much come that time. I want to go out there and implement my game first and be first, no less. So definitely shout out the family, shout out the wife, watching the son while I'm able to train. The team come in here every day, giving me training partners to stay ready, and just my affiliation, my lineage, I carry that heavy. I represent Heath Pedigo, and I represent that proudly. The American Jiu-Jitsu style is something I feel like that can win world titles, and that's something I carry heavy with me as my family, my team, and then my affiliation.
The anticipation gives way to the action. Saturday, July 12th. It's the CSR Invitational. Chicago. This Saturday, CSR is in the Windy City, and we're bringing the nation's top grapplers.
Oh, man.
What a dogfight this has been at the Combat Sports Report Invitational.
$1,500 cash prizes, 6 divisions, 1 tournament. Live from the Doubletree by Hilton Chicago, Arlington Heights. This is the CSR Invitational. Countdown to Chicago. Often called the crossroads of America, Indianapolis is home to the 10th Planet Indy team, whose standout athletes also find themselves at a crossroads.
Training is going to be number one all around. Training is definitely going to be number one. Work, I don't sacrifice any days in here training just to go to work, and I don't sacrifice really anything too hard for that. But no, this is basically what I want to do full time, and so this is what I'm going to make happen full time. I can scrap, and I want people to have an entertaining show. I don't like boring matches. I don't like don't get me wrong, I'm not silly, and so I won't give up certain things when I know I need to keep heavy pressure, but I definitely don't like a boring match, and I like to keep the action moving. So if I can keep the action moving, I'm happy. I want to be a world champion. I want to go to the UFC. I want to fight. I want to have my contract. And after that, I eventually do want to open up my own gym. I'm actually already starting up my own clothing line right now. So I've got a lot of things moving forward right now. And so just going to keep on pressing.
I grew up in Fishers, Indiana. I graduated from high school back in 2018. In terms of college, I've never really known what I wanted to do with my life and therefore my education, but I did go to Indiana University, Indianapolis after community college. I've been studying exercise science, and I'm actually in the process of getting my certification in personal training, so I plan to start that in the near future. It's pretty much just business as usual, especially because I like to hit as many sub-only tournaments as possible. It kind of just lets the grapplers do what they need to do, whether it means pulling guard or takedowns. But I think it kind of gets the ref out of the way, so it's really on the grapplers to win the match. There's not that many outside factors that can affect the match. And I like to be the guys that always shows up and reaches the finish. Sometimes it's kind of kill or be killed, but as long as I can put on something entertaining for people watching and know that I put everything on the line every time I compete, that's what I want to be remembered as.
Rexburg, a small city in eastern Idaho, known as America's family community. Home to Pack Jiu-Jitsu, where training partners truly become a family.
Before I was more technical in competition, I like to slow things down a little bit and outsmart my opponent. I still like to do that, but recently been trying to curate a system of urgency in every position, so I'm winning every single position, escaping before the opponent's able to set in his position. Right now, really trying to build a sense of urgency in every little spot. We'll start rounds from back control with one hook in, you got to escape. So building urgency in those little positions right next to being in a bad spot. And then leg locks are a big deal. Every time someone's, for whatever reason, chosen to be in a leg entanglement with me, it's bad news for them. So I would like to implement my top game because I have a real creative top game. I get on top and get people face down, choke them out from there. But no one lets me, everyone tries to leg lock me for some reason. They want the easy way out, and then they realize that that's not the way to go.
He's fun to train with, dude. We go back and forth. Tommy is one of those guys that just progressed super fast in jiu-jitsu. and it's really cool to watch, because when Tommy started, I was kind of coaching him at first, and then he got to that point where it was like, ah, crap, you know, he caught up quick. Now he's helping coach everyone else as well, and so we kind of bonded really quick, and we go back and forth. We have probably the most intense rounds in the gym, and you know, whenever like one of us is away, whenever we come back, it's like, oh, dude, finally you're back. I've been needing some damn good rounds. Like, get on the fucking mats right now. So it's all love. We batter each other in here. We're always going back and forth, and it's always so fun. It's a good dynamic.
Spencer's my boy. The only one who's got the testiculars large enough to wake up 6 a.m. every day and get that work in. He's a skilled purple belt as well. He's been in the game a couple years longer than me. MMA guy too, so his grappling's intense, top heavy. Leg locks are also real high level, so we complement each other in that way. And it's just, I mean, grade A training partner, just like everyone else. But yeah, me and him definitely get solid rounds in. If you want to see something wild, just watch my matches. Even if someone's stunting on me, I mean, I got flying armbar in the last match. It's not great for me, but fun to watch. It's not going to happen again, but yeah, I'll break bones. I'll Imanari roll. I'll freaking do whatever I got to do. It's going to be fast matches. It's going to be hard pace. Yeah, well, if you're watching your teammates or friends compete, I wouldn't recommend doing that, because I'm going to try and hurt them. Shout out to Salt Electrolytes. Hydrate or dihydrate, baby. Best electrolytes in the game. Pack Jiu-Jitsu, Isaac Payne. Guns up. Yeah, best Jiu-Jitsu in Idaho, I'd say. World class.
Just outside St. Louis, the quiet town of Arnold is breeding champions.
So one thing that drives me crazy about heavyweight wrestling, jiu-jitsu, judo, everything, is that it's always just a pushing match. And it drives me crazy. I want to be entertaining. I've done Sananagis, arm throws, wizard kicks. I try to be entertaining when I'm out there, because there's a lot of heavyweights I just don't do that stuff. And I want to be known as someone who just tries to bring it every time. So in the beginning classes, like the 6 o'clock, I try not to go live a lot, because when we are getting into the depths of the 7:30 commentary, that's when I really start to feel fatigued. So it's a lot of drilling in the beginning, and then as you go through the night, you ramp up into live. I used to do everything all the time, and it just became way too much. So definitely having it easier in the beginning and harder at the end has helped, and definitely going lighter on the weekends too helps with me. Like, you can't go hard all the time. You have to have easier days and hard days. So figuring that out has really helped me a lot in competition as well. My coach, Kirk Huff, is the best coach in St. Louis. He's coached more world and PANS medalists than anyone around here. My whole team on Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Jack, Vince, Bo, Jordan. Jordan was a PANS champion last year. He was my main training partner. And even the people I don't train with, but I hang out with, Dakota, Sarah, they're all great support from around here. I wouldn't be nearly where I am without the team I train with now. If you ask any of my teammates, I'm very entertaining to watch. I've gone for Barambolos, I've gone for all the small guy stuff. My coach jokes about this, is you're like, Jared? He's like, Jared, you think you're 170 pounds, but you're not. And you try to do these moves like you're 170 pounds. And the scary thing is that it works sometimes. I want to beat people at their best. So train hard, work hard, and then when we get there, I'll beat you because I'm just better.
Brentwood, Tennessee, known for its upscale lifestyle, beautiful scenery, and strong sense of community.
I live a little far from here, and there was a gym down there that was a jiu-jitsu and a taekwondo school, and they were great. I loved them, but I wanted something a little bit more focused on jiu-jitsu, so that's when I moved here, and the difference was crazy. A lot more tough and vigorous training here, it took a while. It took a while to actually catch up with these guys and do as well as I'm doing. I actually wanted to just do something for self-defense. Like I had no idea what I was really doing, and I just wanted to do something where I can maybe fight, and that's when I discovered jiu-jitsu. And when I figured out what that was, I didn't realize it was a sport as well. And the first day I trained, I immediately fell in love with it. Trained every single day, when even like unless I was sick or just injured, and it pretty much from there on out, that's what I knew what I wanted to do. And ever since, I've just been training, competing, and grinding. I hate weight cutting. I'm perfectly fine being at the bottom of the weight bracket just so I can eat the night before. I'm diabetic, so that kind of messes with it a little bit. It's kind of tough because if I cut weight and if I don't eat or drink anything, my blood sugar will go low, and that's just hell to deal with. So I'll just kind of, whatever weight I'm at, I'll just be at the bottom, and usually that's fine. Everybody here is bigger than me anyway, so I'm pretty used to it. I work here and train pretty much Monday through Friday, and I'll teach kids. I teach kids every day. I clean. I'll help with, clients if needed. And on the weekends, I have a pretty odd job. I met these people when I was in sophomore year of high school, and they basically own a cat ranch. They have like 60 cats and like a couple horses. So on the weekends, I'll go there to get some extra money. I'll just make sure they're all alive, feed them, make sure they're taken care of. But besides that, I'm pretty much training and teaching full time, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Man, my parents, especially my dad is probably the biggest support I'll ever have. He's the one that pushes me every day. He'll come up to me and be like, hey, there's these competitions, let's go do them. Hey, there's this super fight going on. Sign up for it. Make sure you're posting every day. Make sure you're showing off. And my sponsor as well. I have a John Griffith. He's an injury lawyer, and he sponsors everything I do. And without him, I wouldn't be able to travel to these competitions. I wouldn't be able to compete as much as I do. And I don't think I'd be close to near as good as I am now without him, just because I couldn't have gotten that experience without him. So my support system is amazing. I couldn't be more thankful for everybody in my life. These past couple months, I think I've grown as a lot, and I'm feeling more confident than ever, and I'm ready to do what I can to win the money and show everybody that I can do it. I'm someone to be remembered.
Fort Wayne, Indiana, home to CSR champion Dominic Heath and Fort Wayne submission fighting.
No bad blood. There's some guys that I know in the bracket. There's some up-and-comers in the bracket that I'll be excited to compete against. But there is one guy that I have a common match with, Justin Flemings. I competed against him around 4 years ago when I had just gotten my purple belt, and I had just turned 19. So 23 now. 4 years competing, and I'm pretty sure he hasn't even competed in a handful of tournaments since then, so I'll definitely be looking to take his head off if I get that match. For the CSR, having experience inside the rule set's definitely a plus, because I have, I think, 15, 16 minutes under me in the rule set, and all the other guys I don't think haven't even competed in it before, so it definitely helps out when you hit the semifinals and the finals match, being able to get that decision win. But I'm just going to be looking to wrestle, be on top, take these guys down, and choke them the fuck out. I'm not trying to win by decision. So they're going to expect me to show up and just be the toughest guy there. I'm going to be the toughest guy there that's willing to do anything for 7 minutes at a time for $1,500. I've been in all the positions in the training room, so there's nothing that's going to scare me too much come that time. I want to go out there and implement my game first and be first, no less. So definitely shout out the family, shout out the wife, watching the son while I'm able to train. The team come in here every day, giving me training partners to stay ready, and just my affiliation, my lineage. I carry that heavy. I represent Heath Pedigo, and I represent that proudly. The American Jiu-Jitsu style is something that I feel like that can win world titles, and that's something I carry heavy with me as my family, my team, and then my affiliation.
The anticipation gives way to the action. Saturday, July 12th. It's the CSR Invitational, Chicago. This Saturday, CSR is in the Windy City, and we're bringing the nation's top grapplers.
Oh, man.
What a dogfight this has been at the Combat Sports Report Invitational.
$1,500 cash prizes, 6 divisions, 1 tournament. Live from the Doubletree by Hilton Chicago, Arlington Heights. This is the CSR Invitational, Countdown to Chicago. Often called the Crossroads of America, Indianapolis is home to the 10th Planet Indy team, whose standout athletes also find themselves at a crossroads.
Training is going to be number one all around. Training is definitely going to be number one. Work, like, I don't sacrifice any days in here training just to go to work, and I don't sacrifice really anything too hard for that. But no, this is basically what I want to do full time, and so this is what I'm going to make happen full time. I can scrap, and I want people to have an entertaining show. I don't like boring matches. I don't like don't get me wrong, I'm not silly, and so like I won't give up certain things when I know I need to keep heavy pressure, but I definitely don't like a boring match, and I like to keep the action moving. So if I can keep the action moving, I'm happy. I want to be a world champion. I want to go to the UFC. I want to fight. I want to have my contract. And after that, I eventually do want to open up my own gym. I'm actually already starting up my own clothing line right now. So I've got a lot of things moving forward right now. And so just going to keep on pressing.
I grew up in Fishers, Indiana. I graduated from high school back in 2018. In terms of college, I've never really known what I wanted to do with my life and therefore my education, but I did go to Indiana University, Indianapolis after community college. I've been studying exercise science, and I'm actually in the process of getting my certification in personal training, so I plan to start that in the near future. It's pretty much just business as usual, especially because I like to hit as many sub-only tournaments as possible. It kind of just lets the grapplers do what they need to do, whether it means pulling guard or takedowns. But I think it kind of gets the ref out of the way, so it's really on the grapplers to win the match. There's not that many outside factors that can affect the match. And I like to be one of the guys that always shows up and looks to the finish. Sometimes it's kind of kill or be killed, but as long as I can put on something entertaining for people watching and know that I put everything on the line every time I compete, that's what I want to be remembered as.
Rexburg, a small city in eastern Idaho, known as America's family community. Home to Pack Jiu-Jitsu, where training partners truly become a family.
Before I was more technical in competition, I like to slow things down a little bit and outsmart my opponent. I still like to do that, but recently I've been trying to curate a system of urgency in every position, so I'm winning every single position, escaping before the opponent's able to set in his position. Right now, yeah, really trying to build a sense of urgency in every little spot. Like, we'll start rounds from like back control with one hook in, you got to escape. So building urgency in those little positions right next to being in a bad spot. And then, yeah, leg locks are a big deal. Every time someone's, for whatever reason, chosen to be in a leg entanglement with me, it's bad news for them. So I would like to implement my top game because I have a real creative top game. I get on top and get people face down, choke them out from there. but no one lets me. Everyone tries to leg lock me for some reason. They want the easy way out, and then they realize that that's not the way to go.
He's fun to train with, dude. We go back and forth. Tommy is one of those guys that just progressed super fast in jiu-jitsu, and it's really cool to watch because when Tommy started, I was kind of coaching him at first, and then he got to that point where it was like, ah, crap, you know, he caught up quick. Now he's helping coach everyone else as well, and so we kind of bonded really quick, and we go back and forth. We have probably the most intense rounds in the gym, and you know, whenever like one of us is away, whenever we come back, it's like, oh, dude, finally you're back. I've been needing some damn good rounds. Like, get on the fucking mats right now. So it's all love. We batter each other in here. We're always going back and forth, and it's always so fun. It's a good dynamic.
Spencer's my boy. The only one who's got the testiculars large enough to wake up 6 a.m. every day and get that work in. He's skilled purple belt as well. He's been in the game a couple years longer than me. MMA guy too, so his grappling's intense, top heavy. Leg locks are also real high level, so we complement each other in that way. And it's just, I mean, grade A training partner, just like everyone else. But yeah, me and him definitely get solid rounds in. If you want to see something wild, just watch my matches. Even if someone's stunting on me, I mean, I got flying armbar in the last match. It's not great for me, but fun to watch. It's not going to happen again, but yeah, I'll break bones. I'll Imanari roll. I'll freaking do whatever I got to do. It's going to be fast matches. It's going to be hard pace. Yeah, well, if you're watching your teammates or friends compete, I wouldn't recommend doing that because I'm going to try and hurt them. Shout out to Salt Electrolytes. Hydrate or dihydrate, baby. Best electrolytes in the game. Pack Jiu-Jitsu, Isaac Payne. Guns up. Yeah, best Jiu-Jitsu in Idaho, I'd say. World class.
Just outside St. Louis, the quiet town of Arnold is breeding champions.
So one thing that drives me crazy about heavyweight wrestling, jiu-jitsu, judo, everything, is that it's always just a pushing match. And it drives me crazy. I want to be entertaining. I've done Sananagis, on throws, wizard kicks. I try to be entertaining when I'm out there because there's a lot of heavyweights, I just don't do that stuff. And I want to be known as someone who just tries to bring it every time. So in the beginning classes, like the 6 o'clock, I try not to go live a lot because when we are getting into the depths of the 7:30 commentary, that's when I really start to feel fatigued. So it's a lot of drilling in the beginning, and then as you go through the night, you ramp up into live. I used to do everything all the time, and it just became way too much. So definitely having it easier in the beginning and harder at the end has helped, and definitely going lighter on the weekends too helps me. Like, you can't go hard all the time. You have to have easier days and hard days. So figuring that out has really helped me a lot in competition as well. My coach, Kirk Huff, is the best coach in St. Louis. He's coached more world and PANS medalists than anyone around here. My whole team out on Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Jack, Vince, Bo, Jordan. Jordan was a PANS champion last year. He was my main training partner. And even the people I don't train with, but I hang out with, Dakota, Sarah, they're all a great support system around here. I wouldn't be nearly where I am without the team I train with now. If you ask any of my teammates, I'm very entertaining to watch. I've gone for Barambolos, I've gone for all the small guy stuff. My coach jokes about this, is you're like, Jared? He's like, Jared, you think you're 170 pounds, but you're not. And you try to do these moves like you're 170 pounds. And the scary thing is that it works sometimes. I want to beat people at their best. So train hard, work hard, and then when we get there, I'll beat you because I'm just better.
Brentwood, Tennessee, known for its upscale lifestyle, beautiful scenery, and strong sense of community.
I live a little far from here, and there was a gym down there that was a jiu-jitsu and a taekwondo school, and they were great. I loved them, but I wanted something a little bit more focused on jiu-jitsu, so that's when I moved here, and the difference was crazy. A lot more tough and vigorous training here. It took a while. It took a while to actually catch up with these guys and do as well as I'm doing. I actually wanted to just do something for self-defense. Like I had no idea what I was really doing, and I just wanted to do something where I can maybe fight, and that's when I discovered jiu-jitsu. And when I figured out what that was, I didn't realize it was a sport as well. And the first day I trained, I immediately fell in love with it. Trained every single day, when even like unless I was sick or just injured, and it pretty much from there on out, that's what I knew what I wanted to do. And ever since, I've just been training, competing, and grinding. I hate weight cutting. I'm perfectly fine being at the bottom of the weight bracket just so I can eat the night before. I'm diabetic, so that kind of messes with it a little bit. It's kind of tough because if I cut weight and if I don't eat or drink anything, my blood sugar will go low, and that's just hell to deal with. So I'll just kind of, whatever weight I'm at, I'll just be at the bottom, and usually that's fine. Everybody here is bigger than me anyway, so I'm pretty used to it. I work here and train pretty much Monday through Friday, and I'll teach kids. I teach kids every day. I clean. I'll help with, clients if needed. And on the weekends, I have a pretty odd job. I met these people when I was in sophomore year of high school, and they basically own a cat ranch. They have like 60 cats and like a couple horses. So on the weekends, I'll go there to get some extra money. I'll just make sure they're all alive, feed them, make sure they're taken care of. But besides that, I'm pretty much training and teaching full time, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Man, my parents, especially my dad is probably the biggest support I'll ever have. He's the one that pushes me every day. He'll come up to me and be like, hey, there's these competitions, let's go do them. Hey, there's this super fight going on. Sign up for it. Make sure you're posting every day. Make sure you're showing off. And my sponsor as well. I have a John Griffith. He's an injury lawyer, and he sponsors everything I do. And without him, I wouldn't be able to travel to these competitions. I wouldn't be able to compete as much as I do. And I don't think I'd be close and near as good as I am now without him, just because I couldn't have gotten that experience without him. So my support system is amazing. I couldn't be more thankful for everybody in my life. These past couple months, I think I've grown as a lot, and I'm feeling more confident than ever, and I'm ready to do what I can to win the money and show everybody that I can do it. I'm someone to be remembered.
Fort Wayne, Indiana, home to CSR champion Dominic Heath and Fort Wayne submission fighting.
No bad blood. There's some guys that I know in the bracket. There's some up-and-comers in the bracket that I'll be excited to compete against. But there is one guy that I have a common match with, Justin Flemings. I competed against him around 4 years ago when I had just gotten my purple belt, and I had just turned 19. So 23 now. 4 years competing, and I'm pretty sure he hasn't even competed in a handful of tournaments since then, so I'll definitely be looking to take his head off if I get that match. For the CSR, having experience inside the rule set's definitely a plus, because I have, I think, 15, 16 minutes under me in the rule set, and all the other guys I don't think haven't even competed in it before, so it definitely helps out when you hit the semifinals and the finals match, being able to get that decision win. But I'm just going to be looking to wrestle, be on top, take these guys down, and choke them the fuck out. I'm not trying to win by decision. So they're going to expect me to show up and just be the toughest guy there. I'm going to be the toughest guy there that's willing to do anything for 7 minutes at a time for $1,500. I've been in all the positions in the training room, so there's nothing that's going to scare me too much come that time. I want to go out there and implement my game first and be first, no less. So definitely shout out the family, shout out the wife, watching the son while I'm able to train, the team come in here every day, giving me training partners to stay ready, and just my affiliation, my lineage, I carry that heavy. I represent Heath Pedigo, and I represent that proudly. The American Jiu-Jitsu style is something that I feel like that can win world titles, and that's something I carry heavy with me as my family, my team, and then my affiliation.
The anticipation gives way to the action. Saturday, July 12th. It's the CSR Invitational, Chicago. This Saturday, CSR is in the Windy City, and we're bringing the nation's top grapplers.
Oh, man.
What a dogfight this has been at the Combat Sports Report Invitational.
$1,500 cash prizes, 6 divisions, 1 tournament. Live from the Doubletree by Hilton Chicago, Arlington Heights. This is the CSR Invitation. Countdown to Chicago. Often called the Crossroads of America, Indianapolis is home to the 10th Planet Indy team, whose standout athletes also find themselves at a crossroads.
Training is going to be number one all around. Training is definitely going to be number one. Work, I don't sacrifice any days in here training just to go to work, and I don't sacrifice really anything too hard for that. But no, this is basically what I want to do full time, and so this is what I'm going to make happen full time. I can scrap, and I want people to have an entertaining show. I don't like boring matches. I don't like don't get me wrong, I'm not silly, and so I won't give up certain things when I know I need to keep heavy pressure, but I definitely don't like a boring match, and I like to keep the action moving. So if I can keep the action moving, I'm happy. I want to be a world champion. I want to go to the UFC. I want to fight. I want to have my contract. And after that, I eventually do want to open up my own gym. I'm actually already starting up my own clothing line right now. So I've got a lot of things moving forward right now. And so just going to keep on pressing.
Grew up in Fishers, Indiana. I graduated from high school back in 2018. In terms of college, I've never really known what I wanted to do with my life and therefore my education, but I did go to Indiana University, Indianapolis after community college. I've been studying exercise science, and I'm actually in the process of getting my certification in personal training, so I plan to start that in the near future. It's pretty much just business as usual, especially because I like to hit as many sub-only tournaments as possible. It kind of just lets the grapplers do what they need to do, whether it means pulling guard or takedowns. But I think it kind of gets the ref out of the way, so it's really on the grapplers doing the match. There's not that many outside factors that can affect the match. And I like to be the guys that always shows up and looks to the finish. Sometimes it's kind of kill or be killed, but as long as I can put on something entertaining for people watching and know that I put everything on the line every time I compete, that's what I want to be remembered as.
Rexburg, a small city in eastern Idaho, known as America's family community. Home to Pack Jiu-Jitsu, where training partners truly become a family.
Before I was more technical in competition, I like to slow things down a little bit and outsmart my opponent. I still like to do that, but recently been trying to curate a system of urgency in every position, so I'm winning every single position, escaping before the opponent's able to set in his position. Right now, really trying to build a sense of urgency in every little spot. We'll start rounds from back control with one hook in, you got to escape. So building urgency in those little positions right next to being in a bad spot. And then leg locks, are a big deal. Every time someone's, for whatever reason, chosen to be in a leg entanglement with me, it's bad news for them. So I would like to implement my top game because I have a real creative top game. I get on top and get people face down, choke them out from there. But no one lets me, everyone tries to leg lock me for some reason. They want the easy way out, and then they realize that that's not the way to go.
He's fun to train with, dude. We go back and forth. Tommy is one of those guys that just progressed super fast in jiu-jitsu, and it's really cool to watch because when Tommy started, I was kind of coaching him at first, and then he got to that point where it was like, ah, crap, you know, he caught up quick. Now he's helping coach everyone else as well, and so we kind of bonded really quick, and we go back and forth. We have probably the most intense rounds in the gym, and you know, whenever like one of us is away, whenever we come back, it's like, oh, dude, finally you're back. I've been needing some damn good rounds. Like, get on the fucking mats right now. So it's all love. We batter each other in here. We're always going back and forth, and it's always so fun. It's a good dynamic.
Spencer's my boy. The only one who's got the testiculars large enough to wake up 6 a.m. every day and get that work in. He's skilled purple belt as well. He's been in the game a couple years longer than me. MMA guy too, so his grappling's intense, top heavy. Leg locks are also real high level, so we complement each other in that way. And it's just, I mean, grade A training partner, just like everyone else. But yeah, me and him definitely get solid rounds in. If you want to see something wild, just watch my matches. Even if someone's stunting on me, I mean, I got flying armbar in the last match. It's not great for me, but fun to watch. It's not going to happen again, but yeah, I'll break bones. I'll Imanari roll. I'll freaking do whatever I got to do. It's going to be fast matches. It's going to be hard pace. Yeah, well, if you're watching your teammates or friends compete, I wouldn't recommend doing that because I'm going to try and hurt them. Shout out to Salt Electrolytes. Hydrate or dihydrate, baby. Best electrolytes in the game. Pack Jiu-Jitsu, Isaac Payne. Guns up. Yeah, best Jiu-Jitsu in Idaho, I'd say. World class.
Just outside St. Louis, the quiet town of Arnold is breeding champions.
So one thing that drives me crazy about heavyweight wrestling, jiu-jitsu, judo, everything, is that it's always just a pushing match. And it drives me crazy. I want to be entertaining. I've done Sananagi's, arm throws, wizard kicks. I try to be entertaining when I'm out there because there's a lot of heavyweights I just don't do that stuff. And I want to be known as someone who just tries to bring it every time. So in the beginning classes, like the 6 o'clock, I try not to go live a lot because when we are getting into the depths of the 7:30 commentary, that's when I really start to feel fatigued. So it's a lot of drilling in the beginning, and then as you go through the night, you ramp up into live. I used to do everything all the time, and it just became way too much. So definitely having it easier in the beginning and harder at the end has helped, and definitely going lighter on the weekends too helps with me. Like, you can't go hard all the time. You have to have easier days and hard days. So figuring that out has really helped me a lot.
Probably understand yourself why you entertain yourself, okay? So first things first, we're gonna score submission attempts for king, solid submission. And I really want to explain a little better maybe from the last step we did. A leg entanglement is not submission attempt. Okay? A flying triangle to somebody's card is not a submission attempt. If I miss them, right? And they just go flat, and then they just continue. I just think, there's a lot of people thinking like, oh, that's the score, that's the point. It's not. You need a solid submission attempt that causes a positional change in your opponent, right? So, like, if you get into a leg lock position, attack the heel, right? That's not a submission attempt because you've got a Tommy and now you have to look at it. You need to fully attack if you want your points for the submission. Does that make sense, guys? Another thing that's very important, right after that we have top hand bias. So that basically means if there's two guys and there's no submission attempts, whoever was on top the most is going to win the match. Please, if you pull guard, no problem. I'm a guard holder, right? That's cool. You better make sure you get a submission attempt because if the other guy's on top of you the entire time, he's going to win the match. Even if you're being active from the bottom, you need a submission attempt before you go down, before you stay on the bottom. Does that make sense, guys? Please, it's going to come up. It's so important. You're going to see this happen. Sorry, one more. Any questions about that?
Oh, actually.
Okay, wonderful. All right. After top hand bias, we're going to be looking at sweeps and reversals, takedown throws, and finally reps. All the shallow submission attempts that you're throwing up that like aren't really causing anything, those are really being scored more than they're right? Okay, for the most part, though, these matches are going to be scored by the submission attempt or top hand control. So I would just keep those more in your head than anything if you're really looking for your past victory here and 1500. Let's see here. Slam. Don't slam anyone. If you slam, you're going to be EQ'd immediately. So that's actually just opening up your guard players who are bottom, triangle, funny choke, all that stuff. You don't have to worry about the slam. Okay? Don't strike anybody, for your honest.
Running a business and whatnot, typically 20
don't grip anybody's tire. We're not jamming.
Still trying to party up and whatnot.
So if I see you do it, I'm just going to move your hand up like that. For the most part,
I'm trying to be one of the best coaches, one of the best competitors in the world. I'm fucking on time for that shit.
I do need to clarify though, I did say the last thing I did, don't pinch somebody's nose. It's too easy for that to line up in their eyes and everything else. You can cup the mouth like this, but don't start sticking fingers in the mouth or anything like that. Don't use your fingers to pinch the nose, okay? And again, you lift these take really. But as far as submissions go, neck cranks, twisters, whatever you want, you do any of those things, okay? Fouls and penalties. Don't gouge anybody's eyes. Don't fish up anybody. No creasing. Small joint manipulation. You need four. You need four to grasp fingers at the top, okay? Hair pulling. Grabbing peripheral objects. That means don't grab this. Don't try to pull yourself out of submission like this and that. Again, only having that happen a couple of times. Just don't do it. Let me see here. Oh, solid. Our stand-up rule. We've only ever had to do this like twice. For the most part, I give somebody like a warning and they get moving. The thing that we don't want to see, since there is a top hand bias, let's say this guy just hits close guard, wraps his hands, and stays there. He's like lying on top. So I'm going to win. You need to be actively advancing position. I'm paying close attention to what you guys are doing. If I'm in a half guard, if I'm attacking somebody's half guard, and I get a body lock on them, I need to be moving to advance my position. Oh, wait a few couple seconds, like, okay, I understand you can invention, however, advance your position. I'm going to say action lock, okay? As far as, it also comes down, like, if you're in mount, and you're the top player, if you're not actively trying to get under those elbows, not actively trying to do something,
he's got a chance there.
okay, then you're going to lose the position that you work so hard to do. So first to finish, you're a call. Really, when it comes down, you have 7 minutes. Don't intentionally leave competition. I can't tell you how many guys try to work the outside angle on this. It's more annoying than anything. There's no point. It's not really all that.
I was asking about 1 second.
So, try to stay at the center. And
See if it's a no, it's the same one.
Try to work the center. Other than that, I think that about covers it. I don't know, do we still, Mr. Nick, do we still have any openings in higher brackets? No? Alright, never mind. So, any questions, please speak now. Yes, sir.
figured it out. I'm gonna jump it down 189 is huge. Huh? I mean, yeah, if I get another grappling match, why not? Jump in there, that's fine. 89 is huge, but whatever. Let's do it. I wanted to jump in this one. 79. We'll get it right. We'll do it.
Cut the guys out with physical football. I got a tourniquet in there too, just in case. Some chest bandages. Some muscles over King, I'm busy. I'm gonna be busy. Yeah. I can commentate really. I can project. I can be like, something Trey White could do here would be. That would be pretty funny. All right, folks, we got Bryce Lamb, a purple belt out of TriFecta Jiu-Jitsu in Tennessee, versus Zachary Zimmerman, a purple belt out of 10th Planet Indy. A very scrappy match to start. And we got the shirt coming off, and that might have screwed him because his opponent here is on the legs. Bryce on the attack here. It seems like we're out of immediate danger as Zachary has cleared his foot. And we're stopping for the reset. Action-packed beginning of the match here, beginning of the bracket. These cruiserweights are here to scrap. I love someone coming in shirtless with tight shorts. You guys know that's my vibe. Let's see what Zachary here can get done with a standing passing. He jumps to the front headlock. If you've been listening to the stream so far, you know that's one of my preferred pathing messes, but it gets him caught in a triangle, and it looks pretty deep. Zachary here is cutting the angle really, really well. I think we need to get that shoulder collapse. That head pull might be enough. It's very tight and we get the submission. Scrapper of a first match. Great way to get it started.
Your winner by submission.
Next up to the mat, Dominic Kalinowski,
Winner. Nice one. got Blake Morton, a brown belt out of Endurance, Val Tudo in Oklahoma, and Dominic Kalinowski, a purple belt out of Detroit Jiu-Jitsu Syndicate. Got Dominic sitting early, Blake in on a leg, immediately spinning out of bounds. It looks like knee line is already cleared for Dominic. Dominic's probably going to get his knee free here. It's going to be very tough for Blake to collect that knee line again. We got Dominic going for that Berimbolo style thigh ride, trying to get some back exposure with that inversion as soon as he gets his legs out, which is smart. He's looking, he feels his knees are clear, he wants to be on the attack as soon as he leaves, and he opts for a leg entanglement instead. He's well north of the knee. He might have been thinking straight ankle lock with that, as you can finish straight ankle locks very well from above the knee. And they're both seated here. Dominic taking top position. Blake running this knee shield, but Dominic manages to get past that knee shield and get chest to chest. Good progressions here. We'll see if Blake can use those frames effectively to get back off his back, get his lower body back in the game. Hard to say. He might actually have a lockdown in on the far side. That is Blake on bottom. Love to see the double unders from Dominic. It's interesting that he chose to kill him and just go for the classic head and underhook pin for the half guard pass. And it looks like Blake is looking for that lockdown. And this would be a good time to use that lockdown. Just get a little bit of space, see what you can do with your upper body, get that upper body back. I don't think I would hug the upper body with the lockdown. But we'll see. And okay, I see what he was doing there. He wanted to catch that arm, and that'd be very slick if he could finish it. It's a very nice sweep regardless. He's gonna keep that. He's gonna make Dominic take that back if he wants it. And it looks like he's hunting it. It looks like he wants to finish it, which would be a phenomenally cool fucking way to finish this match for Blake here if he can get that. He's got to keep the hips though. If he loses the hips, he's gonna not. Yeah, and he lost the arm entirely. But it was still very cool. But Dominic is out right in on the legs. That's the thing. It might have been smarter for Blake to just take the position with that sweep and work from there. Dominic doing a good job on this re-attack. It seems like he has both legs and he's above both knee lines. And he gets the tap. Beautiful job. Great position to be hunting for those leg locks with hip height, so you get to hip down into them. It's a bummer that the gi shorts lost, but Dominic takes the win.
Next up to the mat, Alex Benon, Michael Devil, Alex Benon, Michael Devil.
We got Alex. It's not Banana, it's Bannon. He's a blue belt out of Lake Effect Jiu-Jitsu. Oh, in Marquette, Michigan. That's up north by me, I tell you what. And then his opponent is Marco Delegadio, a blue belt out of One Touch Fight Team in Huntley, Illinois. Immediately is Alex in the guard, working that armbar, but his lower leg, his bottom leg was trapped, so he opts to go back for that attack. And we saw CJ Murdoch working quite a bit. Ooh, he almost had that shotgun armbar under his armpit. That would have been very nice. He's above the elbow, and he gets the tap very early. Wow, I barely got the color out before Alex gets the submission.
Next up to the mat, Middleweight, overseas, red lines.
Okay, so we got Przemysław Marcisz. I worked hard on that name. He is up against Grant Myers. Grant is a blue belt out of Seraphin BJJ here in Illinois. Przemysław Marcisz is a purple belt out of Train Hard, Be Kind, Vienna Bros, also out of Chicago, Illinois. Two Illinois boys, one hometown hero in Shemishov. Shemishov looking for that knee pick, doesn't get it. Two very lanky fighters. It's always interesting to see lanky guys stay on the feet. Shemishov does kind of a jumping pull here, looks to achieve a high guard. He's in a bit of a top lock. Oh, and he gets the arm stuff for the triangle. And he's to the figure four. Shemishov has the angle. His coach is calling for the armbar, but that choke looks very tight. Grant steps over the head in an attempt to get some distance and break the lock of Shemishov. Shemishov looks at the ref. Wonder what they're wondering here. I think Shemishov might put Grant to sleep here. This is one of the tightest triangles we've seen all day. Although, that being said, they're both lanky guys. Sometimes there's more space and he gets it. What a treat for me. I get to keep saying Shemishov because I worked on that name really hard.
Next up to that, Ethan Smiley, Trey White. Ethan Smiley, Trey White.
Trey White is one of my guys here. He is a white belt here in this bracket. I think he's the only white belt here today. This will be interesting. He got a solid draw. Ethan Smiley is a blue belt out of Performex Academy in Indiana. He won gold at the Arnold Classic. I was at that Arnold Classic. I was coaching Muay Thai though. Did not see him. We'll see how this turns out. Trey White is a hitter. He is a 2-1 MMA fighter. He's ranked in the state of Wisconsin. We'll see what he can do against Ethan here. I promise you Trey will not pull guard, but Ethan locks up a strong Russian on him right away, but opts to let it go. It seems like Ethan might have the physicality advantage here. Trey's not going to be cutting a lot of weight for this, as it's not an MMA fight. We'll see. I think Trey is probably going to be looking to catch a front headlock. He's probably not going to be looking to level change on an opponent with this much of a physicality advantage. Ethan, I mean, really kind of controlling the space here. As you saw, Trey react with that shot. Trey's fundamentals are strong though. He's not going to let you in for free. You're going to have to get in. As you can see here, hips back, good fundamentals. Oh, and he kind of lost his balance there. We'll see if Ethan can take advantage of the fact that he's already out in side control. Trey with a little bit of a roll that got him back to his feet. We're not really see Trey being on the offensive yet, and I hate to say it, he is my guy. It'd be interesting to see if Trey can make these connections work a little bit better for him. It's going to be tough, though. Clearly, Ethan is the stronger guy, and Trey is choosing to wrestle with him. It's going to be difficult for Trey to get Ethan moving and get his setups going. He's doing a good job of maintaining connections that aren't letting Ethan in, but he's not really, like I said, he's really on the defensive here on the feet. A great level change by Ethan leads Trey to being on bottom right away. The experience difference might be showing here. Trey using that underhook. I'm expecting a big explosion to see him try and wrestle up to the legs, and there it is. Less of an explosion and more of a roll up, and now he's in the front headlock. He needs to get on his feet and get on the hands of Ethan here to get out of here. Ethan, you're doing a good job of using that front headlock to throw Trey around and really own it. We'll see if he can get past that arm to the back. Trey's trying to be very smart and not let Ethan to his back for free, but it's going to be tough because he's going to have to reach in and fight those hands at some point. When he did, Ethan timed that very well to get that chest-to-back connection on Trey White. Trey denying those hooks very well. We'll see if he can turn to face at some point. Does turn to face, but allows the chest to chest. I would like to see a regard. Hopefully this Kimura doesn't rip Trey's arm off. And I say hopefully it doesn't go, because Trey is my boy. But it's not looking great for Trey White so far. Okay, decent roll up in onto the leg. He's not out of it yet. I haven't really seen a point, though, that Ethan isn't controlling this match. Trey's doing a good account of keeping his limbs to himself and doing the right thing, but it's always a little too late. There we go. Trey's up to turn to face, but he's waiting here on his knees. He needs to move. Trey White would need to get on his toes right away and start wrestling back. Otherwise, you're just giving Ethan time to get these hands locked for different threats. And it looks like Ethan rolled through to a pretty tight anaconda. He doesn't have a ton of head collapse, but it looks like he's on the neck, and it looks like he's in a good position to collapse that shoulder. We'll see if Ethan does the classic walk the hips in to get that head collapse and get that choke. Trey does have a hand on that lockup and a hand on Ethan's hip that's going to buy him some time. And it looks like he was able to dog it out. Ethan decided to give up on that grip, probably based on Trey's little bit of defense he had in there. Again, Trey giving a decent account of himself, but clearly on his heels for these matches. Clearly on the heels. Oh, a 10-finger guillotine from Ethan. Now, I can give you a little extra color on Trey. Trey is famous for going to sleep in the gym. He goes to sleep in the gym at least once a month. So it's entirely possible we see Trey White get put absolutely to sleep here. He's going to have a sore neck after that. And he opts to concede bottom position, trying to get back to his knees, trying to get back to the wrestler, but he's here waiting on his knees. He can't be waiting. He's got to be going. Seems like Ethan has a pretty decent wrestling base, so blue belt might not be a great representation of his skill set. He's looking like a pretty strong folk style wrestler to me. At least some experience, and then if you add that in, get a good jiu-jitsu coach, you're gonna look pretty damn good out here, as he is on Trey White here, the underdog of this entire bracket. Looks like Trey's losing a little steam here. He's not wrestling up to his knees like he was earlier. Looks like he's looking for a big bridge to get him out like he got out earlier in this match. I think now that Ethan has a read on his movement and Trey's a little bit more tired, that's far less likely. He needs to turn toward that arm, and that's a tap. I'm glad we didn't get Trey White hurt. He was the underdog. We were hoping for the best, but I think he was a little outclassed in that match, and Ethan moves on, and Trey is out of the match. Kate Morov.
Oh, really?
Kate Morov.
Kate Morov and final down. Round it.
Another name I worked hard on is Kate Morov. I'm pretty sure I got the first name right. Last name is going to be close. He's a blue belt representing VFS, which is a very high-level MMA gym here in town. I believe Bilal is on that gym, in 10th Planet Lombard, who we've seen quite a bit before today. They are the submission grappling gym in the area, in my opinion. And he is up against Kyle Kemp, who is a purple belt out of 10th Planet Livonia in Detroit, Michigan, regarded as one of the top purple belts in his region. Says my color sheet. We got Kyle Kemp in the purple, Kate Morov in the white. Forgive me if I haven't been identifying our grapplers thus far in this bracket. Looks like Kyle is looking to run some classic 10th Planet systems, right? Run those high guards. We're seeing, this is not the first time today we've seen that body triangle from the closed guard. And it's not a great place to hang out, but as you can see, Kyle knows what to do. Kyle's moving to the upper, moving his legs to the upper body. If you're going to run the closed guard game, it's all about upper body connections, whether it's you get them with your upper body or you get your legs up to their upper body. Kate is running some good fundamentals in almost any other situation. In any other situation, double underhooks would be a money thing to do. In the closed guard, that's the one guard that, because you have to kind of back out of it to get past it, I mean, he could run like Sao Paulo style passing, but it looks like he's kind of applying some fundamentals that might not be awesome here. And now that's what I'd like to see them doing, is building that distance, right, backing out, standing up, forcing the guard open of Kyle Kemp, so that he can then reattack with passing. And it looks like he's going to want a pressure pass. And he switched his hips there like he was thinking about that, those pressure style passes you can do out in closed guard, those Sao Paulo style passes. But now he's going the wrong way with it. If anything, he should have gone toward Kyle's foot on his hip here. I mean, Kate obviously controlling the match, but Kyle's really putting him in more danger here. And I'm a closed guard hater. I'm the first person to say that you're stalling from the closed guard, but that's obviously not what Kyle's doing. Kyle is trying to use that guard effectively and get to the shoulder line of Kate. Khatek's doing a good job of fighting off the upper body. And again, like those underhooks, the way he's isolating the arm right now, in any other passing situation, those would be really dominant controls, but it's just that the closed guard is the exception to the rule with those fundamentals. And we have a nice foot over the top for Kyle for that omoplata attack. It looks like Khatek felt it, spun out. There was a straight arm attempt in there for a minute. They're off the mats and not a very resettable position, and there is a nice resettable closed guard. And our marvelous referee here is resetting it. Khatek taking a minute here, getting something out of his mouth. So Kyle's strategy seems pretty clear. He wants a good bite on those rubber guard, those high guard, those top lock systems. He needs Kyle down here. Kyle needs Khatek down here. So Khatek is a little bit making a mistake going chest to chest. And I might sound like a bit of a broken record here, but this is not a good strategy for Khatek to win this match. That being said, Kyle is getting fed Khatek's upper body. And now here we have a triangle. Khatek's athleticism is going to get him out of it, I think, and then just his awareness of which directions to move, his reads on that. But he needs to be up right now or through those legs just like he is so that Kyle can't close that guard again. But now Kyle uses that almost as a leg entry / dummy sweep. Oh, but now Khatek is in on a leg lock, on a straight ankle lock. We'll see. He opts to back out. He didn't like the bite. I don't know, it might have been good for Khatek to play that out. That was a really strong attempt, and I don't know if our referee is going to view that as an attempt. Because Kyle definitely has an attempt on that omoplata armbar he rolled through there, so arguably 2 attempts. Nice arm drag by Khatek, but here's the thing. I don't think we had a question of whether Khatek was going to end on top. We have a question of whether Khatek could properly posture out of this closed guard situation without getting stuck in these top lock style lockups here, these rubber guard style lockups. Kyle doing a really good job of displaying that, I don't want to say old school, but old school 10th planet, high leg clinch system, moving through kind of your goals. And he's really got some good isolation here. He doesn't have any choke. He doesn't have a thread in. Both arms are in, right? So there's no choke in here. But there's all sorts of sneaky little, like Ezekiel-style chokes. He can get his foot in front. But here, there was a situation where Kyle probably could have come on top. But obviously, this is where he wants to be. Tactically, he's more comfortable in his guard. Probably long term, it'd be smart for him to come up with some solutions for when people are falling over, because his submission threats are going to be so gnarly, his connections are going to be so gnarly that he's going to get people falling over because they have to get their hips out, get their shoulders out, move where they need to move. And it felt like Kyle wasn't really ready to come on top. Pause. But again, we still have Khatek here. We might have a little blood on Khatek's forehead. He is grinding his forehead into Kyle's chin, and Kyle does have a little bit of stubble there. We might be opening him up a scotch. A lot of more of the same. A lot of Khatek making good for any other situation upper body connections. Shutting down pretty effectively Kyle's high guard attacks. But unless Khatek changes his strategy, I think it's going to be a matter of time. We have a minute 13. We'll see if he can get a good submission bite. I think it's realistic to think that Kyle might get one more good submission bite, and in the judge's eyes in the referee's eyes, be winning this match. And it looks like Kyle's going to get the foot in front, which is, if Kyle can get that foot in front, it's going to be a big deal. Yup, just like that. He's going to be on that omoplata. I don't know if we're going to call that an attempt, but it's definitely a back exposure. Now here's where, do we have any wrestling? Oy! Had a really cool counter throw there. But here's the thing, on that really cool counter throw, that is awesome, that is sick. It should be in your game to be able to dominate there, but if you're right back into these submissions, it doesn't matter. Khatek being careful not to slam his opponent, but he's now in a deep triangle, and that's going to be a threat, I think. Oh, into a Darce, really slick Darce entry from Kyle Kemp. Holy smokes. If Kyle can catch the hips here, I think we might end this match with a submission. We have very short time. I think he's going to have to put Khatek up. Khatek seems like a tough guy. But I think follow for a while. Good dude. I met him at an 80cc trials. Rolled with him a little bit at Andy Varella's home gym, the 10th Planet, one of the 10th planets in Vegas. Hey guys, we're hearing you on the audio. Let us know. We moved the mic around a little bit. Let us know if that's any better, if we need to be quieter, louder, or clearer, please. Thank you very much. Apologies about that. So we got Matt with the beard, Nathan, who just finished that double leg takedown in the red, white, and blue kit. You love to see the red, white, and blue kit. We'll see. Matt has a very difficult and tricky guard. Well-rounded player, but I think his guard is one of his greatest strengths. So we'll see how he can make that work against Nathan, the blue belt from Hart BJJ in Woodstock, Illinois. Matt being a Florida man himself, and the Florida man is on the leg. Looks like he's got heel exposure. No, he's on a straight. He ditched the heel exposure, went on the straight. He looks like he has very good bite. We'll see if he can get that second leg involved a little bit stronger. And he's back turning, trying to expose that heel. He turned toward it, and then he went to reap the leg to get that exposure. We'll see. Oh, and he's back on the straight. Very good chaining attacks from Matt, but props to Nathan Negron for a strong defensive showing there, showing that he is comfortable in the legs. The veteran Matt Fariello is not going to finish him that easy. We're resetting back here in the middle in the half guard with Nathan on top, Matt on bottom. We'll see. I'm guessing with that early success, Matt is going to be looking to elevate and get back in on the legs, but Nathan does have a good bite on his upper body, good bite on the head. It's very hard to elevate, if not impossible, from a fully pinned position. So Matt's going to have to get his arms back to himself and get them to work. And it looks like he's got his frames. Exactly. And he got inside position. He used it to take top position. He's probably happy with that. Rather than the leg lock. And we got another closed guard enjoyer. Well, our last closed guard enjoyer managed to win the match. We'll see if Nathan can match the prowess of Kyle Kemp in our last match for his guard attacks. It's going to be very tough. Kyle Kemp of our last match was very much built for a 10th Planet System closed guard. Nathan a little bit more of a standardly built man. I think he's going to want to probably open up a little bit. We'll see if he can make those upper body connections. Matt doing a good job of owning the center line. Again, owning the center line and getting those underhooks and stuff can stave off attacks in the closed guard. It's not going to pass it, right? And eventually you do need to pass it, because it is very easy to hold on to a closed guard and not let someone pass, right? And that's why people like it. It gives you a lot of time to get your connections, get your perfect connections that you want, and then make your move. But it seems like Matt's doing probably, frankly, in my opinion, too good of a job of denying those connections of Nathan on bottom to really be worried about what Nathan's got to offer. But here we go. Nathan's doing a little bit better job here. He had a collar tie. He was framing that arm out. Looks like he's going for an old school triangle attempt. And if Matt's smart, and it looks like he is, he's going to use that as an opportunity. Ooh, nice wrestle up by Nate, though. We're in the front headlock for Matt again. I'm a front headlock blazer. Matt is a great competitor. He uses it to take the back. That's what's so great about the front headlock. You can submit. You can improve your position. And we get him with a short choke. Very good, Matt. Looking very, very technical, very sound. Moving on to the next one.
Next up to that, Mike Santiago, Sasha Hogan. Mike Santiago, Sasha Hogan.
We got Mike Santiago, a black belt out of Santiago Training Center. I'm assuming that is his gym in Lombard, Illinois. He is a UFC veteran up against Sasha Hodovic, a blue belt from Northside BJJ, Chicago, Illinois. Both hometown boys. Sasha has the most gold medals on Smoothcomp across all brackets. I wonder if that's blue belt. We got Mike In the shorts without spats, we got Sasha in the leopard print. We'll see if Sasha can upset here a little bit. No gold medals today, but there is cash. And technically our brackets, our sign-up is on Smoothcomp, I believe, so he might get another win on his profile, depending on how we decide to run that. Both men just looking for good connections, and Mike in with a great double leg following through. Classic MMA blast from a little bit of distance, but very well timed. Good speed, good explosion. And again, we're having this kind of situation repeat itself over and over. The close guard, very easy to hold. All you use it for is achieving better upper body connections. And it looks like that's what Sasha's going to try and do here. He's going to put the foot on the hip and try and get a little bit better lower body connections or walk his hips up higher. He's got an overhook. It looks like he's trying to kill that center line control that Mike has with his head position. We have to see at some point Mike is going to have to back out. Still hear Sasha looking for some upper body connections. Hasn't really made much happen yet. I don't know if the double collar tie is going to be super successful for him. I think he's just trying to get some sort of connections going. And Mike has his hands where he needs them, right? Mike has his hands, good frames, but Mike's got to pull out. And I'm not an advocate for pulling out myself, but in this situation, in the close guard, you got to pull out. That's how you do it. So we'll see if Mike can do it. Let's go. There we go. Now Mike's got his classic close guard posture. I'd love to see Mike get some posts on the throat or the armpits and just stand up. Try and keep his head above his hips and get to his feet. It's going to provide Sasha with an opportunity to enter the legs, but that's the guard, man. If you're not past it yet, there's going to be opportunities. And there we go. Now he's to his feet. He's staying pretty low, but he's to his feet, and this is going to be a real way to pass the close guard, or open the close guard, rather, is getting to your feet. The old school knee in the butt when you're sitting on the mat doesn't work, but this where you set them, where you're like their proctologist getting something in their butt, that sort of knee in the butt works, and he does. It opens it up, and it looks like Sasha really wants to get to that close guard, and that's, those habits that you build. You're really comfortable there, and he had, from his perspective, he had some measure of success there, right? Mike wasn't able to pass from there, so in his head he's like, okay, it's a spot that I can work. These other guards are unknown, but in my opinion, I don't think Sasha was. I don't know if he should really be hunting for that close guard that much. I don't think he found that much success there. I think he needs to be trying his game at stuff like this, yes. Stuff like entering the legs, and someone with a really good MMA pedigree like Mike, although leg locks are definitely done in MMA and are becoming more and more the meta now, that might be somewhere where you might have a little bit of an advantage, right? In a smashy passing situation, a good UFC level grappler, you're probably going to be at a bit of a disadvantage as a blue belt, even one as who's clearly on the rise as Sasha. I think these more open guard situations are going to play to this rule set, play to a possible skill disparity, right? Because you have to find the skill disparity. You have to find where you're a little better than the guy. He's probably going to be better than you some places. You got to find where to not play that game. And now Sasha's back in the close guard, and we're going to get a reset here in the close guard. Mike now really realizing that if he runs the posture game, he can get out of here. It's going to take him a couple seconds. It's going to take him a little bit of time. I'd like to see Mike just get up. But I will say the best we've seen Sasha look is at those leg entanglements. So Mike does have to be smart. That's where anyone can get caught in a heel hook, right? It's if the guy has a decent heel hook, if he can get under you, that can be a very quick change to the match. So he's got to be careful. Here we go. Now we got Sasha opening up a little bit. Seems like he's getting a little bit more comfortable with his ability to retain, and it's allowing him to open up a little bit more, but it looks like that's going to be in Mike's favor as he gets a really nice staple with one leg. He's already working that isolation. Like we talked about with CJ earlier, if you can be isolating as you're passing, you should be. If you can control the upper body on the pass, you should be. That's the reason we're passing, is to access the upper body. And Mike does a really, really good job of smashing right through. Once he had that stable, he was very comfortable. Through to side, knee on belly to mount. Very great classic, but a classic for a reason, right? Now I'd like to see Mike get really aggressive on those upper body isolations. Sasha making a good account of himself, though, using a bridge to turn it back into a guarded situation, which is where I think Sasha's path to victory is most likely. He's got an upper body bite. He might have some shoulder collapse. Mike doing a good job of keeping that thumb turned the way it needs to not have too much shoulder and elbow collapse. Mike getting back up. Right now, it's probably going to be going to the top position guy, who is Mike at this point. But I'd like to see Mike getting more aggressive. If he can throw a good submission, which this is, in on the front headlock, arm in. MMA guys notoriously good at arming guillotines. See if Mike can finish this. He tried to finish it one-handed. I don't know if that was the move, but he was able to salvage mount from it. Sasha needs to get his hands to the lower body, like right now. 5 seconds ago, because he's got 30 seconds to get a strong submission attempt on the board, and that's going to be from this position. It's going to be frame on the hips, get to the legs, get to that strong submission attempt. That's his only path to victory right now, and it needs to be a little bit more urgent than it is right. I mean, it's pretty urgent. I think he might just not have it in him. Mike's top pressure might just be too good. We'll see. It looks like at this point Mike is setting up isolations of his own. He might get another submission attempt on the cards. Mike sitting in not the greatest way, ending on bottom, but I don't think it's going to make a difference for Sasha. I think we're going to see Mike moving through to the next round, but we'll go to 3 for the official decision.
Moving on to the 179 bracket. Bradley Tyke, Diallo Braithwaite. Bradley Tyke, Diallo Braithwaite.
So we saw Diallo compete earlier today. Must have been in the 59 weight class, in the lightweight class. He made it to the finals and had a great finals match with CJ. His opponent here, Bradley, purple belt out of Conquest Self-Defense, located in Tacoma, Washington. We really do have high-level competition from all over the country, and Bradley with an insane slide by to start the match. But Diallo on the back. Oh, Bradley with a counter throw. Absolutely a scrap to start out. Fireman's by Bradley. Holy smokes. In on the neck is Bradley. Can he finish it? Switching to a dark script. Can Diallo spin out? It looks like Diallo's going to accept the pin. Bradley still hunting for that Darce, not quite in. Diallo on the head himself. What a tough match to call. Back in that over-under situation, both looking for the toss. Diallo rolls through to the legs. What a read. Can he extend that leg? Bradley defends with that figure 4, keeping his legs safe. The question now is, can Bradley crawl up to Diallo's back, or can Diallo extend that leg for an attack or even a finish? We'll see. Holy shit, is this a match, boys? This is what happens when you don't choose to sit guard off the bell. You get watchable jiu-jitsu, folks. Holy shit. Oh, he's in on, I think he might have even been trying to manufacture a calf cut there, but it wasn't really there for Bradley. Diallo on top now in a passing position, and we saw Diallo show us that he is a phenomenal pinner. Phenomenal pinner, even against extremely wily guard players like Jordan Mills. So it's going to be a lot of work for Bradley to get off his back here. Now, clearly, Bradley is an athlete, so if he invests some explosion now before he gets too isolated, he does have a chance to get out, but he's running some lockdown, which is more of a kind of inch your way out style, which is interesting. To see someone who is so explosive on the feet pick a little bit more inch your way out style of guard in the lockdown. And Diallo already has that inside little topside butterfly hook, that pry bar. to start clearing his knee. Diallo just needs to bring his heel to his butt and kind of pummel out of that lockdown there, and he should be able to clear his knee line. Oh, interesting. He's going to kick off he thought about kicking off that lockdown. Oh, and in a little bit of a scramble, he was able to clear his knee. Bradley on bottom here decided to forgo the lockdown, and it looks like Bradley's strength is definitely on his feet. It seems like Diallo is a little bit outclassing him on the passing versus guard game here, although that could change at any minute. These two guys are clearly very scrappy. And very impressive, too, for, both guys had an awesome scrap on the feet, but for Diallo to have gone to the finals in the last bracket and started this bracket with that amount of energy, what a stud. He's not taking rounds off in the training room. He is not sitting on the cup wall when guys are sitting out rounds, watching everyone roll. That's not fucking Diallo, I'll tell you that much, because look at him go. This is insane. This is his 6th, 7th match of the day, 5th match of the day. He's half a dozen matches in. He's absolutely scrapping. It looks like now that he's past the guard of Bradley, he's going to be putting in some work on these isolations, and he does. He's going old school, underhook head control, absolutely nothing wrong with it. Very fundamentally sound, working to isolate that arm. Hard for us to tell here in the booth, but Bradley might have caught a foot, which I don't think is going to... he did not. And Diallo in an S-mount, bringing back the 2015 game of S-mount. Yeah, that's very interesting. Oh, he's going to go for a smother, distract Bradley from the fact that he's trying to isolate one of these arms. Obviously, the near one is the best bet if he's going to sit back on an armbar, but I think he wouldn't mind Bradley turning hard and exposing his back. And he's really just kind of getting Bradley to squirm, fishing for an isolation. He wants that armbar. I think the elbow is probably too close to the hips for a true sit back. He might be trying to transition to the triangle at this point. It looks like he is trying to transition to the triangle. He's leg over the shoulder here. Bradley got his hands locked in a gable. It's going to be very tough to break that gable. Diallo's going to have to put a ton of torque on that shoulder. Oh, but Bradley spins out, and Diallo takes the back off of that opportunity. Phenomenal way to kind of give Bradley no good options from Diallo here. Diallo with the body triangle and doing a great job. First time we've seen a turtle/referee's position today that someone didn't fall off the front of, which is awesome to see, because that really is an important fundamental. You should be, if someone's turtling a referees, you should not be falling off the front. I think that's you compete, you get excited. Diallo's got a lot of experience. He's been here, he's been at this event before. He knows he's a 3-time silver medalist. Again, B team. Where's the sponsorship? He's doing a great job of winning the top side hand fight, meaning Diallo's hands get on top, which means he has access to the neck. He can start running hand trapping, and there it is, right? He can start running those hand trapping traps. I'm sure we all watched those Danaher videos back when the Death Squad was still together. R.I.P. Death Squad. He's doing a great job. So to run that hand trapping stuff, ideally, you want your underhook side on bottom, and you want to be isolating the top arm with the cross grip, right? That's kind of the money of those isolations. But Bradley's throwing a little bit of a wrench in that by driving back into Diallo, and it manages to break the chest-to-back connection. We'll see if Diallo can chase it. Diallo really needs to let his legs open exactly like that and come back on top. Beautiful. Diallo knows how to come on top, folks. That's what you like to see. Diallo really putting on a clinic of dominant position here. He has less than a minute, as you're hearing his coaches say, if you can hear them in their corner. He needs to, if he wants to finish with a submission, crank the gas. And I wouldn't blame the man for, if he's going to make a true run at this $1,500, which I'm sure he is, I wouldn't blame him for riding it out here, but I don't think that's the kind of guy he is. I think he's going to try and get a rear naked in the last 30 seconds. Yeah, I think and he might get it. It's going to be tough, though. Bradley's clearly a game competitor. He knows his defense. I think Bradley probably knows winning is a long shot, but he's going to go out on his shield. Diallo throwing up a little bit of a half-ass triangle attempt. Bradley trying to throw a submission up on the board. Good gaming the rule set. Oh, Bradley comes up in an old school head and arm position, but gets his back taken again. Bradley's smiling. He's a good sport. Time. Diallo ends the match with the rear naked choke. Locked up. too late, but I don't think it's going to matter. Bradley smiling, very good showing. No shame to Bradley. Absolute unit on the feet. Was a pleasure to watch, but he is out of the contention.
It was cool to watch.
Next up to the mat, Stephen Dana and Tunde Jones. Stephen Dana and Tunde Jones.
Someone else you've also seen already today is Stephen Dana, a purple belt out of 10th Planet Atlanta, an absolute hitter of a gym. I'm getting some confirmation from the Atlanta boys over here. He bumped up and he opts to sit guard right off the bat against his opponent. I should have gotten a pronunciation on this one. Tunde J. Jones, a blue belt out of Pedigo Submission Fighting, Mount Vernon, Illinois. Oh, and we get an early submission. From Stephen Dana, stepping up a weight class and making himself a contender in this new weight.
Next up to the mat, Jaden Grover and Anthony Marola. Jaden Grover and Anthony Marola.
We got Jaden Groner. I bet that name was fun in middle school. He is a purple belt out of 10th Planet Lombard again, one of the hitter gyms in the area for submission grappling, against Anthony Marolda, purple belt out of Apex House of Grappling in Countryside, Illinois. He took gold at NASM Chicago. Interesting. We have Jaden sitting right off the bat, looking for a triangle. He's got a good lockup on that arm that needs to stay in the triangle, but the hand isn't in. He turns it into an inversion. It looks like Jaden is going to be a very slick guard player, very common to see out of 10th Planet Lombard. Oh, and he used an arm drag to come up on the back. Very nice. Very nice. He's got a lockup here. His chest to back isn't great, and he goes to adjust it, but in that space, Anthony is able to invert and give a little bit of a leg threat. Some De La Hiva guard. Didn't quite get him to the back, but it looks like Anthony's trying to make that De La Hiva guard to the back take work. Very hard to make work in the gi. Almost impossible no gi. But he must trust it. He must make it work in the gym because he keeps going to that well. He's using that stick leg all the way through. He managed to sweep with it, but into an attack from his opponent, Jaden. Jaden in on a straight ankle lock, and he gets the tap. A very aggressive tap. I think he's bummed. I think he was in his zone with that sweep, and he thought he was going to make it. Jaden was able to catch the straight ankle out of that position.
Next up to the mat, Mitch Donahue, Shane Osberger. Mitch Donahue, Shane Osberger.
We got Mitch, a purple belt out of 10th Planet Indianapolis, Indiana. He is an NASM certified personal trainer. So if you're in Indianapolis, Indiana, and you are fatter than you'd like to be, hit him up. And he's going against a blue belt from Conquest Self-Defense named Shane Arzenberger. That's another fun one. He's out of Tacoma, Washington. Couple Washington boys here. You love to see guys lining it out. We got Shane with the blonde hair, gray rash guard, and Mitch in the purple LBX kit. Brunette. More into blondes myself. Shout out to Maddie Geyer, the wife. A little bit of light hand play here. turning into some heavy petting, some heavy collar ties. Looks like these boys both probably have a little bit of wrestling background. Who knows how far they went with the sport. I don't know if Washington's a great state for wrestling. You don't hear about it a ton. Ooh, but we had an ice fireman's into a high crotch, but it looks like it's going to get him isolated, right? And that was Shane shooting the fireman's to the high crotch. Almost got his arm isolated by Mitch, who's on bottom, but Shane manages to scramble right into the side control. We'll see if Shane is able to start working his isolations or if Mitch is going to make use of his frames. And Mitch says, fuck frames, I'm going to go for a fat man roll from bottom and get put in a darce. That's tough, buddy. But we'll see. He looks like a scrapper. He might be able to get out. He's building his, he's framing, he's trying to get a connection to the hip as his coach is calling for to kill that arm collapse. And darces are hard to finish when you're flat on your back, but not for Shane Arzenberger. He gets the early finish. Trying to bring that 1500 back to Tacoma, Washington.
Next up to the mat, Ronan Sullivan, Caleb Crump. Ronan Sullivan, Caleb Crump.
Oh, nice. Crump's in there.
You got come on in? Fanon? No, okay. I heard my name. We got Caleb Crump, a brown belt out of high altitude martial arts in Denver, Colorado. He's got the braids in and the white kit. We'll see. He's a 3-time CRS champion, so definitely a favorite. Ooh, I see CSR. Excuse me. We got Nick over here correcting my little faux pas there. We'll see if he can make it happen again. Ronan Sullivan, a blue belt out of Combat Corps in Louisville, Kentucky, immediately going for the takedown, getting it. He has a 100% submission rate via Smoothcomp. All that action was off the camera for you boys. We'll see what we can get done. Obviously, Roman coming at this match with a pretty high intensity, getting a reset here in the referee's position. Immediately in on the back take. Ronan looking to make a name for himself here. Taking out the 3-time champ out of Colorado. Caleb staying composed, turning to face, getting his guard connections, working his frames, but Roman passed his guard again. This is interesting, very interesting. Ronan is definitely setting the pace of this match right now, and he's already got a far side isolation on that arm. If he plays it smart, he could turn it into a head and arm choke or a Von Flu. He manages to lose it. Caleb doing a good job of using that hip bridge to get his frames back. Caleb looking for maybe a buggy there. And now he's going for those frames on the hips that are indicative of rolling back into that kind of goofy back take. He bails on that, goes for a very nice trap and roll from bottom north-south. And now Caleb is on the back, attacking. Stood up is Roman. Caleb locking up the rear naked choke, trying to say, I don't care what pace you set, you're going to sleep. And he is almost out by the time he hit the ground. What a match. What a turnaround for Caleb, the champ. The up-and-comer. Almost had an injury there. Fortunately, it looks like both athletes are healthy. What a match.
Next up to the mat, Fanon Lawson. Fanon Lawson.
Turn it up.
I know Fanon well. Fanon trains out of our sister gym, Primal MKE. I should know how to say his last name. We're going to give it a shot. Gebriberhan. I promise you that is incorrect. But Fanon's a good guy. He actually beat another competitor in this bracket, Trey White, in an MMA fight. Gave Trey his only loss in MMA, and he's up against a blue belt out of Northside BJJ in Jacob Murray. Fanon shirtless in the yellow shorts, Jacob pulling guard in the LBX kit, Jacob going for an elevation right off the bat. That you're going to love this, weebs. Reverse Sumagaeshi into the Ashigarami, inside Ashi. Fanon's smart, though. He manages to keep his legs under him in base. This is going to be interesting. Fanon trains with a lot of more submission grappler style people, so he is used to seeing seated guard, and he's going to attack it with like an MMA fervor. On a straight ankle is Jacob. No bite on the hip, but now he has a bite on the hip. We're going to see if this can finish. Fanon doing a very good job of building his base up. We got Fanon on top being a little cagey. Not really taking that guard too seriously. Well, he is. He's being cagey, right? He's taking it seriously. He's like a little dismissive of the rolling on the back. But this is the right person. That's awesome. Shane on bottom, forgive us for the silence here, just making sure we were calling the right names at a little bit of a miscommunication. We got a stand-up, the first implementation of the stand-up rule, a rule I am a fan of. It's basically if we're not seeing a ton of dominant progress on top, you're going to take that top position away, right? And with the top side bias, if you're just going to sit there on top and not be super aggressive, they're going to take that away from you. Now, here's the thing. Shane's sad, so I'm guessing he's going to sit again. He's trying some, foot sweep stuff, some low-risk slide-by foot sweeps. I think Fanon's going to get the takedown, and he does. Jumps the ghillie on Shane. We'll see if he can maintain those connections. It doesn't look like it's going to finish, but a great pace setter for Shane, for Fanon to show Shane that he's a threat, right? Just because I didn't want to jump into your guard, it doesn't mean like I think you're going to submit me. It just means I didn't want to walk right into your guard. I can, if I can get my game going, I can and I will lock up subs on you, and I think that's going to be a strong sub attempt in the referee's eyes. So that's going to put Fanon a little bit head on the cards. Fanon just shoves Shane down, walks away from the leg entanglement. Shane clearly a little upset that Fanon won't engage with his guard, but this is something, and we might get the stand-up rule again, right? But this is something I see with guys who really want to play just one part of the game. They get frustrated and they say stuff like, well, it's jiu-jitsu, man. You gotta come into the guard. And Fanon is backing up too much at this point. Fanon does have to engage, but he gets to pick his time. He doesn't just get to step into your guard with whatever connections you want, right? You sat down, he gets to take his time, he gets to use his top position. Now, if Fanon got a call to engage. If he abuses that opportunity in this rule set, the referee is going to call a stand-up like we saw before. So Fanon said, fuck it, all right, let's make some connections, and he's got a body lock going here, which is a great start, but Shane gets 1 foot out, 2 feet out, and now the body lock is useless, right? The body lock, you can Sao Paulo pass, but it's very difficult. We're going to have Fanon building back up, standing up, and he does. He times it very well, does Fanon. Fanon backs all the way out. He opts to start back over, takes a look at the clock to see what he's working with. And, I mean, not that there's scorecards, but on the scorecards, Fanon has had the only, legitimate submission attempt so far, right? Even though he got stood up. And it does seem to be getting in Shane's head that Fanon is only going to play the stand-up game, Shane's only going to play the seated game. So you can only be as frustrated at him as you are at yourself if you're only choosing to play one portion of the grappling game. His coaches are calling for no wrestling. Fanon is a very good amateur MMA fighter in the area. Tries a little slide by. Clearly a natural athlete. knows how to move, knows how to manipulate other people's bodies when he's grappling. Just has a really good read, a really good feel for what's going on. Trains out of Primal MKE, 5 years strong, all constraints-led approach at that gym. You will never learn a move at Primal MKE. And we'll see how this, I believe, white belt amateur MMA fighter is going to make that work on Shane, the blue belt from Tacoma, Washington. Shane starting to get some of his forgive us there. We've been calling our bottom player here, well, the guy on defense here from Fanon's front headlock, which is the attack we saw, we've been calling him Shane. That is Jacob Murray. Forgive me for that mistake. Jacob is out of Chicago, Illinois, north side. We might have announced that properly in the beginning there, but apologies to Jacob. Jacob currently on the defense from Fanon's front headlock. He has hands on hands, so unlikely Fanon's going to finish this choke, but he's putting in a squeeze, likely making a good show for the referees. Very athletic movement from both men. Jacob looking for a strong pull to a leg entanglement, but didn't have quite good enough bite to enter. Oh, he's on the attack on the feet. Fanon throws him off the mats. Coach is calling for movement because we are short time, and Fanon, it looks like, has one, possibly two strong submission attempts here. Time. It'll be an interesting match. Unfortunate that Fanon was a little bit more aggressive in passing the guard, but I think he clearly had more submission attempts. And he moved on to the quarterfinals.
Moving on to the quarterfinal round, the 169 division. Bryce Lamb, Dominic Kalinowski. Bryce Lamb, Dominic Kalinowski.
Just a reminder, folks, Bryce Lamb, a fresh purple belt, I don't know if we told you that, was promoted earlier this week out of TriFecta Jiu-Jitsu in Brentwood, Tennessee. Is going up against Dominic Kalinowski, a purple belt out of Detroit Syndicate. Coach calling for belief in himself from Brian, which will help. For Bryce, excuse me. Bryce sitting guard early. Bryce sitting guard early. In on some inverted attempts at that leg. Let's see if he can get to the hip. And he doesn't manage to do it, but he does attempt to chase Bryce up there for a moment. Or Dominic, excuse me. Chase Dominic up there for a moment. And then Dominic on the underhook, trying to use it to pass. Bryce doing a good job of maintaining that inside position, building that space back. Dominic now on his knees, trying to get some connections going. Ooh, does a good job of kind of passing both those legs to the outside, but it looks like Bryce might have one leg up and one leg in the middle for an Ashi attempt. Oh no, Dominic's leg is clear here. Oh, but Bryce does manage to make it work. Can he catch the hips for the ham sandwich? He can't, but he might be able to catch this knee line. It's going to be very tough with Dominic having as many resources to push down on that leg and clear his knee line out, and he was able to do it here. Now we'll see if Bryce can re-enter. Looks like he can, and Bryce Bryce is going to be another one of these players who is not comfortable coming up on top. He is going to beat you off his back, or he's not going to beat you, is the read I'm getting early on. I'd love for him to prove me wrong and show me all the parts of his game. But that being said, many of our off-bottom players have won, and it might be another case of that, as he has a good bite on the hips. He's well above the knee, and he's belly down. Unfortunately, we cannot see the grip. The referee's the only one who can see how tight that attempt was from Bryce, and Bryce makes me eat my words by coming on top to engage with Dominic here. Using that sweep, and we get to see his passing game, which is clean. Now I feel bad for talking a little bit of smack, because Bryce on top here, showing a good little passing game. Opts to sit back again for the legs, but he submits Dominic, who had an attempt in of his own. You got Shemisov back on the mat. I'm doing my absolute best with his name. I think we are nailing it against Alex Bannon. Alex opting to sit, a blue belt out of Lake Effect Jiu-Jitsu. Up north by me is inverting, attempting to get a good bite on the hips and the legs. Decides to take top position. Shemisov entering the legs for a moment there himself, using it to come on top. And then Alex back in on the legs. It's going to be one of those matches, folks. Just pummeling for inside, clearing knees and stretching those legs out. Alex using that position as a great topside position to step right over into side. Looking for that shallow underhook to step over for the armbar, transitioning it right into a Darce attack. Very fluid attacks. Shemisov wise to all of them, though, able to weasel his way out and come on top. And we got Alex on bottom here, looking again to get behind the knee, invert, pop that knee to the inside. Get a little bit of distance and start stretching that leg out. Shemisov doing a little bit better job this time of maintaining control of the hands so that Alex doesn't have a good opportunity, but Alex with a very tricky catch on that reverse triangle. And he gets the tap. Hard to say if that was the choke or the arm that he tapped to. Very impressive, very slick, very, very slick entry from Alex Bannon. Blue belt out of Lake Effect Jiu-Jitsu.
Next up from that, Ethan Smiley, Kyle Campbell. Ethan Smiley, Kyle Campbell.
Seen both these gentlemen before too. Kyle Campbell, purple belt out of 10th Planet Livonia in Detroit. Sounds like that should be in Eastern Europe. In the all-black kit on your left and my left against Ethan Smiley, who took out my boy Trey White. So we're rooting for him to sweep the bracket, but we'll see. Very interesting posture from Kyle Kemp. And if you remember, Kyle Kemp was the guy running a lot of that kind of old school, high guard, next level systems, but seems to be very willing to engage with Ethan on the feet. Now, Ethan's got a build that on paper is going to be better for moving around on the feet. And I think Kyle felt that, and he said, all right, we're going to go back to where I'm good and where my build has the advantage, and immediately catches an ankle, inverts, uses that threat of the inversion to come on top for a moment. But Ethan gets his base back right away and ends up on top. Again, we're seeing Kyle, just like his earlier matches, trying to utilize that figure four to buy him some time to walk up to that upper body. And that's that's what he's doing before. Now, we didn't see him find any hard success with this position as far as submissions go in his first match, but we were seeing him throw some threats. He did find some very good threats out of here. Remember, Kyle is the individual who ended with that beautiful Darce entry in the first round. So we'll see if he's got any more cool tricks up his sleeve. But as of right now, he's just trying to work that kind of top knot series. What he's looking to do here is he's looking to use that frame on the shoulder to get himself just enough room to get his feet crossed in a way that kind of isolates both arms. Think about like a baby reaching out to get uppies. That's what he wants Ethan on top to look like, right? He wants his arms kind of stretched out, and that way he can lock up a bunch of different attacks. He can move to omoplatas, he can move to gogoplatas, he can move to hindulatines, he can move to classic triangles, right? And you'll see he's trying to bring that second leg up, but the problem is Ethan's arms being down and locked around the waist is really preventing that uppies style posture that he's looking for. And he's clearly a stout guy, and his arms don't look easy to move. They don't. It looks like you're going to have some 2-on-1 to move those motherfuckers. Bit of an arm drag, arm tie situation on the far side there. We got Ethan stuffing the wrist. Classic way to stand up in the closed guard. Stuff one wrist and stand up. Mitigates quite a bit of risk of them reaching for your ankles. And Kyle's got to keep running that. Ethan's got to keep running that. He's got to keep standing up, ideally with some wrist connection or some upper body frames like on the throat or on the armpits. Build that distance and open that guard. Cal doing a good job here of hooking the ankle. Oh, and he hits an old school, we used to call that a star sweep. Some people call it a waiter sweep. Some people call something else a waiter sweep. But very nice. But here's the thing. Great sweep. I don't think Kyle's super comfortable on top, so it doesn't really matter that he swept, right? So that's another thing. It's like if you're only going to submit from the guard, it doesn't matter how good your sweeps are if you won't take top of it. And, that might have been Ethan. Maybe we need to give Ethan, maybe I need to give Ethan more credit. Maybe Ethan was like, nope, I'm staying on top here. But it felt to me like Kyle was not willing to follow Ethan. And here's that kind of posture break we were talking about. We're getting those arms stretched out forward, almost like he's reaching. When Ethan's hands are down, close to Kyle's hips like that, they're pretty safe unless Kyle can get that foot across the face. Now he can threaten the omoplata, which isn't a very high percentage submission, but it does force a lot of movement and it forces some angle. Ethan wise to it though, waits for a moment of space and rips his elbow out. And again, those arms are going to be really tough to isolate. If you give him an inch, it looks like he rose a lot of weight, so he's going to pull that right out. Ethan going to just straight up push the hips of Kyle off and down. Kyle reaching up to get those upper body connections. Again, we'll see if Kyle can be successful in pulling Ethan back down into those high guard opportunities. And Ethan's posture just really, really shutting down right now Kyle's ability to work those systems. Here Kyle goes again for that sweep. But again, if he's not willing to come on top, the sweep isn't going to do him much. I wonder how his leg locks are, because instead of running that sweep, you can drop your knee just to the inside and turn it into a leg entanglement. That might be a better bet for him if he's more comfortable submitting from the arm rather than sweeping. Again, we have a work up toward the shoulders of Ethan by Kyle on bottom. He's trying to get that shin up top there, and he manages to do it again. He gets that nice little frame, right? That's that classic rubber guard position. Now, I'd like to see Kyle get his hips out towards the arm hand strap. That's going to give him more room to get that second leg out. He's playing very square hips, which is going to be tough, because you're going to rely 100% on your mobility, which he clearly has. But if you can combine that mobility with a little bit of hip position, with a little bit of hip angle, it's going to work a lot better. Ethan with a snatch single. Hard to take Kyle down, though. He's so tall that you really have to get him moving. One hop is going to cover a lot of ground for him, right? So solid takedown defense by Kyle. Ethan's coach is calling for outside passing, which makes a ton of sense because if we can keep Kyle out of the closed guard, it seems like we are going to be a lot safer than if we are letting him work his high guard up. And Ethan gets the first pass of the match. Now, I would really be hesitant to let Kyle re-guard here. When Ethan looks like he's waiting to spin around to the mat. When he does, Kyle's going to be trying to find that re-guard hard. If I were Ethan, I might just work these front headlock chokes because the risk of getting re-guarded on is just a little bit lower than if he tries to circle all the way to the back right now. Even if he beats that elbow, yep, and here we go, right? He went to the back, and Ethan really didn't sell the spin around. He was going to have to sell that shit, and he didn't, and now we're back in Kyle's guard, albeit open, which seems to be the way you're going to want to approach Kyle's guard. You're going to want to walk around it, you're going to want to high step, you're going to want to be upright, you want to find headquarters position, stuff like that. Ethan should be able to score another takedown here, but he has 7 seconds left. And with no real submissions on the board, it looks like Ethan's going to take this match in a top position.
Oh, nice. Set up for success now.
Next up to the mat, Matt Ferraro, Mike Santiago. Matt Ferraro, Mike Santiago.
This will be interesting. I believe Matt, who you've seen before, has fought MMA. I'm almost positive of it. And I'm getting a confirmation from Nick here in the booth. And Mike Santiago, a UFC vet, I believe has had a few MMA fights as well. So it'll be interesting to see if they take a little bit more of a fundamentals style. Let's get on top. Let's score the takedown. Looks like they are acquainted. Happy to see each other on the mats. I'm guessing Matt is going to be a little bit more comfortable adopting the body position than Mike. And again, Matt is our heavy bearded individual with the colorful shorts. Mike, our black belt UFC vet in the all black kit with the sleeve tattoos. Slightly lighter facial hair going here. Lighter in volume, not in color. Both very, very dark men in the facial hair. Feeling each other out here, kind of low commitment upper body connections. No real attempts being made, just kind of trying to see what the other guy's looking for, throwing some feints, read reactions. Right, I'm guessing on our first real good attempt here, and Mike's coach is calling for intensity, and Matt sits on that call. So Matt's like, yeah, I'm good on getting thrown across the mats. We're going to go ahead and play some guard here. Matt with some good frames in right away. Mike, though, winning that center line position. Ooh, but Matt in with a good leg attempt, only to have Mike catch that front headlock. Mike tight in on that front headlock, and his arm in. These can be tough to finish. Matt's starting to turn a little red. Matt's staying calm, buying his time, probably looking for a little bit of guard. He just gave the ref what looked to be a sign that he's okay, probably hoping to get less of a call for a tight submission if this were to go the distance. Matt doing a good job of elevating, getting that inside position, getting his guard back. Matt trying to kind of beat that, and he used that submission threat to beat the guard. So now we're chest to chest here in the half guard. We'll see how Matt can work to isolate, get those wrists pinned, pinned to the head, pinned across the body, pinned to the mat, arms rather. Matt going for that oldie but goodie head control, underhook control. Looks like he's gonna want to attack that far side arm. It's gonna be tricky though. If Matt can get that hip side arm, that arm on our right side, in as a frame, just like that, it's not going to take much for him to get his legs back in. And Matt opts to go for the pass right away and manages to pull it off, turning that pass right away into an isolation. Ooh, that's going to be... Oh, he's going to do the drag reset. It's going to be tough because we're in a pretty good isolation. It's like both gentlemen are being pretty good sports about it, not trying to gain any inches on the reset. Mike walking his hands up, securing that isolated arm, taking his time. Matt's really waiting for an opportunity to get a good explosion. He's trying to kind of pummel his legs out so he can get a little bit better hip pop. Once he pops his hips, he's going to try and clear that elbow right away. But Mike seems to be pretty smothering on top here. He's being very diligent about keeping lower body pinned. Ooh, Matt is able to clear his elbow though, and again, frames on the hips and turns the match around very quickly. Very good escape, but Mike on the front headlock. It seems like Mike's front headlock is a strong spot for him. Matt popping out though into Mike's guard. We haven't seen Mike use his guard yet this tournament, so this will be interesting. Looks like he's doing a fairly solid job of retaining it, working that butterfly, working that inside position. Again, a lot of the times these MMA guys have really, really good fundamentals. He's like, yup, I want good down my leg connections. I want butterfly, foot connections, shin connections. But now Matt on top attacking that same front headlock. Very interesting. Oh, how the turntables here. It's one-handed. Those are very tough to finish, but they can be really, really strong, and it's definitely putting probably a close submission on the ball. And he gets the tap with a one-handed guillotine as Matt knocking Mike out of the bracket.
Moving on to the semifinal round of the 179 division. Excuse me, quarterfinal round of the 179 division. Yellow bracelet, Jamie Grover. Yellow bracelet, Jamie Grover.
We have Diallo Braithwaite, the runner-up from our lightweight division, back on the mats against Jaden Broner, a gold belt from 10th Planet Lombard. I saw Diallo outside during our intermission. He asked me if he should work on his guard or his takedowns. I told him to work on his takedowns. And he gave us that phenomenal opening match. Nice little cartwheel pass, kind of diving on the front headlock from Diallo. Jaden kind of just butt scooting forward here, trying to stay engaging, trying to find some connections, and he does, and he finds a good elevation. We'll see if he can find that knee. Looks like he's going to get above the knee. Very nice connections to those legs. He wasn't quite able to get the bite on the hip, though. Diallo showing us his athleticism here, moving really, really well to the double underpass. Jaden is clearly slippery. If you give him an inch, he's one of those guard guys. He's going to get a good bite, and he's going to be a threat again very fast. These guys who opt to sit on their butt, if you let their feet touch you, right? If you let their feet touch you, it's very likely you're going to get elevated into a leg lock. So really important to try and get entries on the pass that get you past the feet right away. And here's an example of that. Slid that knee past the line from the K guard, got in on the leg and finishes a butterfly ashi outside straight. Very, very strong way to finish a straight ankle lock with that butterfly hook in the back of the knee. Just gives you a ton of push.
Next up to the mat, Stefan Dana, Shane Arsberger. Stefan Dana, Shane Arsberger.
Shane, a blue belt out of Conquest Self-Defense, one of our Tacoma, Washington boys. Stefan Dana, a purple belt out of 10th Planet Atlanta. We got Shane on the right here in the gray, the blondie, versus Stefan Dana on the left. Stefan's another one of our competitors that jumped out of the lightweight and into the welterweight when we had some dropouts. love to see it. Guys out here to be active, and Stefan decides to kind of sit/pull. Call that a pull right away. Got some inside position right off the bat. He's on that shoulder, let's see, and he couldn't get the collapse. Shane doing a good job of pulling that arm out. Shane's going to back off. Oh, they're both going to stand up. All right, Stefan doesn't mind. He says, maybe I'll get the takedown or maybe I'll get a better pull. And actually, no, he just wants to sit. Looking for a connection. And Shane using some athleticism, just moving around the guard of Stefan. Stefan doing a good job rotating. He's got that shin in there, really nice. Let's see if he can find his connections with his hands. Right now he's just got frames, and he likes that. He likes that shoulder crunch. He's trying to get that bite on the shoulder. But it looks like Shane he looks strong and he looks very aware of it. So every time Stefan's going for it, it's not working out for him. And at this point, it's it almost cost him. Shane almost got in on the front headlock. And again, we got Stefan going for that shoulder crunch, not quite working. Shane doing the right thing, passing towards it. Nice back and forth, left-right motion. Not too much heavy commitment from Shane on those passes. I think he feels that Stefan wants to find his guard connections and probably elevate him, probably find the legs. Or work that shoulder crunch to saddle that he has been hunting for. Shane kind of reaching up, trying to reach the head, but he's not, he's probably going to have to deal with the frames and both lower and upper body from Stefan before he catches the head. If he's all the way out on the feet, it's going to be really tough to jump all the way to the head. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere with this passing. He does a nice little throw over pass. Not quite all the way past. He's definitely defeated the near side leg here of Stefan. See if he can clear that leg that's under his armpit. That's going to be his big goal right now, and get a strong chest-to-chest connection. There, he swims his hand inside. That's going to help him a ton, and there we get it. We get past that leg for a nice clean pass. Again, though, passing, it doesn't score, right? So it gives you access to that upper body, so your upper body submissions are closer. But this rule set's all about submission attempts first, right? Whoever gets closest to the submission, that's who's winning. The top position is just the tiebreaker. I'm going to get a reset here in that chest-to-chest side control. Stefan with some decent frames in. We'll see if he can pass those frames off to his legs and get his guard back. That's obviously where he thinks he's going to win this match. Stefan run a little bit of a meat hook, Shane run a little bit of a meat hook, trying to turn Stefan on his side. Looks like Shane's really taking his time here. He's going to try and find these isolations. But there we go. Stefan's back in his guard right now. This is where Stefan sees himself winning the match. Stefan sees himself winning the match from the guard. He's going to probably get up again, but I'm guessing that's just to get a little bit better bite on a pull. That's to try and get Shane wrestling with him so the connections are a little easier. Really good, like high step kind of pummeling here from Stefan. Shane manages to get almost past, but Stefan turns the face. He gets his legs back involved. This is really going to be a game of can you pass again, I think. If Shane can pass again, he might be able to get a good threat on a submission. But if we keep playing in the guard of Stefan, I'm guessing Stefan's going to be the first one to work in isolation into a submission. We got plenty of time on the clock. No one really locking up anything to speak of as far as submissions go. Shane kind of switching between tactics here. He'll go for a real pressure pass heavy, then he'll try and stand up real quick, go for a fast outside pass, and back into the pressure just like that. But he's not finding a ton of success. Not really able to get past the legs of Stefan. And to his credit though, Stefan not really being able to get a good bite, really just maintaining his guard, just keeping frames in. He hasn't really gotten anything that's going to lead him to submission, right? He hasn't gotten around the neck, he hasn't gotten arms away from the body in any meaningful way. Seems like the passing and the retention are like really kind of stalling each other out here, right? The retention's beating the passing, but the guard can't quite get the submissions going. But they do have, well, just under a minute on the clock. And with no one having a submission on the board, it looks like it, right now, the match is leaning toward Shane. I'd love to see someone put a little bit more gas down, really look for a submission. If Shane was comfortable in his leg locks, he has enough top time racked up that he could sit back on a leg lock without much risk other than getting counter leg lock if he trucks his leg locks. That might be a way to really solidify the match for you on the board, because I don't think you're going to be able to get past his guard and attack a submission in less than 30 seconds. I think the move here is to now find something that you can catch, give a good attempt on, and possibly get a submission, and if not, at least in the judge's eyes, you're the one who's attacked a submission. And that's really true for both players. We need to up the gas. And here we go. Shane possibly in on an inverted triangle, but it didn't work out for him. And we're very, very short on time here. The match is over, very likely going to Shane.
Next up to the mat, Caleb Crump and Fanon. Caleb Crump and Fanon.
If you're playing hard, you're playing risky games.
Fanon back out here, another white belt here in the bracket. Solid amateur MMA fighter going against Caleb Crump. Reminder, Caleb Crump has won this tournament in a couple different locations 3 times.
Caleb and Fanon. Caleb and Fanon.
Okay.
Fanon just confirming that he is the competitor out there. He's in the right spot at the right time, making the right moves. We'll see. We'll see if Caleb doesn't have to pull. I'm expecting some fire on the feet here from these two gentlemen. And the match is going. Fanon shirtless in the yellow primal shorts. Caleb in the all-white fit. Fanon in on a shot right away with a lift. Nice job from Fanon. Caleb says, no way I'm getting up, but Fanon throws in a front headlock right to a Darce. Caleb doing a good job of getting flat to his back, threatening that back take where you slide your feet from bottom north-south. Did I not promise some sparks on the feet here? Fanon is going to bring that MMA fighter energy that I'm here to scrap, I'm here to throw you around, throw you into chokes, throw you into submissions type of thing. We'll see if Caleb, with the more experience in grappling, can temper that big throw from Fanon, but gets his back taken right away off the throw. But Fanon using phenomenal athleticism to build his base back up, starting to turn Caleb off of his back. We'll see if he can throw him off the side here. Caleb locking in that power half Nelson to try and break Fanon back down. Fanon saying, nope, I'm going to build the fuck back up. Fuck your power half, but Caleb getting the RNC locked up and gets the tap. Fanon a little disappointed in that outcome, but he is punching up a weight class in the peer grappling event here at the Combat Combat Sports Report. A very good showing for a white belt amateur MMA fighter.
Next up to the mat, Lawson Bryan, Mason Stretzel. Lawson Bryan, Mason Stretzel.
We have not seen Mason yet. Mason got a bye in the first round. He's a purple belt. He's listed here out of Rodrigo Vahi HQ. I'm not sure if that's his main gym or if he's just representing. Fun fact, he is the new breed champ. I've been watching Mason for a while. He's been doing really good. And he is up against Lawson Grimes. Lawson Grimes we've seen out here before. He got knocked out of the lightweight bracket, and he is up here representing at the welterweight bracket. Mason choosing to sit early. Mason in the purple, Lawson in the geometric green camo. Mason running a very deep reverse De La Riva hook into a leg entanglement. We'll see how Lawson deals with that. Looks like Lawson's able to clear his knee and almost get a re-attack of his own. Lawson getting into that kind of knee cut posture here. Mason again looking for that deep reverse De La Riva hook. De La Riva hook this time. And goes back to the reverse De La Riva hook. Probably very likely looking to spin under again, get that second foot through to that backside 50-50, but he just gets the regular 50-50, decent consolation prize, but never really secures position. Lawson very aware of where Mason is trying to go and doing a good job of shutting it down. Lawson hasn't been able to get his offense off yet, and there he goes trying to turn the tables a little bit. He is latched onto Mason's arm, nothing that's going to submit him yet, but it's a Kimura grip, so if he can change that orientation, get behind him, just like that, now it's a threat. Very nice turnaround for Lawson jumping to the upper body. And again, if you can jump to the upper body, you should. That's why you have a guard, right? And we've seen that borne out a couple times today. Lawson now kind of getting stacked, a lot less of a threat here, this arm bar from bottom than that Kimura that he was chasing. I think Lawson would have been a lot happier if he could have got to the back with that, or obviously finished it as a classic Kimura on top. But I think he'll take this, and he's going to probably try and find, Mason's doing a phenomenal job kneeling on the neck and the head of Lawson, stacking, and he pulls that arm out. Relative ease. I think Lawson was going to buy his time there and look to get to a better position. It just didn't work out for him. But he's happy to be here again, get another shot at one of these explosive jump to the front, jump to the top half kind of passes. It's kind of a diving front headlock pass that we've been seeing a lot today. I'm a huge fan, but that reverse De La Riva hook from Mason Stritzel finds him another leg entry. Ooh, a counter leg attack from Lawson. Not really anything too much to worry about, but keeping Mason on his toes, no pun intended. Back to this knee cut style pass. We'll see what... Oh, and again, Mason with that reverse De La Riva to the under, to the entanglement. Hasn't worked for him yet, but it seems to be a path to victory. All right, Mason kind of hesitated. He wasn't sure if he wanted to stand up with him. Again, we have another player who's like, I'm going to play guard. I'm not going to come on top, right? So that tells Lawson something about how he's going to play this match, right? It's like, okay, I get as many attempts to start over passing the guard as I want because I know this guy's not going to come up with me. So that's in his head already, even if he's not thinking about it. He understands the dynamic of the game. He understands what kind of player Mason is. But that being said, Mason is repeatedly running this reverse De La Riva hook. Lawson is able to get out of it every time, but it doesn't seem like he's developed an answer to not let Mason do it. And if you give him enough shots, he's probably going to be able to find the leg. And here he's closer this time than he has been before. He had to switch to the secondary leg, never quite above the knee. That being said, closer than he was before. Mason seems very single-minded on this reverse De La Riva hook. Whether that's his game plan, whether that's just his A game, that's where he's going. And we have a little bit different style of a leg entry here from Mason. This time just full inversion, grabbing the ankle, sucking the leg in. Lawson's got that support leg in there, though. It's probably gonna allow him to pull his leg out. It's gonna be very tough for Mason to get back above both the knees, which is what he's going to have to do. And now Lawson's got his other leg out. He's kicking out. And Lawson with the counter leg lock, that little counter Aoki, or not Aoki, I'm spacing on the name of that lock, but the one that finishes similar to a toe hold in the chest. A steamer, possibly. It's not super strong. It is making Mason's, respect, but it's not. It hasn't been close to finishing, I don't think. One of the competitors just said, "Don't talk to me." May or may not have been to the coach, maybe indicating some frustration here. And I believe it would have been Lawson. I would have said that. Lawson's looking to. Referee calling for a center. I think Lawson's looking to, show that he deserved to make it further in that last bracket. Maybe not deserved isn't the right word, but maybe he wasn't happy with his showing. He's really looking to make a showing in this bracket. Lawson's corner calling for some looser passing, which is interesting because that seems like that would let Mason get in on the legs a little bit better, which Mason is in on the legs now on a straight. Probably needs to turn towards the mat to finish that. Probably going to be very tough with his shoulders pointed at the mat. He needs to start pointing his face like this. This is where that's going to get breaking. We'll see if he can get that extension here. Landed. Lawson gritting his teeth a little bit here. Manages to survive. I think Mason was one step on the foot away there from breaking Lawson's foot. And that's... We got Mason's corner calling 1-1 on submission attempts, trying to influence the referee a little bit there, as well as possibly inform their grappler. Coming up on the 30-second mark here right now. We'll see. I have lost track of the true submission attempts, and it's not my call to make. It's the referee's call. The strongest submission attempt by far, though, was from Mason on that straight ankle lock. Looks like we may be going the distance here with less than 10 seconds left. Pedigo's patented A coming from the corner of Lawson. Like the top position of Lawson combined with his early arm bar attempt won him the match. Very tight match under these rules.
Next up tonight, Bryce Lamb, Alex Bernard. Bryce Lamb, Alex Bernard.
Just a reminder, we have Alex, a blue belt out of Lake Effect up north. A quick submission in his last round versus Bryce Lamb, a purple belt out of Profectus Jiu-Jitsu in Brentwood, Tennessee. Get a little bit of color. Apparently these guys might be acquaintances or even friends. We'll see if that affects their performance in the match. Alex opting to sit immediately. And it might be much to his mistake because Bryce sits back on the leg right away. Very good bite on the hips. Turning towards the mat. Looks like that's a straight ankle based on how he's trying to configure his legs. Very quick with it, and he got it. Looks like Alex was hesitant. I don't think he was quite sure if he wanted to tap. And yeah, they do look like they're friends. Bryce with the W. Putting himself into the finals.
Next up tonight, Ethan Smiley and Ariel. Ethan Smiley and Ariel.
We got Ethan won his last match pretty much on top position. We'll see how that works on the mat. Firiato. Matt's definitely willing to sweep to on top. He's willing to wrestle up. He's going to be at a slight physicality disadvantage. But I think his... You hate to say crafty veteran. I don't know if that applies to anyone better than Matt. Again, Matt in the colorful shorts, full, thick, luscious, sexy beard. Going against Ethan Smiley in the black pinstripe kit. Ethan in on the single. Matt says, that is fine. I will go down. Adopting a little bit of a half guard here is Matt, looking for some underhooks. And it gets flattened out. Not an ideal start, but he does have that butterfly hook in. I think he's just going to bump away from being back on his side and being a little bit more in the fight from that half guard. Ethan playing it pretty safe, trying to maintain that pin. He's got one underhook and a waist strap, and he uses that for a very well-timed back step to half guard. Matt looking at the clock. Interesting this early in the match why he'd want to know how much time he has left. Maybe he's feeling a little tired and feels like he needs to wear the younger guy down, but I'd imagine he'd be wanting to finish it earlier. We got Ethan circling to north-south, kind of bringing that arm with him, probably trying to threaten maybe an arm in choke there, but Matt gets his frames back in pretty quickly. Smiley on top here, just putting the pressure on, chest to chest, taking his time, not hunting too hard for the sub, not hunting too hard for any isolations. You know, if I were his coach, I'd like to see him putting a little bit of a pace on that. But that being said, you put a pace, you aren't quite as tight, and it's not going to take much for Matt to find a submission on you, right? We saw that with Matt's one-armed guillotine from earlier today. Smiley opting to play it pretty safe, just maintaining that chest to chest. Matt getting an underhook here. We'll see if he can use that. He is unpinned at this point. We'll see if he can use that fact that he's unpinning that underhook to either get a guard back or start wrestling up. I'm erring on him probably looking for a guard rather than wrestling up. And there he goes. He looked for one decently, and he's kind of deciding he really wants it now, finding those frames. Smiley doing a really good job, though, when those frames were a little bit getting close to building the guard. He spun all the way around, and he's putting Matt back in side control here. Up to Neon Belly is Smiley. Ethan Smiley on top, trying to attack that far arm. Trying to hit an Americana, not a real move, but very impressive if he could make it work. He's looking for that Darce. He's not past the elbow. He's not up in the armpit with that feed through arm. It's going to be tough, and now Matt's has the ankle caught. Right, so it's going to be tough. Matt's doing a really good job of reaping that leg to the outside, compromising the base of Ethan. You know, it's not going to tip him over, but it's going to make it so that he can't circle around. He's not nearly as mobile. Ooh, Ethan tries a little back step. Doesn't work out for him. Matt willing to wrestle up. And see, that's what I'm talking about. Like, even though Matt's obviously, he's been the guard player this match, he's willing to come on top when the situation dictates. Pause. But that's a really important part of playing guard. If you're not willing to come on top when the situation dictates, you're leaving a lot of wins on the mat in rule sets that aren't your favorite rule set. You know what I mean? And the cool thing about jiu-jitsu, having a bunch of rule sets, is it forces you to be a well-rounded grappler. And it challenges you. To win a rule set in a certain way, you might have to play X part of your game really well, or you might have to work on something. And it looks like, and Matt, I know Matt has a well-rounded game, so he can go a lot of really nice respect there. It looks like he got bopped in the mouth. Ethan gave him a second to check for blood. Not trying to dog him too hard. A little bit little lazy pummeling on the feet. Guys just kind of looking for a free opening, and Ethan takes a stiff level change, gets in on the leg. But as we've seen, Matt has a very dangerous front headlock. Again, absolutely goated position, slept on position, the front headlock. It's basically the back with less steps, and you can get to the back. Ethan being really good about not letting those hands connect, though. Not letting Matt get hands locked behind. Hands locked behind on a good back attack guy is going to be a problem. Ethan trying to own the space a little bit, shove Matt around. Strong underhook attempt here from Ethan. Yeah, nothing crazy. It looks like Ethan's just kind of waiting for those easy pickup snatch singles. And Matt's like, I'm not trying to freaking scrap with you on the feet as far as denying your takedowns. He's okay with letting him take him down. What he's waiting for, I think, is Ethan to take a little bit too risky of a shot, catch those front headlocks. That's why he keeps walking up to the feet. It's not because he's like, I'm going to blast double this kid. It's because he's like, I want this guy to reach a little too far, dip his head a little too low, and I can catch that front headlock, and that's going to be, kind of my path to a good dominant position. Matt here running a little close guard, but right away he kind of felt it. He's like, I'm just shelving my legs. I'm just getting my legs stuffed, so I'm not going to cross my feet. I need to keep them open, kind of scissor my legs, and start working my angles, getting better connections. Ethan changing tactics here, going a little bit more with his upright passing this go around. That kind of knee cut position that we've been seeing all day. Ooh, and now Ethan catches the front headlock. Matt slipping a little bit, letting his head get a little low. Not protecting it. Ooh, but Matt with that little false half step up there. Oh, it's not really false. He's got that underhook. Just classic half guard. Let's see if he decides to go hip height or if he tries to go old school, of course, right? Roll through. Yeah, going to be tough with a really physical, bassy guy to get that old school sweep if they have good experience, right? We got very short time here. It'll be a tough one. I think it's probably going to go to the top position on that one. I forget if there were any submission attempts, true submission attempts. Matt's knocked out of the bracket. Ethan Smiley moves up into the finals.
Maybe in a minute.
Matt not happy with his performance on that one.
Next up to the mat, Jamie Broner, Shane Arnsberger. Jamie Broner, Shane Arnsberger.
Shane on the left, now standing against Jaden on bottom. Opts to sit. Jaden had a very quick leg lock last round. He goes for some high guard. Interesting how much rubber guard we're seeing today. Wonder if it's that Lombard influence. And Jaden is a Lombard black belt, right? To the planet. It is in their system. Going to be hard to go to a 10th planet gym and learn nothing about rubber guard if you got long legs. Ooh, and he's all the way over the face. Damn, what a gnarly lockup. We'll see if he can get that. I believe he's trying to finish that neck crank. I'm sure they have a name for that, or he's just trying to come on top. He opts to come on top with it. We'll see if he can free his leg into a good dominant position. Almost rolls through for the crucifix. Opts for the Kimura connection instead. Thinks about the armbar, says, no, I want to sweep you first with it. Then I'll attack the armbar. Switches to the triangle. Very fluid transitions here. From the Lombard purple belt, Jaden looks like gets the tap on the arm extension, knocking Shane out and securing himself a spot in the finals. reminder, Lawson Grimes not originally signed up for this welterweight bracket. He was in the lightweight bracket. He didn't like how things turned out for him. He decided to jump into this bracket, and this kid looks fit. I believe this is the first time with his shirt off. Minor, the taller of the two with the braids is Caleb. The shorter, dirty blonde hair, jacked is Lawson Grimes. We'll slide by, attempt by Lawson there. Didn't really commit to moving forward on the level change. Just kind of looked for like a free knee pick. Wasn't there for him, but showing Caleb that he can move him around. Getting the reads on how much Caleb's going to move on stuff like that, slide by. And so Lawson's going to have a little bit of an advantage here on the feet from the level changes. Caleb's going to have a little bit of an advantage in situations like this, these upper body ties where he's going to get easier hands lock positions. A little bit more judo-y, Greco-y kind of clinching situations are going to go to the taller man, generally speaking, and that bore out right there with Caleb able to kind of muscle him down. And that might have been Lawson just being like, you know what, this body lock is cooked, this hands lock position is cooked, I need to get my guard in here to kind of save my upper body. So, hard to say. Regardless, we have Caleb Crump on top in a passing position, staying low, trying to kind of get his head in the center line. Lawson being smart with that topside leg, maintaining some distance, not letting Crump connect to the upper body. Being really, really cagey with, letting him connect to the upper body, and it looks like for good reason because Crump seems to be looking for that kind of classic crossface head control pin or a front headlock catch, which again, once you're this far past the guard, once you're past the feet and you're just kind of dealing with that one topside frame, if they give you the upper body, there's really no reason to not take it unless it's a tactical thing because like the front headlock stops or something. Like you should be looking for those upper body connections from these positions, and you should only be worrying about the pass if the connections of the guard are in your way. Right? That's when you need to start clearing it, which looks like it does need to be the case. It does look like Caleb needs to start clearing these connections because Lawson's doing a good job on bottom of maintaining distance and, a little bit getting the better of the upper body fight. Obviously, still the defense is the bottom guy. It looks like Lawson's getting the better bites on the wrists, better bites on the head. And Lawson's coach calling to make Caleb work on top because he's not doing anything. And I don't know if I'd say not doing anything. He's probably trying to get his head, but I would say not getting the better of the upper body. Lawson with a great little inversion here. We'll see if he can get out to the foot and extend. And he can get out to the foot and extend. He's got that kind of holding the telephone grip on that leg. He's going to try and catch the heel here and get a turn, and once he's got a little bit of turn on the knee and a bite on the hip, he can hip right through that knee joint and finish it basically as a leg lock variation. But he decides to go back to the classic outside position stuff, going to just double outside ashi. I probably would have looked for the heel right away from here because with that straight ankle, he was way up on the calf of the longer player, right? And it's going to be hard for that shorter player to get all the way down to the foot and get good extension. He's probably going to have to run some of those like knee connections, those outside, that butterfly ashi style stuff, getting your calf over top of the shin. But being shorter, it's going to be a little bit easier to just bend the leg and go for leg exposure. So we'll see what he opts to do. It seems like he's being patient. It seems like he's very happy with the fact that he's on the leg and he doesn't want to lose it. So he's looking for a good thing to chase. But in the meantime, Caleb's managed to get his support leg involved here. Ooh, but it leaves. And see, now, we were there for a moment in that position where Caleb was above the knee, right? And that's a really gnarly position. You can get some, like, tibia-fibia breaks from there. Lawson he says, I'm pretty comfortable with how my guard's been working today. I'm sliding around in my greased up back here. Not that he's greased up, but they're sweaty, right? But does decide to stand back up with Caleb here. Just for a little bit of a lazy ankle pick. Again, Lawson's going to win on the level change, but he just says, fuck it, full guard. Full guard. Caleb with a good upper body chest-to-chest connection, pinning Caleb. This is the best position we've seen Caleb in so far as a threat on the pass, right? He's got chest to chest. Now he's got the front headlock. He's getting some head collapse. Caleb Lawson, is doing a really good job of fighting the hands, though. If Lawson can pop his head out of there, he's right back to his guard game. But if Caleb can keep that head collapsed, he's going to be able to use that to pass. We've seen that he has a strong passing game from the front headlock. And Lawson is able to pop his head out. We're getting a recenter. Lawson on bottom, Caleb on top. Caleb definitely getting the read that he needs to be more aggressive with the upper body connections if he's going to get threats or a pass. And he is again on the front headlock, which is a strong part of his game, clearly, that we've seen today. And his coach is calling for a switch to a Darce. He's doing a really good job of collapsing the head, right? Which is going to make, it's just killing the posture. It's true of any position in jiu-jitsu. If we can get on that head and affect the posture, it's going to make our opponent less effective at whatever they're trying to do. But damn, is Lawson able to get his head out, spin out, loses footing there. These boys are a little slippery. Gets on the front headlock of his own. Tries to chase a sub, throw Caleb over his shoulder with a little head pinch. Doesn't manage to get it. Nice little scramble from these gentlemen. Caleb back on the front headlock. Less than a minute. Coming up on 30 seconds here. Caleb again on top with that front headlock locked up. Not really a submission threat yet, but a pass threat for sure, and very close to the submission threat. Got less than 30 seconds. Good knee cut position here. Going to be a tough match to call. I long ago lost track of submission attempts. Not that there were a ton of submission attempts here, but it really depends on what the ref is calling. And a reminder, the ref is calling submission attempts that are like elicit a defensive response independent of a normal defensive position response. So we're out of time. So both guys raising their hand, trying to... Lawson pulls out the victory over the defending champ. Let us know in the comments what you think of that decision. Very tight match, but I believe Lawson was closer on more submissions. 2 subs to 1. We're hearing from the referee, which I would agree with. Yeah, we're talking to the ref here, and although Caleb was in on the front headlock, like we were talking about, it wasn't really a submission threat. It was positionally great. It was positionally a smart move, but the submission threats weren't really unfortunate.
All right, it is time for your 1500 finals match.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're at home doing the dishes, washing your cat, letting the dog out to shit, you need to lock in. We got the finals of the Cruiserweight 169.9 pound division, functionally 170 pound division. We got Bryce Lamb versus Ethan Smiley. Smiley on the left, Bryce on the right. Big physicality difference here. We're going to see who can pull it out. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's one. It was 1-1, but I have one top. I guess it's too late.
Ethan Smiley taking the aggressive posture on the outside passing, but not really overly committing to engage. I think he says if Bryce is going to win, it's going to be because I rush in and get leg locked. Bryce sucking Ethan Smiley in here to his closed guard. Got a little overhook. He's kind of doubling up on that overhook. Looks like he's going to try and chase that in some way. We'll see. Oh, and he decides to kill it and switch to the other arm. Go for that shoulder crunch style collapse. And it looks like he does get a good bite on it. Steps over. Turning it to Bryce. Oh, gets the finish! In under to your host, Nick, interview our winner, Bryce Lamb. What a finish.
Thank you for everybody back home for all the support. Love everybody's stuff, practice, for everything. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it. Anywhere I can get, enigmas, combat sport. Of course, combat sport report. Sorry, my bad. If there's anything, I'm happy to try with anybody, go against anybody. Because as long as I can keep moving into.
What a nice young man. Loves his dad. Here doing what he loves to do. You love to see it. Kind of a classic jiu-jitsu story there of a smaller guy beating a more physical guy. He even did it from the close guard, I bet, just to rile me up. What a kid. Great work.
That razor wants to Say again, sorry. Did you see if they're good to go? Remember when we lost him? See if he's good to go? No, he's right here. He looks ready to go.
It's like Lawson is not going to take his 5. Technically. Let's go, guys. Light it up, Reminder, Lawson's coming from a bracket down. Made his way all the way up to the finals. Up against no slouch in Jaden here. Jaden keeping it on brand, sitting to start the match, immediately gets a connection to the ankle and puts Landon on bottom. Landon was able to win his last match, working some connections out of this knee shield. We'll see if he's looking to rinse and repeat. His corner reminding him of the rule set. And just to remind you folks at home, the rule set is the person with the real deep submission threats. The more of those wins, right? Not, oh, I caught a guillotine. It's got to be like they're gurgling on the guillotine, right? That's a submission threat. Jaden doing a really good job of getting chest to chest, showing us his top game. We haven't really had to see that from him yet today. He's been submitting everyone. Nice little backstep pass. Nice cut right through to the mouth. Let's see if he can work to isolate. And then to continue to explain the rules after those submission attempts. If they're even, or if there are none, then it will go to top position. But it doesn't matter how much top position you have if you're down 3 submission attempts. If you're down 1 submission attempt, that is the tiebreaker. We have none so far that could even be close to considered a submission attempt, but it does look like Jaden is doing a really good job of just kind of classic making it look easy, not to take anything away from Landon, who wrestled back in a weight class up, going over to Nick. Great sportsmanship between these two gentlemen. Going over to Nick to get a word from Jaden Brewer. Looks like Jaden swept it with all subs. What a unit.
Jaden's feeling pretty good. First 2 matches, California State Championship. Yeah, a little bit quicker. So we got making kind of good matches in the beginning.
brings us to the end of our welterweight and cruiserweight divisions. What's up next? We have our middleweight division and our absolute division. More hitters, more action on the way. We're going to take a little break here, folks. Meet us back here at 8:30. Rock a piss, grab your snacks, be back, ready to go, 8:30 sharp. If you want to hear the rules broken down one more time, 8:20, we'll see you then.
this Saturday. CSR is in the Windy City, and we're bringing the nation's top grapplers.
Oh, man.
What a dogfight this has been at the Combat Sports Report Invitational.
$1,500 cash prizes, 6 divisions, 1 tournament. Live from the Doubletree by Hilton Chicago, Arlington Heights. This is the CSR Invitational, Countdown to Chicago. Often called the crossroads of America, Indianapolis is home to the 10th Planet Indy team, whose standout athletes also find themselves at a crossroads.
Training is going to be number one all around. Training is definitely going to be number one. Work, like, I don't sacrifice any days in here training just to go to work, and I don't sacrifice really anything too hard for that. But no, this is basically what I want to do full time, and so this is what I'm going to make happen full time. I can scrap, and I want people to have an entertaining show. I don't like boring matches. I don't like don't get me wrong, I'm not silly, and so like I won't give up certain things when I know I need to keep heavy pressure, but I definitely don't like a boring match, and I like to keep the action moving. So if I can keep the action moving, I'm happy. I want to be a world champion. I want to go to the UFC. I want to fight. I want to have my contract. And after that, I eventually do want to open up my own gym. I'm actually already starting up my own clothing line right now. So I've got a lot of things moving forward right now. And so just going to keep on pressing.
Grew up in Fishers, Indiana. Graduated from high school back in 2018. In terms of college, I've never really known what I wanted to do with my life and therefore my education, but I did go to Indiana University, Indianapolis after community college and studying exercise science. And I'm actually in the process of getting my certification in personal training, so I plan to start that in the near future. It's pretty much just business as usual, especially because I like to hit as many sub-only tournaments as possible. It kind of just lets the grapplers do what they need to do, whether it means pulling guard or takedowns. I think it kind of gets the ref out of the way, so it's really on the grapplers to win the match. There's not any outside factors that can affect the match. And I like to be one of the guys that always shows up and looks for the finish. Sometimes it's kind of kill or be killed, but as long as I can put on something entertaining for the people watching and know that I put everything on the line every time I compete, that's what it is.
Rexburg, a small city in eastern Idaho, known as America's Family Community. Home to Pack Jiu-Jitsu, where training partners truly become a family.
Before I was more technical in competition, I like to slow things down a little bit and outsmart my opponent. I still like to do that, but recently I've been trying to curate a system of urgency in every position, so I'm winning every single position, escaping before the opponent's able to set in his position. Right now, yeah, really trying to build a sense of urgency in every little spot. Like, we'll start rounds from like back control with one hook in. You got to escape. So building urgency in those little positions right next to being in a bad spot. And then, yeah, leg locks are a big deal. Every time someone's, for whatever reason, chosen to be in a leg entanglement with me, that is for them. So I would like to implement my top game because I have a real creative top game. I get on top and get people face down, choke them out from there. But no one lets me, everyone tries to leg lock me for some reason. They want the easy way out, and then they realize that's not the way to go.
He's fun to train with, dude. We go back and forth. Tommy is one of those guys that just progresses super fast in jiu-jitsu, and it's really cool to watch because when Tommy started, I was kind of coaching him at first, and then he got to that point where it was like, oh, crap, you know, he caught up quick. Now he's helping coach everyone else as well, and so we kind of bonded really quick, and we we go back and forth. We have probably the most intense rounds in the gym. And, you know, whenever like one of us is away, whenever we come back, it's like, oh, dude, finally you're back. I've been needing some damn good rounds. Like, get on the fucking mats right now. So it's all love. We batter each other in here. We're always going back and forth, and it's always so fun. It's a good dynamic.
Spencer's my boy. The only one who's got the testiculars large enough to wake up at 6 a.m. every day, get that work in. He's skilled purple belt as well. He's been in the game a couple years longer than me. MMA guy too, so his grappling's intense, top heavy. Leg locks are also real high level, so we complement each other in that way. And it's just, I mean, grade A training partner, just like everyone else. But yeah, me and him definitely get solid rounds in. If you want to see something wild, just watch my matches. Even if someone's stunting on me, I mean, I got flying armbar in the last match. It's not great for me, but it's fun to watch. It's not going to happen again, but yeah, I'll break bones. I'll Imanari roll. I'll freaking do whatever I got to do. It's going to be fast matches. It's going to be hard pace. Yeah, well, if you're watching your teammates or friends compete, I wouldn't recommend doing that. So I'm going to try and hurt them. Shout out to Salt Electrolytes. Hydrate or dihydrate, baby. Best electrolytes in the game. Pack Jiu-Jitsu. Isaac Payne. Guns up. Yeah, best jiu-jitsu in Idaho. So, world class.
Lenny and Abraham Montague.
Just outside St. Louis, the quiet town of Arnold is breeding champions.
So one thing that drives me crazy about heavyweight wrestling, jiu-jitsu, judo, everything, is that it's always just a pushing match. And it drives me crazy. I want to be entertaining. I've done Sananagi's, arm throws, wizard kicks. I try to be entertaining when I'm out there because there's a lot of heavyweights I just don't do that stuff. And I want to be known as someone who just tries to bring it every time. So in the beginning classes, like the 6 o'clock, I try not to go live a lot. Because when we are getting into the depths of the 7:30 commentary, that's when I really start to feel fatigued. So it's a lot of drilling in the beginning, and then as you go through the night, you ramp up into live. I used to do everything all the time, and it just became way too much. So definitely having it easier in the beginning and harder at the end has helped, and definitely going lighter on the weekends too helps. Like, you can't go hard all the time. You have to have easier days and hard days. So figuring that out has really helped me a lot in competition. My coach, Kirk Huff, is the best coach in St. Louis. He's coached more world and pants medalists than anyone around here. My whole team on Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Jack, Vince, Bo, Jordan. Jordan was a pants champion last year. He was my main training partner. And even the people I don't train with, but I hang out with, like Dakota, Sarah, they're all great around here. I wouldn't be nearly where I am without them.
Practice means to perform over and over again in the face of all obstacles. Some act of vision, of faith, of desire. Practice, it is man's only means of inviting perfection. Tonight, 100 of the nation's top grapplers seek to call upon their practice. But only 6 will leave with the highly coveted cash prize, $1,500 payouts, 6 divisions, 1 tournament. Live from the Doubletree by Hilton Chicago, Arlington Heights. This is the CSR invitation, and it begins right now.
That's crazy.
Solid submission. Touch your foot where you use entry to a leg entanglement, that's not a submission. Right? I'm going to give you guys some examples as well, just so you guys understand. So, basically, if I grab a heel hook on somebody and they're rolling away to get out of that heel hook, right, then I'm going to solid submission. If I just grab the heel hook and they can put it straight, no real. Okay, so that's how we're going to be judging this as well. After submission test, top and bottom. So look, the best thing you can do is try to stay going towards solid submission test, barring that, get on top, stay on top. Another example, really good example for you guys. Let's say you're a guard player. You're a guard player, and this full test is for dancing. If you get a submission, solid submission test is hard. You spend the rest of the round with that hand on top. One of that is not starting the submission. Okay? But if you're a guard player, you pull those guards, you see how ready it is. So you pull those guards, and you're way more active than he is. And you're trying to figure out, you're not getting way much rubber guard, and you're not actually pulling the submission test. The guy on top is going to beat you. So please know that going into your match. You're gambling. You're gambling. You got a great guard, it's no problem. You get a couple submission tests. I really recommend doing that for also, we have a stand-up. So basically, we had these tournaments in the past this week because we've gone. We had a guy who won who basically was to wrap the guy out in a close guard, he wraps his hands around him as a television. I didn't have any rules to stand him up. He won the match. So we don't want that to happen anymore. So basically, I'm not going to call everything jiu-jitsu as game nature. You still have to let yourself move and take a little bit to do. But if you just hunker down, I'm going to call action. I'm going to give a couple warnings. I'm going to stand you up. The position you worked so hard to get is now gone. No more warnings, and then you guys can sit up. The stand-up rule also, unfortunately for guard players, is that let's say there's a guy who's wrestling and a guard player, and the wrestler will not engage with him. I don't have any rules to make him go to the ground.
Matt's filling in for this guy.
Yes. Stand up. Okay, this happened earlier. It was a legitimate strategy one night. Force the guy to stand up. It was sure that's something that you can look at.
Oh, let's go, bro. What a stud, dude. Matt is a stud.
Well, because our only resource here, we don't have points that we take. It's a stand-up. So basically, if he keeps backing up, I mean, that guy running around back. But if he keeps backing up like that, there's really nothing I can make for him. You have to wrestle on him. And if he does not, if he chooses not to. We haven't seen that much. I'm only sharing it because it's the first time I ever saw it. So, that's so rare. That can't happen. Okay. Please note, solid submission attempts, top hand bias. The wrestling criteria is judged as following. Sweeps, reversals, takedowns, throws, and how they aggressive throws, most
See if that helps.
Really, it's just solid submission attempts, top hand bias. Even with the other sweeps, reversals, it's just going to be dependent on who's on the top. Okay, it's real simple. May not feel that easy answer, but it is actually real simple. Okay, guys? Let's see here. Okay, well, I'll be taking these guys to do anything you want. As far as position techniques go. Hand raise, you can jump, guard.
right, ladies and gentlemen, our first match, we got Caleb Crump. You've seen him earlier today. If you have been tuning in, he lost in the finals. He's a 3-time returning champion, and he's trying to make it happen at 190 pounds here against Alan Guerrero. Alan Guerrero is a blue belt out of Wanderlei Jiu-Jitsu's in Wauwatosa. That's the Milwaukee area. We'll see what he can get done. Alright guys, this video, Johnny Sins watches two dudes try to strangle each other. Let's see some predictions in the chat. We got Caleb just got done with his bracket, but he did go to the finals. Do you think he can take out the Wanderlei Jiu-Jitsu blue belt? Action started here for our final stretch of the Combat Sports Report. Reminder, these athletes are competing for $1,500. Pretty standard upper body clinch exchanges here. No one really winning the head position, just some old school pummeling for underhooks, collar ties, over ties. No one really getting the better of anything quite yet. Looks like Caleb's owning this space a little bit better if you had to pick. But both athletes just feeling each other out. Caleb looking for that duck under. Doesn't like what he sees and backs out. I'd love to see him. I know he can chain, just knowing him from today alone, I know he can chain some stuff together, but he's got a whole bracket. He just did a whole bracket. I don't think we're going to see him biting on anything that he doesn't like the feel of. I never wrestled, but I do know wrestling coaches say ear to ear is queer. I'd like to see these guys fight for good head position a little bit better. Ooh, see, I think Caleb probably, if he'd have been fighting for that better head position, that shot wouldn't have ended him here in that front headlock, but that was really nothing. He was out immediately. The Wanderlei blue belt here pummeling for the underhook, and I apologize. The Wanderlei, oh, nice little takedown, little knee trip return, and Caleb on the back of Allen. Let's see if he cannot fall. We've been seeing a lot of falling off the front today. I think people with this submission-focused rule set are getting a little greedy, and I feel like, I know Caleb knows better. He's already almost won the last bracket, and he did. He figured it out. He got back on top. He got his hips high. Allen was able to turn to face and get his guard back. Smart move by Allen. Allen's looking to run that knee shield. Popular connection today to run that knee shield and kind of fight for that upper body position. We'll see if Allen can get a bite on any sort of upper body position. And he chooses to stand up, pretty based, but he didn't do it quick enough. He got cradled, which ABC, baby, always be cradling. I believe that's a Ben Askren-ism, so go hit up his GoFundMe. He just had a double lung transplant. He's tough. Something I just noticed about Allen here, he's got an Avatar The Last Airbender tattoo on his thigh, and he's about to get darsed. He's getting pinned here. Caleb rolling through the darce. Allen flat on his back, though. It's going to make that darce hard to finish. But he does use it to not quite pass. It looks like he probably is going to pass, and he does. Good work by Caleb. It looks like Caleb's really controlling this match. He's just got to kind of find the right time to bite down on something, unless Allen really does something to change my mind about how this is going to go. Caleb doing a great job all day of juxtapositioning. Big word for me, guys. Don't ask me to spell it. The front headlock and the back take, which is a personal favorite of mine. Now he's kind of playing that game. Am I going to take your back or are you going to mount? It's really up to you. It looks like he is going to lock in this choke if he can stay behind Allen. The angle's a little off, but here he's readjusting. Mouth guard out, and there's the tap. Looked like, no disrespect to Allen, looked like pretty light work for Caleb. Looked like he had that match. Great work. And, Allen, local blue belt, reasonably local, stepping up to the challenge against a 3-time vet, the guy who just hit the, there's no podium, but he was the runner-up for our last bracket.
Next up to the mat, Elden Music, Lucas Mooney. Elden Music, Lucas Mooney.
Great last name, Music. Eldon Music is a purple belt out of Odyssey Jiu-Jitsu in Atlanta, Georgia. And he's going up against Lucas Moody, also a purple belt of Spectrum Jiu-Jitsu. Very interesting. We're all familiar with how on the spectrum Jiu-Jitsu athletes are. A coach decided to name their gym after that fact. We got Lucas Moody here on the right. Eldon Music, as in Elden Ring, I would wonder if probably no relation to Elden Ring, huh, folks? On the left here in the leopard print trimmed rash guard. And Mr. Music chooses to sit right off the bat. If you heard our referee explain the rules, sitting is a gamble. You can think of it like this: very close submission attempts, meaning fully extended limbs, torqued knees, gurgling chokes. That is our first criteria to win. Nice sweep by Music. The secondary criteria is top position, but that does not come into play unless there isn't submission attempts or they are even. But it looks like Music is one of our first athletes to sit guard and be really comfortable sweeping to on top. Well, that's not true. We had a few other guys, but we're seeing that as a pattern. Now Music is in with a nice darce from that power half. Oh, no, he goes back to the power half. Looks like he's going to maybe hunt for the collapse before he goes for that lockup, which is smart. He gets the collapse, but Lucas doing a really good job of rolling all the way through and getting back to that top side position. I'm sure some of you are noticing Lucas does have what appears to be a bandage on his right hand. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Let me know in the chat if you think he bails on any grips because of that right hand possible injury. Backs all the way out, does Lucas. Tries to find a way to re-engage here that he likes a little bit better than that kind of headquarters-esque position he was hanging out in. Lifts the legs of Mr. Music to get him to force the supine position. Goes ahead and sits on both the butterfly hooks. Looks like he's actively holding on to one with his legs and the other one's kind of splitting the middle. Ooh! Beautiful little shoulder crunch by Mr. Music. And parlays that into kind of a double attack on that armbar and triangle. Seeing some old school jiu-jitsu today with the armbar triangle attacks. Very, very 1990s. Making a comeback. It does look like Moody on top here has a pretty safe grip. It's going to be very hard to pull that out in this stacked position, but if you tip him over, it's going to be a lot easier to pull out. And he decides to kill the armbar altogether, take the chest to chest here, not quite chest to chest, but mounted position. Moody doing a good job of trying to collect that foot right away, but we'll see if Music can get that wrist pin. Be interesting to see if he hands that off to the arm around the head and goes for that meat hook style isolation that we've been seeing today. And no, he feeds the other hand for the twisted. Very nice. Very nice attacking those isolations in unison. That twisted arm, that arm across the body isolation, really one of the strongest, if not the strongest, arm isolations you can get in jiu-jitsu. Now, looks like he's going to turn it into a head and arm choke, one of the great options out of here. He's going to get that bicep / shoulder connected to his opponent's neck, and it looks like he's about there. Now he just needs to get connected to the joint and collapse the joint into the neck. Just because he fell off doesn't mean it's dead, but he opted, it is lower percentage, so he opted to just take the back. Probably a smart tactical play. Body lock in, he's in a really strong position here. Looks like Music has really got Mooney's number this match, unless Mooney can change it. And again, I'm loving how he's using his head to close the circle of that rear naked connection. And I also like that he's not too worried about getting under the chin. He's worried about locking it up. That is, in my opinion, high-level choking. You cannot rely on getting under the chin. You need to be able to choke through the jaw, and it looks like he's aware of that. Really good head position by Music, staying ready so that when he achieves that topside hand position again, he can shoot right to hand to shoulder, have it supported by his head, just like we're seeing now. And hopefully, for him, he can pull that support hand out and get locked up. Forgive the pause, just adjusting the mic so you can get a little bit of that mat noise. Ooh, when we do get the lockup here, let's see if he can put the squeeze over the chin, and he does it, he gets the tap.
Hey folks, we hear you on the audio. Apologies about that. We're trying to run and gun here. We're going to make a few adjustments. Let us know how that sounds to you now. Test, test, test for you folks. But in the meantime, we're going to announce these next matches here in just a second.
Oh, and who won? Fuck, I don't know the names.
Who just won the last match?
I didn't see it.
Yep, I got it.
Next up to the mat, CJ Bowling, Jacob Barr. CJ Bowling, Jacob Barr.
As you might have heard, we got CJ Bowling and one of the two Jacobs in this bracket, Jacob Bark. Bark is a brown belt out of Leverage Jiu-Jitsu, a Colorado boy. And he is going up against CJ Bowling. We got Jacob Bark in the black kit. Inverted gear. I did not know they were still around. Oh, nice Kani Basani, which is Japanese for knee-destroying takedown. Then we have CJ on the bottom here. Butterfly guard. Looks like he has a good bite on the upper body. A butterfly guard enjoyer. What a Chad. Let us know what guard you think is better, closed or butterfly. The correct answer is butterfly, but feel free to debate us in the comments. Nice little cross butterfly there for a moment. Looked like he might have sent them over his right shoulder with that cross hook, but didn't happen. Woulda, shoulda, coulda. Decides to opt for a shin connection, probably looking to maybe attack that leg, that far leg, something akin to a K guard. If he can reach that leg, we'll see if that's the move he makes. He does have to get past Jacob's good hand fighting. Jacob's doing a solid job of not letting these connections connect. I think he felt how vulnerable he was with Bowling on bottom there, getting a good bite. He didn't like it, and now he is really trying to deny those hand connections. And I was right. Bowling is looking for that far leg, but that's probably a strategy. He's going to have to switch up now that Bark is onto it. Bark on top. CJ establishing connections. And he is back on that leg. He was able to go back to that well. Looks like the knee line is going to be clear right away, but he uses it to come on top. Pause. Very nice. We're in this kind of dogfight-esque position. We'll see who can get hip height. He thought about bowling, that is, rolling through to the legs, but didn't quite have it. Didn't quite get under his opponent, and it leads to him getting passed by Jacob Bark here on top. Jacob knee cutting right to the mouth. Very aggressive once he's passed. Seems like he's very comfortable on top. Immediately to the isolation, right into the head and arm. Oh, he thought about tapping, and there he taps. Very impressive from Bark. As soon as he passed, the match was over.
Winner by submission.
One of the Florida men is out.
Next up to the mat, Brian Salinas, Joe Flowers. Brian Salinas, Joe Flowers.
We got Brian Salinas, a white belt out of Carlson Gracie team, MMA. Now, an MMA white belt, sometimes the gi coaches won't promote you until you start running some De La Riva worm guard or competed in IBJJF. So those MMA white belts, they can be deceiving, all right? Jeff Larson, a blue belt out of Black Flag in Rockford, Illinois. Black Flag is affiliated with the Go Forth brand. If you take a look at the back wall on the left side, that is one of our vendors. Hit them up. GoForthBrand.com. Pick up some merch. My personal favorite is the I Hate Greg Souders tank top. We got Jeff Larson on the right and Brian Salinas on the left. Reminder, Brian's that MMA fighter who's a white belt. Probably a name only, but he is in a triangle via Jeff here. Jeff, just 101 triangle. Locks it up, cuts the angle, collapses the arm, not necessarily in that order. We'll see if he can keep that posture low, but Brian doing a good job of building that height. If he can get his head above his hips, he might be safe, but not if he switches to the arm. That looks tough. Damn, that was close. Very, very close. Wow, Brian doing a great job of staying in this match, trying to shake Jeff off, and he gets broken down. That's going to be tough. Looks like Jeff switching back to the arm and switches entirely to the arm and gets the tap. And with all respect to Brian, might be an actual white belt, and that's okay. We respect the hell out of him for coming out. He's an active competitor. Winner by sub and moving on is Jeff Morrison on the Black Flag Jiu-Jitsu. That's a CLA gym, folks.
Next up to the mat, Matt Ryan, Matt Ryan.
Matt Ryan's a brown belt out of Outliers MMA here in Illinois. Brendan Berry, also a brown belt out of Magic Jiu-Jitsu, fun name, in Michigan. First and only CJJ match winner. Oh, he won a matches. Oh, at your combat, or at our combat Jiu-Jitsu. Very interesting. Very cool. We got Matt on the left with the sick mullet and mustache, man after my own heart, and Brandon Berry in camo with the camo cakes. Can't really go wrong here with the style of either grappler. Good attempted slide by there by Berry. Didn't really bite on it. I am loving the shift, the evolution in jiu-jitsu. The jiu-jitsu guys give a shit about getting the takedown. Good heavy hands from Matt, and these longer guys, it's especially important to have heavy hands with longer guys, because just like in striking, once you get past the longer guy's range, a stouter arm is going to have the mechanical advantage. So you want to be a bully out at range as the longer guy. Nice fake from Berry to get to the front headlock, and I don't know if it was a fake or he was trying and he just read what came to him. Probably the latter. He's in on the front headlock. Let's see if he can secure some grounding, and he does. Grounds Matt Ryan here, and he goes behind. Looks like he probably has some folk style experience. Maybe not though, because he forgot to block the arm. He fell off the front, but uses that old school breakdown on the back of the neck to try and tip him. Doesn't quite get the breakdown, but has enough of a bite to try and chase his hips and get himself back to the back attack. Oh, it might. Oh no, it looks like Ryan has freed his head to secure top position. Very cool, almost recovery from Berry, but he did not recover. He almost recovered. And so now he's stuck chest to chest on bottom under the lanky Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan attacking that front headlock. Seeing a ton of front headlock today. Also, if you are not up on the meta, the front headlock has really become a position all in its own. Front headlock is to the back as mount is to side control. It is a chest to back position where you just don't have the hips, just like side control is a chest to chest position where you do not have the hips. It is as strong of a position. Lots of great subs out of there. And Matt using it beautifully to move into this Darce. Sits his hips a little early in my opinion, because sitting your hips goes for head collapse. He doesn't have arm collapse yet. I would probably prioritize the arm collapse, but it looks like he's going to get it because Brendan seems to be reaching for that leg. Brendan does get out with a nice turn. Matt Ryan decides to go behind, gets rolled through on by Brendan Berry. Brendan Berry now on the attack on that inside yoke and gets the tap. Beautiful match, really great fundamentals by both athletes and great recoveries by both athletes. But Brendan Berry is moving on to your next round.
Next up to the mat, Jacob Couch, Thomas Sadler. Jacob Couch, Thomas Sadler.
Thomas Sadler is a purple belt from One Pack Jiu-Jitsu in Idaho, in Rexburg. Wonder how many young autistic boys want to move to Rexburg, hoping that it's named after the T-Rex. He is a Combat Sports Report veteran. He is notorious for trash talking, it says here in my color commentary. And he's going against Jacob Couch, a man who likely does not need an introduction, but he is a Pedigo submission fighting black belt.
Couch probably the favorite, if not absolutely the favorite here. Sits guard, goes for double butterflies on that near side to us leg, has good ankle control, and attacks the support leg with an outside heel hook and switches to the straight when the heel is slipped. He has a good bite, and it looks like he's on the toes, which means good extension. So the further, and he gets the tap. Very good job. Couch making short work of Sattler, all due respect to him. That is a very tough first round draw. Now, if you're interested in how we seed the brackets, it is random. We physically have 2 bingo wheels. And athletes, when they weigh in, we roll the wheel and they pull out a randomized number that's been randomized in front of them. Random seeding. Our second to last match of the first round of the middleweights here. We have Timothy Laskowski, a brown belt out of 440 Jiu-Jitsu Academy in Ohio. He requested a first round match with Jacob Couch, but as I just explained, seeding is random. And he's up against Matt, who you may recognize was a standout in our last bracket. A lot of athletes just being absolute chads and picking up matches when the bracket did not go their way. We saw one of them make it to the finals of a weight class above. We'll see how that works out for Matt, who is a little bit on the defense here with Timothy, attacking that front headlock, using it to pass. Again, these boys are up on the meta. They've been watching their Sam Geyer tape. This is my absolute favorite way to pass. If you're going to give me head, I'm going to take it. And Tim with a good pass, but damn if Matt is not making good frames. And something we've seen all day, if you let Matt have frames in mount, he will get to your legs. You have to isolate that man's hands in the mount or he's going to be on your legs. But Tim with the pass as soon as he can clear the leg threat. A little bit of a size disparity, obviously, as Matt is moving up a weight class. But I heard size doesn't matter, folks. What do you think? Tim again on the front headlock, pulling one of Matt's favorite submissions is his chest-to-chest guillotine. Matt often finishes it one-handed. Tim is not able to finish it, but he does move to isolate that arm, that classic walk-up underhook. Gets a look at a head and arm. But again, Matt, if you let him touch your hips in the mount, he will enter the legs. And he gets the sweep, and he comes up on the bigger man because he's just hung like that. I tell you what, folks. And he starts on the feet. I have a feeling Matt might decide to sit, and I don't blame him. Working his way through a bracket, fighting the larger man, but damn if he ain't giving a good account of himself on the feet. And he does decide to sit. Tactically, probably the right call. Even though I'm an anti-guard puller, Tim with a solid staple there on that leg, but he bails on it and gets back to that front headlock, you guys. If that's not how you're passing, you're wrong. Gets to headquarters, does Tim, or a quasi-headquarters. Looks for a backstep, doesn't quite get it, but ooh, kind of modified backstep does make it happen to the reverse knee and then right to the mount. Controls the head, and again, he's looking for that classic walk-up isolation to get into that head and arm connection. See if he can make it happen last time. Last time, Matt was able to wiggle his elbow free. Matt doesn't seem too concerned, because as I have, there he's doing, that's a little bit of a desperate move when you start pulling the shoulder. Oh, he's giving the ref a thumbs up. And that being said, Tim is too high on the arm objectively. You need shoulder collapse, right? It's not about pushing shoulder, like the delt muscle, into the neck. It's about collapsing the joint, because you're getting subclavian carotid occlusion, which is a fancy doctor word for it's not your neck. And again, Matt gets out, dude. Matt is wily in the mount. It's almost like unless you're going to keep his hands 100% of the time, don't mount. But Tim back on that front headlock. We'll see. Tim seems to be using that front headlock pretty exclusively as a position. I haven't seen him throw a ton of threats. We'll see if he can change that. That might be Matt just being really good about slipping that elbow inside like you just saw to avoid that Darce threat.
And Matt's very good at the guillotine. A lot of the times when you build skill at the submission, you're very aware of its holes. And so it's going to be tough for Matt, a great guillotine guy. It's going to be tough to get him in a guillotine, I'd imagine. He's pretty familiar with the game, playing both sides of the coin. He's got a little bit of that gable around the knee, which gives him a leg entry, but he gets cradled. ABC. Once again, we're glad to hear Ben Askren talk and let us know how he is. Oh, Matt with a great reversal. Oh, up comes Tim, and Matt had a bite on a guillotine of his own. That's his path to victory, in my opinion, is a strong guillotine. Arguably his best submission. Matt's getting a little lackadaisical with his pace, but I don't think he cares about getting taken down. I think he wants people to take shots like that. You saw him a little bit look for the front head. He wants people to take shots, get him a shot at the front head, and if it doesn't work, he's got phenomenal leg lock entries, as we've seen a bunch this matchup. We've seen a bunch today in our previous, or in our earlier brackets. Matt's got that butterfly hook. I don't think none of those front headlocks are threats from my perspective. I'm not in there. I can't quite see it, but I think those are positional front headlock. That is not submission front headlock. And so to understand the rules, if you're in a choke, and this is not the actual as it's written, but think of it this way: if they're not gurgling in the choke, the ref isn't calling it. And he knows what he's doing. He's trained. He understands a choke that's about to put someone out. The real verbiage is if it elicits a defensive response. And now that is tough because, you know, avoiding getting in the choke is arguably a defensive response, but if you have to do something or you're going to get choked, that is how these, or broken, that is how we are judging these submission attempts. And if the submission attempts are equal or non-existent, then we move to topside control. But topside control is irrelevant if the submission attempts are uneven. Back on the feet. I know Matt is sitting, but I respect the hell out of him giving it a good attempt on the feet. Again, I do think it is tactical. I think he's trying to get Tim to take shots that give him a bite on the front head. I think that's what he's trying to do. Because I haven't seen him make really any real offensive moves. He just heard his coach call the time and he pulled. Because he thought, all right, if he doesn't go, I need to get on the mat so I can pull to the legs. And he's going to probably try again with a little bit better connections. Maybe a Kani Masani, or get to double inside position right away. I don't think he's going to try a takedown. Ooh, and that was maybe his opportunity to stand ground. Maybe even jump that front headlock if that's going to be his path. We have very short time here, less than 20 seconds for these athletes. I don't know if we've had any. Ooh, we have a leg entry by Matt, and one good submission could call it. Arguably, we've had no good submission attempts, which would, if that is true, and I'm not saying it is, but if that is true, Timothy would have top time, and we'll go to the referee to decide who your winner is.
Your winner.
And I think that is a fair call. I personally did not see anything that I would have called as a close submission, and that is when we go to top ride time. That is our second to last match.
I know. Next up for the match, Giovanni Ortiz, Charlie Gilpin. Giovanni Ortiz, Charlie Gilpin.
And for our last match in this round, not of the bracket, but in this first round of the bracket, before we switch brackets, is Giovanni Ortiz, a black belt out of One Nation Jiu-Jitsu in Tennessee. He's regarded as the top black belt in his region. Versus Charlie Gilpin, another black belt out of Canby Jiu-Jitsu in Portland, Oregon. Another Washington boy flying out to compete here for $1,500. Went viral at the Denver show of Combat Sports Report for that gnarly shin snap. I'm sure you guys saw that on socials. If not, go check out the Combat Sports Report Instagram. Plug your ears if you're sensitive. And we get Charlie, the leg snapper, pulling immediately, getting on a leg. And are we going to see a repeat of Colorado here? He's above the knee. That's how these, when you're above or at the knee with your connection, that's how those straight ankles get gnarly. It looks like Giovanni was able to clear his foot from threat, and we get a stop and a reset. Not sure how much you guys caught of that on camera. Looks like our
killer producer here was able to catch all that for you. Ooh, and we got an interesting little step around to an old school leg lift up. We got someone calling 2. It is 3 now in college and high school. We've got Giovanni Ortiz with double inside connections here with a nice sweep. Classic butterfly guard stuff. And he did it from double under, which means he gets to keep those connections. Connections are connections are connections no matter where you're using them from. So if you get good connections on bottom and sweep with them, you get to keep them, and then you get to go right into your isolations. You might even start with isolations. You get to skip steps, right? Underhooks are underhooks are underhooks. And he's doing a really good job of maintaining pressure, but it looks like Charlie might have gotten a leg out there to half guard. Yes, he did. He was able to get his legs out to half guard. Giovanni being smart, though, he knows chest-to-chest pin is a chest-to-chest pin. It's a little worse when they're tying up your legs. You have a little bit less mobility, a little bit less use of your legs, but you're still in a very dominant position, and he did not let it phase him. He didn't back all the way out and restart his pass. He stayed where he was, and look at this. Even with Charlie, this is something I'm really liking. I'm really enjoying this from Ortiz here on top. He's not, oh no, I'm not in side control. I'm going to back all the way out and start the guard pass over. He's like, I lost an inch. That's fine. I'll take that inch back, right? I think sometimes with the points rule set, people think I'm either past or I'm in a guard, and guard has hierarchy, right? The further past the legs you are, the better, and you don't, just because you end up in the guard doesn't mean you want to back all the way out and re-engage. And Ortiz using that, those fundamentals, whether he knows it or not, to stay a threat, even as Charlie does slowly work his guard, slowly work him down his guard chain, and now he's in a lot more danger, I should say, now that he's down at the line of the feet, the line of the shins, right? Ortiz is in a bit more danger, but he made Charlie do that work, right? And those units of work are going to play in Ortiz's favor, because he did not have to do nearly as much to just slowly lose that ground, and we'll see if he can slowly gain it back up. He's already getting in on the head here, and he's already to that knee shield, which is kind of that middle tier, right? If your feet are connected as the guard player, you're in a really strong position, you're a threat, right? If your shins are connected, you're not in so much of a sweeping threat, but you can still catch a lot of those leg entanglements, a lot of those upper body submissions. If you get all the way to the thighs, or of course past, but right into a buggy choke, the triangle of our era here. We'll see if he can get it closed, and he wasn't able to get it locked up. Ortiz doing a good job of just keeping himself wide and making it hard to get that good lockup. First real buggy choke attempt of the day. A little disappointing. As we get bigger and bigger, they're going to be less and less likely. Kind of those middle weights, not literally middle weight, but the 170, the 150 pounders, where they get long and tall. That's where you're going to see a lot of these buggies. Ortiz doing a really good display of proper, just good dominant position. I don't mean proper is incorrect, but in the British sense of that's proper kind of thing, right? Which British get it, but good work by Charlie though, building up those guard foundations. He hasn't really settled, which is great to see from a guard player. Again, there's no points. You don't have to settle when you're past, and you can get back to here, right? And this is a great, if Charlie is sucking wind a little bit, as much as I've been put in my place, I'm a closed guard hater, right? I've been put in my place a couple times on the stream. This is a great spot tactically for him to slow the match down a little bit, to look for those connections, right? It's going to be very easy to hold and not get past. He can slow the pace down, right? Let his heart rate get back under control, and then make his move like he's doing here, right? Get an underhook on that leg, look for that inside knee position that'll lead to his leg entanglement. You got Giovanni though back on this passing. That you see, this seems to be his game. Giovanni's a passer and a smasher. Really good fundamentals from Giovanni. He's already got chest to chest. We're in half guard, but again, guys, chest to chest, half guard, arguably as good as side control. There's an argument to be made that it's as good. And Ortiz does decide to get past the half guard there, that chest to chest, maintaining the chest to chest position. He's got that underhook, good old school shoulder pressure, right? You learn that from the douchey brown belt on your first day as a white belt, that shoulder pressure is an effective way to have some head control, and he's walking that arm up with that underhook, that douchey brown belt, first day, that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna shove his hairy chest into your mouth, and he's gonna walk that arm up, and he's gonna run this head and arm, and it looks like the black belt Ortiz is channeling that grizzled brown belt that beats the shit out of all the trial guys, and he's trying to just smother and walk that arm up and really lock in that head and arm. Charlie doing a good job of getting that secondary hand in there. That's normally kind of a desperate attempt, but I think he's just trying to keep that shoulder a little high so that arm doesn't settle on his neck. Because once that arm settles on your neck, the choking starts. It's just half of the two sides that you generally are going to want. I don't want to say need. You can choke someone with one side, but generally you're going to want two sides, especially on a good guy, right? It's going to take so much control to tap him with one side. But, ooh, and we switch to a little Nogi Ezekiel, which can work, and it does look like this is a good bite. We might be getting a call. The ref might be calling this close. It seems like Charlie on bottom, Mr. Gilpin, just kind of bided his time. He didn't think it was going to go in, and so he decided to wait for Ortiz to bail on it. But in the meantime, Ortiz was able to get a higher mount, right? Now, this is a great way in mount to isolate limbs, right? And that's shelf them. Put them on top of your thighs, right? High mount, dismount type stuff, and they're out of time. I think that's pretty handedly an Ortiz match right there. But Gilpin giving it good. Oh, okay. I must have missed a close submission attempt. Yeah, I must have missed a close submission attempts there. The crowd doesn't seem super happy. Not super happy with that decision, but a reminder, the rules are close submission attempts win the match. Dominant position doesn't matter in close situational attempts. And that brings us to the end of our first round of the middleweight, moving on to the first round of the absolute division. Levi is a blue belt out of black Thai Jiu-Jitsu in Kalamazoo, Michigan. He is a Combat Sports Report veteran. I'm not going to read his record. It is on there. You guys can take a look for yourself. And we got Abraham Lemontague, the Wolf Mountain. So guys, if you are here to watch Abraham Lemontague, I want you to go ahead, slide in the comments, slide in the comments rather. Give us the Wolf Mountain emoji. All right. I believe his last name, Lemontague, translates to mountain or Wolf Mountain. He's always posting that on everything. So go ahead, slide in our DMs, give us the Wolf Mountain emoji. Let us know that you're here for Abraham. Abraham took gold at ADCC Open in Dallas. The Dallas ADCC Open is borderline a major at this point. Or really any of those Texas ones. The Texas become a mecca of jiu-jitsu. Great state, Texas. We got Levi Finley with the long hair, the black and red gear, and Abraham Lemontague is in the full black kit. We got Levi pulling with the double collar tie to double inside position. Lemontague right into I can't tell if it's a tight waist or a body lock. Looks like his hands are locked. It looks like it is a body lock. Doing a good job of owning the center line. One of the big fundamentals of any chest-to-chest style pass is that good owning of the center line with your head and making sure that your head, their head cannot get higher than your head. You're going to allow for front headlock connections, and also you're going to use that head to try and maintain a pin or at least a supine position as much as possible. Levi Finley doing a great job of pummeling his way to the inside, getting a little bit of a shallow underhook here, kind of killing Lemontague's connection that he was probably planning on using. Running that overhook, I don't know how much of a threat that is, and not too much. Lemontague backs out, starts over with a different tact, goes for the tight waist this time,
trying to switch his hips, shut down that, and he does a great job of splitting the half guard right away to get to that chest-to-chest half guard and right to the old school underhook head position. Oh, interesting. He's going for a little bit of the tripod style upper body. He bails on it, but he looked at it for a second. Be interesting to see a guy of this size run Joe Chen style pass, and he goes back to the tripod style. I doubt he's going to go high hips, really tripod up, but he used that head on the air quotes wrong side, right? You know, that when you're a white belt in the black belt, that's the wrong side, my friend, right? That would be what he would say. But then Joseph Chen comes out and wins trials with it. So maybe it's not the wrong side. And LaMontague uses it to pass here. And he's got another example of Montague here, and he's replacing it with an underhook. But for a moment there, he was shelving that near side arm with his hips. Shelving or putting something underneath a limb you want to control. Very important skill to have when we're talking about isolations, whether we're isolating limbs to pass or isolating limbs to submit. Putting something under your opponent's limb so that it can't go somewhere or it can't plant on the mat. Very, very strong way to control a limb. Ooh, LaMontague looking for a little smother here. Shoving the face in, kind of a double smother Ezekiel attack. And I think it was probably just to get under that elbow, but you love to think he was really going. Oh, I was just informed that it's La Montagne is how you pronounce. Is that correct? La Montagne. La Montagne is how you pronounce this last guy's name. La Montagne. La Montagne. So if you've been upset in the chat, we got it fixed. La Montagne is on top here, absolutely dominating. So hopefully he's not too mad that I mispronounced his name, because my knee is fucked up and I have no chance. Working again that isolation. Levi manages to get his arms back, and he's doing something that, like, you'd probably say is air quotes wrong in locking his hands around the back. I think he's just trying to desperately not get isolated, right, and buy himself some time. Because when he's not isolated, La Montagne is, I had to double check our pronunciation there for a minute. La Montagne is just being an absolute menace with pummeling those underhooks and walking them up. He's just like on it with the isolations. On it with the isolations from chest to chest. Onnit's actually a sponsor, folks. Check them out. Great supplement company. I used to take their Shroom Tech back in the day. Look into it. Oh, there we go. La Montagne with a nice little topside crucifix, right? He started with a shin pin and then switched to holding the arm between his legs, switching his hips a little bit there. Interested to see what he's trying to catch, or if he's just trying to maintain the size. Oh, he's trying to step over for the triangle. Looks like he missed the lockup, and maybe he wanted the arm the whole time, but that's what he's on now. Regardless, and he gets the Kimura. Very dominant performance from Abraham. Again, throw a wolf mouth emoji in the chat if you're rooting for La Montagne. Charles Leska is one of my guys out of Ronin Fitness up in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. He's standing out on the local scene. He just won Sub-Spectrum absolute, or maybe it was heavyweight, whatever the heaviest weight class that day was. I believe it was just the 210 plus. He won the gold medal, which is a great Midwest promotion. Normally pretty stacked against another Sub-Spectrum vet, Filberto Diaz, who I've actually had a match with. Filberto, a good wrestler. I teched him, but no big deal. I never wrestled. Filberto is out of Cap City, arguably the best gym in the Madison area, the Madison, Wisconsin area. So these are two Wisco boys coming down south of the border, trying to show these Flatlanders what is up. Filberto on that Russian tie. Charlie's pretty good at denying that, though. He's got that good frame. Now, Charlie, not to give you too much insight, ear to ear is queer, boys. Fight for better head position. Filberto in the red, Charlie in the smoke kits, which I designed myself. Pretty proud of that. Charlie's, you're probably not going to see a ton of offensive wrestling from Charlie. He's going to fight for good upper body connections, but he's one of those guys who's like, I'll play bottom, but you're going to have to take me down, and that's going to give me an opportunity to bite on something, right? And so there, Charlie was probably looking for a front headlock. Filberto did a good job of lifting and really kind of denying Charlie that opportunity. But now this is Charlie's game. Charlie's my guard player. Right, he's got a very sticky guard. It's hard to pass, very hard to pass. He's got strong leg locks, especially for the weight class, and it looks like he's in on one now on Filberto. He's double outside on Filberto. He's extending. Filberto thought about the tap, and Filberto gives one tap. We weren't sure the ref called it, and then Filberto confirms with a second tap. That's a great win for Charlie Lesko, my first guy to make it out of the first round. Filberto's got a brand new baby girl at home, just 11 months old, so he did lose this match, but he is winning at life.
Next up to Matt, Caleb Marvin,
We got Caleb Marvin, a blue belt out of Grappling Mastery, a Florida man, multiple-time Naga champion. Now, everyone loves to shit on Naga. Once in a while, not once in a while, those Naga brackets can hit. All right, it just depends on who shows up. And we got Brent Lindman, a purple belt out of Train Hard and Be Kind Pika Pow Jiu-Jitsu. This is our second guy from there. He went 2-2 at the Chicago Open. He's out of Aurora, Illinois, so he's a fellow Flatlander. And let's watch the match get started here. If you're curious who is who, Caleb just sat, and Brent is on top in the passing position. Looks like Caleb gets a good bite on the head and the arm, looking to maybe transition to that shoulder crunch. Definitely looking to elevate and sweep or elevate and get his hips out. If he wants to attack that arm, he needs his hips out away from us towards the ref. We'll see if he makes that adjustment or not. Now, whether that's Brent doing a good job of re-squaring his hips or Caleb just not getting his hips, and Caleb does get his hips out that way. He knew what to do. He opts to take the sweep. I think he wanted the sub, but take what you can get. And he's already threatening past that guard. Interesting that Brent gave up that butterfly connection to opt for the closed guard. That's kind of what we were talking about here earlier, is there is a hierarchy of guarded positions, right? And so a little bit that was moving backward for Brent. Now, some athletes, they're just way more comfortable in certain areas of the guard, and so their skill can outweigh the mechanical reality of the situation. It looks like Brent wants that lockdown, but it's not working for him because he's getting isolated up top. For a moment there, he was in that kind of meat hook style isolation, combination wrist pin, and then that arm all the way through into the armpit of the top player, or the top player's arm, that is. Top player again is Caleb Marvin, doing a great job of establishing that chest to chest, right? And seeing a pattern as we get heavier. That little bit more step-by-step passing is showing. Looking for that pry bar is Caleb. But meanwhile, he's isolated, and I really think that's very smart. That's good. That's really good. If they're going to allow you to isolate in chest-to-chest positions, even if you're not past the guard, you should be doing it. You should be doing that work as early as possible. The more you isolate, the harder it is for them to escape, because they need those arms to escape. They need those frames to escape. Jiu-jitsu is a zero-sum game. Every time I isolate an arm, I make it harder for you to escape. And we have Caleb on top here doing a phenomenal job of it, right? We're walking that arm up to the ear, trying to get it pinned to the head, not overselling it, not getting too high, because that is the one thing. You might need that guard pass to allow your chest to get as high as Caleb's chest is now to get that full isolation, right? And that is why it is worth passing the guard, even if you can do most of your isolation. Sometimes you need that extra mobility that guard is not affording you. And now he's just looking to kind of transfer that arm control from his arm to his head to attack that head and arm. He walks it down. Oh, he goes for this. I don't know the name of it, but it's like an inverted Darce. We've seen it pop onto the scene in the last couple of months throw it in the chat what the name of that choke is. That's beautiful. Huh? They're called. I'm hearing that it's called a farce. I haven't been on the mats. I love a darce, and I want to do it so bad, and I'm jealous because that was beautiful. And Caleb Marvin is our winner. Blue belt from Grappling Mastery, moving on to the second round.
Next up to the mat, Evan Rossborough, Maxime Gauthier. Evan Rossborough, Maxime Gauthier.
Maxime Gauthier, a blue belt out of Royal Jiu-Jitsu Quebec. He's a Quebecois from Canada here. Forgive my accent, folks. Don't murder me in the chat. Oh wait, you're Canadian. Don't have guns. Evan Rossborough, brown belt from Academy 440 Jiu-Jitsu. Another Academy 440 guy out of Ohio. Oh, this is our second round. Forgive me, this is our second time seeing Evan. Maxime is in the black and blue rash guard, black shorts, attacking the front headlock now, but now losing the top position to Evan Rossborough. Evan Rossborough on top, popping his head out in the white trunks, almost getting reversed by Maxime. Maxime with some good connections here. He catches the leg, a little bit more of a little guy jiu-jitsu. Let's see if he frames on that face and throws the leg over. Oh, and he's under the leg as well. Very interesting, but I think that's going to play more to Evan here. He could have sat back on the legs. He opts to just take the pass. Evan sitting for the ghillie. Really good hip position. When you're attacking front headlock stuff, you want your hips as far away from the head as possible, on the head side rather. And he manages to make it work. Unfortunate for Quebecois to come all the way down here. We're happy to have him, but we're not going to have him in the second round because Evan Rossborough is moving on to the second round.
Next up to the mat, Jacques Gruber, seventh round. Jacques Gruber, seventh round.
Our next two competitors, we got Jacques, who goes by Jack Cooper, a blue belt out of Process Overpriced Jiu-Jitsu Academy. On the edge here with the attempted sacrifice throw. His opponent, Seth Abad, black belt out of Atos Impact Zone. We're going to have a fucking Impact Zone here on the mats, folks. Bad dad joke. He has the Joe Rogan logo on his shorts there. I wonder if he's sponsored. But he's got hands locked, good head position. Looks like some wrestling experience. Picks up the single, attempts to run the pipe. Goes for the lift, puts him down, ladies and gentlemen. You'll love to see it. Right away, too, he split the legs on the pass, beats the knee, works the isolation right away, gets to chest half guard. The passing fundamentals of these bigger guys is goated. People do love to say that little guy jiu-jitsu is like better. Passing fundamentals on these, and we've had some great passing fundamentals all across, right? We saw CJ implement some of my favorite passing fundamentals that I've seen in a long time. But these big guys universally are passing fundamentally well. And you'll see it here with Seth getting to the touch him north-south. He thought about it, comes back to side control, catches the head. No isolations yet, though. Jacques or Jack Cooper on bottom here looking for his frames. We got a Jacques up. Oh, the big man submission, tries the Americana. Oh, can he catch the handcuff? It looks like he does catch the handcuff. That's tough. Oh, turns it into a hammer lock. Now, he didn't have any control of the hip, so it just allowed Jack to roll through. It was a cool attempt, but I think that was probably a mistake, because now you're in Jack's guard. You were really dominating, and the pass didn't seem too tricky. I think he'll be able to repeat the process. but running the hammerlock without any control of the hips was a little bit of a tactical mistake. But one he can afford to make, it seems like, because he's right back here, chest to chest, no isolations yet, but those frames of Jacquees on bottom aren't really doing anything for him yet. He has him in place. Looks like he's waiting for an opportunity / letting his heart rate come down a minute, maybe waiting for a mistake, right? But biding his time regardless, finding a time to make. And remember, this is absolute, so there's a size difference here. This isn't a weight class, right? This guy on top, Seth Abad, he can weigh whatever the fuck he wants. He was all these other guys had to weigh in an hour before we competed, so the weigh-ins couldn't be too crazy. Some guys ran it anyway. Seth here was doing whatever the fuck he wanted all day until he came down here at 8 o'clock and weighed in. And that's not to say he's just winning on size by any means. As I was saying, I was glazing this man for his fundamentals. Really good job. And he's starting to work that isolation right away. He's looking for that inside position. That wrist ping is a little hazing smother. You know, nothing crazy, but look what it got him. It got him the underhook, right? I think that was the goal, was to get an isolation. I think he's going to try and get him to reach up again. I think he was hoping he'd reach up with that other hand so he could get a double under. I'm guessing was the vibe there. That's all right. He's doing plenty of work with that head control underhook to maintain that pin. Looks like he's having a little bit more trouble freeing that leg this time. And this is one of those cases where he's probably going to need a little bit of that mobility of being fully past the guard. He's going to need the aid of his knees and his thighs in that kind of isolation process in the mount to really get Jacquees, because Jacquees has been showing pretty, although on the back foot this whole match clearly, showing sound defense, right? He's not like, he's not giving up any subs. Jacquees trying to recontrol that foot. He does manage to get it. Now here's the thing with that foot control. That foot control, in my opinion, if you're not one Mississippi on the foot and immediately using it, yanking it down to get down to the knees, you're fucking up. And look at that. As I say that, Jack does just that. He gets him down actually to the feet, which is even better. Doesn't manage to work. It kind of runs that like not really lockdown, fake lockdown, kind of half guard. Looks like he might be thinking about the lockdown. But Abad on top doing too good a job of keeping that knee close to the hips with the obvious goal of getting the knee past the hips, which he does there, but then allows Jacquees to get a really nice, strong regard, get his shin connections again, right? Working him down that ladder. But then Abad right back up. And I'd like to see Jacquees, when he gets that guard in, to be a little bit more sticky with it. When he gets those shins in, he needs to be a little bit more sticky. He needs to start being a threat from on bottom, because otherwise Abad is going to win this on top position. I made one mistake already in calling the match before, missing some submission attempts. I'm not recalling anything from Jacquees, though, that we could consider a submission attempt. We've had a couple things from Seth that, depending on how close you are to the action, could be called a close submission attempt. And none of us are really close enough to the action and the referee to really figure that out, right? We can do our best, we can have our opinions, but the ref's going to be the one who knows if these submissions are legit. Abad doing a good job here, not quite past the guard, but if you're familiar with the Craig Jones's Rip of the Dagestani style and how they use their legs to control legs, right? We're in a surf here. He's smashing with his hips those legs into the ground. And it forces Jacquees to make a move to try and turtle up. Now, Jacquees, turtle, in my opinion, is another one Mississippi position. You get there and you either roll, Granby, regard, like that, beautiful shot, a little behind my speed, but these guys are in the absolute division, so fair enough. You got to move from there. It's not a position you hang out, right? It's you giving up your back. You do it to either pop right up in the quad pod all the way up to your feet, hit switches, hit Granbys, hit fat man rolls, hit roll-throughs to the legs, hit regards, right? And that's the latter here is what Jacquees decided to do. He decided to regard, but really Jacquees has not had any success with his guard today, unfortunately. He's just not able to keep Seth low enough on his legs to really affect Seth's distance. And again, we get to the shins, but it's too little too late.
go to your referee for the official decision on who had more close submission attempts. We had a little bit of a missed call there. He said it was by submission attempts is what we intended to say. Jacques is out. Seth Abad is moving on to your next round. Your next fighters up are.
Next up to the mat, Jared Branimir, Brandon George. Jared Branimir, Brandon George.
He would like everybody to be guarded and then stay middle. I can't fault it.
Jared Bramier, a blue belt out of Arnold, BJJ. Arnold, in Arnold, Missouri. I was wondering if that was Arnold Schwarzenegger. It is not. It is Arnold, Missouri. He's a Jiu-Jitsu veteran. That's fun.